is it in my face? I'm unfazed, I need this. Calling out my name, say meet me, see these waves. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Gaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. I would try to hold on, treading water in this big storm now. Try to swim away, crashes like a tidal wave. I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Gaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Feels like gravity can't touch me when I'm here. तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
After a wonderful day one, we are back here for day two's action here at the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu in association with the Government of Tamil Nadu presents the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025 by Skyesports, co-powered by AMD, mobility partner Mahindra, associate partners the Production Lab, WD Black and Red Bull, official display partner Zoe, ticketing partner Kin. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk back again is going to be Draco. And Draco, how do you feel? Day one was amazing. Teams did have an opportunity for a back-to-back and we did even see that, but today feels a tad bit different, feeling that teams have had an opportunity to understand each other.
I mean, exactly. The whole emphasis of day one was, hey, we are going to try something new and figure it out and then see
Mm-hmm.
what's building up. Because we could see certain of the teams who have made like new rosters, you could see that the coordination was not on point. For some team, they were
Yeah.
trying to figure out what is the ideal rotation. We saw sometimes the teams and players were isolated as well. So
Mm-hmm.
now they're coming to day two. Day one, some of the teams have performed like chef's kiss. On the other hand, some teams had a very late comeback as well, who we get and talking about. We'll talk about them as well. But day one ended on a high note for many teams, and for some teams, it was more of realization because when you go to day two, you've got another 4 games, another
Yeah.
4 opportunities to prove your mark, to get a chance to qualify for the LAN that is happening at the Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium in Chennai. That is one which I am more excited to watch for the LAN, the
Mm-hmm.
teams that qualify for it.
The weekend of November 14, 15, 16 indeed is going to be a spectacle, especially because this is a government-backed event that we are seeing in a state. And that is a big, I think, hefty weight to lift at the end of the event when you become the champions. Because we've seen trophies, we've seen prize pools, all of it has happened. But when you end up seeing something being recognized by the country or by a state, that gives you a lot more oomph and it feels a lot more deserving. And I think that's what you have to push forward to. And I said this yesterday as well. We were watching the CM trophy which was happening in Tamil Nadu, a lot of people watching that, but that was very exclusive to the state itself. And after that, a lot of people players even messaged me that we do also want to play in such a tournament which is done by either the government or backed by the government. And now we are seeing CEGC happening, is dreams being fulfilled. But it's also that now you're playing on this stage is you have to qualify to the LAN. You're just in the semi-finals. There's a lot of 24 who are also with the same intentions and dreams to get to that stage to play in this government-backed event. And on top of it, it's an international IP. So there's a lot at stake when you're playing for this. And as you said, yes, towards the end of day one, we did see some teams picking up the pace, have a really good one. And I think one on top of it, or at least an individual on top of it that comes in name, is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike's Jonathan. I think he had an opportunity. Everybody thought there could have been a chicken dinner in that. Say he did perform to what we were expecting, and whenever Jonathan is firing, it is dazzling, right, to witness that opportunity. And it happened yesterday, but that's not going to be enough to be down straight to state something that, hey, there's a lot to pick up today.
There is a lot to pick up from that team. I think so. The expectation is just getting higher. Like the whole tag
Yes.
of MVPs and everybody being there. You now even have an IGL who has a lot of
Mhm.
pressure on him because, for a matter of fact, Bania has a record. Every
Yes.
organization he's been to, he's gotten a trophy. Now that has been a
Exactly.
LAN trophy as well, not of online tournaments, LANs, and this could even be like your official. This could be a third party. This could be like multiple events which are happening.
Mm-hmm.
But point being is Mania has a lot of weight on his shoulder, and we know, for a matter of fact, how big and how things are going on with Godlike. Like how but there were the highs of 2024 leading up to
Mm-hmm.
2025, the start of it, but the end of it has not been ideal for them. On the other hand, another team who I think so caught everybody off guard, and I think so that would be Blitz. Blitz is one team, like the underdogs, you would like to say, who qualified through the qualifying stages, getting enough finish points to make sure that they are on top. And how do they start the day? Another chicken dinner. They're like, you know what? We are here. We've gotten momentum on our side. We're going to go burst forward. And that's what's happening. Like they are
Mm-hmm.
Maximo, like my oh my, that player with the nades, he's knowing when to take his duels as well. It's very interesting to see. Even like, I mean, you would like to talk about them. That's God's reign. They
Yeah.
have been immaculate as well, even without Destro.
I think when you come into the side of God's reign, them playing in their picture perfection era, I would feel like it, because it seems like there's some mastermind that's entered, and then we spoke about it. Neo has taken control of the reign, and it seems like it's working out in a fashion that they would have wanted in terms of both aggression, finding chicken dinners, and finding value, and it is found. 2 chicken dinners, and right now they're sitting on the top of the table. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about the tournament format. Before that, a prize pool of 50 lakhs at stake. And where are these teams currently standing and fighting at? It is none other than the semi-finals with 24 teams that we spoke about. And today is day 2. 2 more days of action, 4 games per team. And at the end of it, top 8 teams will manage to make their way into the grand finals, but the others are not eliminated, Draco.
I mean, exactly. You're not eliminated. You've got an opportunity. Like the top 8 qualify for the LAN, and the remaining 16 play in the LCQ. From there, the top 8 as well will qualify. You've got a lot on the line here. Another 4 days of gruesome BGMI matches to make sure that you are there in the opportunity. At the end of the day, this is an event that has been backed by the Tamil Nadu government. An event where a lot is at stake. It is a new page. We are talking about the new era, the new page, a new tide. After esports is finally legitimized in India, it is a part of the Indian Penal Code. It's a lot of things are happening. We are seeing teams even going out of India to represent our nation. Players having the opportunity after so many years. So there is a lot at stake. And this LAN is just like a stepping stone for some. This could even be the pillar. This could be like the base foundation for teams. That once they have won this LAN, you only go upwards.
Yeah, I think hands down we are seeing a new era in esports in India, which was very much necessary, and it is going to start at the Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium in Chennai. You can get your tickets in the Kin app. If you've not downloaded it, please download. The link's in description. It's on our Instagram handles as well. You can check it in the bio, and make sure you get the tickets. They're free. You can go witness the era of esports in India, as we will be discussing the point system. The point system states what's been seen in BGMI for quite some time now. There's not much of a change, but because of this, we did see that certain times it's not the chicken dinner that matters, it's the number of finishes that you're able to reason with in that given game. And 1 point per finish yesterday ended up giving Godlike their opportunity of in a match standing #1. That tells you the number of finishes they were able to acquire, irrespective the chicken dinner went to another team that was 8-bit. This tells you as much as value that you find in aggression gives you results, and you might be able to top the table. And now they're closer to the top 8.
Exactly, top 8. You have to make sure that you have to make in the top 8. You cannot just end the day. Another thing that we could talk about this point system. There was one team who just ignored it completely, and that was IQ Soul. My oh my, 20 finished points, 0 placement points. But the interesting part of the team was doing something very different. It stated that they were trying to try a 5-man roster, not a core of 4. They were going for 5. And guess what? This has resulted in them in having teams like every single game there were new players. But now if you take a look at the groups, Group A is none other than the likes of Godlike, Cincinnati Kids, MADKING, AUTOBOTZ, FS, NONX, WELT, Why Not Esports. Group B, Soul, Marcos, Aiku, Team Tamilas, Aiku, RNT, PX, OnePlus, God's Reign, One Blade, Wild Fangs, Blitz, my oh my, Victorious Summers as well. I am just like in awe of, like, you can see the top teams from India are playing this tournament.
Yeah, when you go to Group C, there's Orangutan, Vasista Esports, 8-Bit, Meta Ninja, True Rippers, K9, Versatile, and Rising Esports, and out of which Vasista have found their chicken dinner, 8-Bit found their chicken dinner, Meta Ninja were close to one, True Rippers, they've not found their rhythm, and it goes same in hand for K9 as well. VXT and Rising Esports also trying to find their momentum to rise to the ranks. It'll take time. As we said, today is day 2. They have 16 total matches individually per team, but if we will jump into the discussion of their points and currently how much catch-up game they have to go to, let's talk about the rosters. Mania taking the control, we spoke about it. There's still a lot to be seen. day one, not the best of the spectacle. We did see a lot of early eliminations, but I think a little disappointing start for Cincinnati kids. Not at all what we wanted to witness. We've seen a lot more coming in from there, and I think there's a lot more expectation coming in from Ash and Co. Mad Kings, I think there's just been a couple of aggression here and there, but a lot more from there in terms of maybe finding a chicken dinner. But AUTOBOTZ lobster to the end of how he played yesterday tells us that AUTOBOTZ might be on a big spree today.
I mean, yeah, AUTOBOTZ ended day one on quite a bang. They were making sure that they were in the rankings for like the top 8. Why not reaching there ideally? Another team, NOX's, they were trying their best. WELT was one team that caught everybody off guard. They also have a chicken dinner under their name. And it was quite a dominant game. They ended the day on 23 finished points. On the other hand, you can see Marcos having the likes of Gamla Boy now in the part of their team. We are seeing the likes of, in Team Tamilas, it's none than Dragon, Baba, Rico, Mahi. Like, you have realized that everybody knows about Dragon. His time when he was in the previous team of Neta Ninjas, he was one of the ideals who everybody looked at and they were in awe. But other than that, God's Reign, OnePlus, Wildfangs, Blitz Esports, Victoria Simmons, they've heard a lot about these teams. Like, other than Blitz, as you saw, all the other teams have players who we are known for, IGLs we are known for. And this time, for God's Reign, there is no IGL, there is no Destro. Rather, it's Neo who's taking up the reins. But one point to note, the two teams who I think so everybody's excited to see today is Orangutan. We've talked about this. How would they play in this tournament? What are they focusing on? And it looks like they're focusing just on aim duels.
Yeah. It clearly seems to be that they are focusing on aggression. Again, it also banks on the old zone and new zone discussion that a lot of teams, they are thinking whether they should adapt back to the old zone, because when we go to the grand finals, it'll be the new zone meta again. And so I think they're just dabbling between what is best. True Rippers, K9, Versatile, Rising Esports, we spoke about all these four, not the best at all. True Rippers, Jelly, we've seen very early eliminations. K9 as well, they were not playing in the playing 4 lineup. It was even Amit being included yesterday, and it was just a 3-man set from their end. So I think the stint on day one can kind of be brushed off for a couple of teams, and we've spoken about that for OG's Spectrum as well. They easily brush their bad games and then they rise up and they start firing all guns. And even though yesterday was day one, they still managed to find a lot of frags in their name. But let's jump into today's schedule, and depending on this, we will figure out which team is going to find their frags. Map 1, it is going to be ERANGEL, but not Group A and B like yesterday. It is going to start off with Group A and C.
Yeah, Group A and C start off the day, and then we've got Group A and B playing in Miramar. Rondo instead of Map 4 has become Map 3 today, and it's Group A and C again. So once again, a lot of kills, a lot of finishes, a lot of recalls. Right now, if you take a look at the group, like the teams in Group A and C, this is going to be very much interesting because you've got the likes of GODLIKE, Cincinnati kids, Mad Kings. Then you've got True Rippers, you've got Orangutan, you've got K9. Will K9 now play with a 4-man roster? That's another thing you have to keep an eye out for, because it just makes you wonder, like, okay, what could be happening? Another team that tried their best was FS yesterday. They tried a level best, but it wasn't enough. I feel we wanted more from this team, who was proven in the past that in LAN events, they are one of the teams to be reckoned with, but yesterday was not ideal for them. On the other hand, a team like Vashishta, we have forgotten to mention them, but they are currently in 3rd place. And one player has been making sure that they are there, and that is Sim. The new addition has glued in like gel, if you're being honest. We all know him as a guy who can adapt. The storyline, they're written for him as well. So he's doing quite well. Also, the team of Versatile with Somraj and the new players, very much interesting. But as we go into the overall standings prior to day 2, the first match of day 2, in first place is Gaussian with 69 points, Blitz is second with 52, Nashita is third with 50, and then there's this dip of Welt being at 39. So the gap has already been made, if you notice, from God's Reign and Wolves. Blitz.
I think this 4th position does give us a hint that the top 2 teams could maybe make a run for it, even including Vasista Esports over there. NONX, we spoke about them. It seems like they're a tad bit silent in their games, but they're still picking up points and they're moving ahead. 8-bit, thankful to the chicken dinner yesterday, they were able to make the jump towards the top 8. Meta Ninja as well, their aggression somewhere working. It could have been a chicken dinner for their name as well. It did not happen, and that's the reason they're at 29. Maybe they could have gone closer to 33 at NONX. FS, a start really good. Aggression, which peaks in their finish points. They have to find some valuable positions. If they are able to do it, it is going to be wonderful, because I think their early game is very nice. They find those initial frags. They're able to pierce into opponents who are not ready, find the eliminations, and then just push that fight in another direction. But it is those last few zones where FS are not ready for.
I mean, you could see the opposite happening with Cincinnati kids. They got more position points than finish points. So there's a duality which is happening here. There are teams who are being very much aggressive, being on the front foot, and some who are prioritizing placement but not getting enough kills. I mean, at the end of the day, you can play two ways of BGMI. You try to be focusing finishes, or you focus on placement. But if you're focusing on position, you only get a maximum of 10 in a game. On the other hand, finishes, you can go as high as you can. Godlike yesterday, 16 finishes in total. Same same goes for God's Reign as well. They were making sure that they have 10 finishes minimum per chicken dinner. So they're getting points which 24, 29. They're not holding back. On the other hand, if you look at the teams who are right now in the bottom 8, one team I think so who might perform really well today, I believe is going to be K9 Esports, and I believe also True Rippers are going to be these two teams who I think so they're again going to realize this is what Orangutan is doing. Let us do this instead. Let us focus on finish points.
I think Team Tamilas, we had a little bit of a early start where we did see a little rise in terms of fragging, Dragon, making sure they find valuable points, and he's always done it. But somewhere I think after that there's been a dip in their performance and they've dropped to 21. They were in the mid 16, but I don't know what's going to happen today because we've not seen that team together playing a lot. And another team when we talk about playing together is Why Not Esports. Their rotation have been really good. They've not been caught in any clashes with any teams in their respective rotations. It's only the last zones that we end up seeing they're not sure of which fight to pick. They think about whether we should take a compound, whether we should fight in the open, whether you should go for a ridge which has a higher ground advantage. All of that perplexion in their mind of figuring out which is the right path is causing them trouble is all I can see. And if they change that, it could be really good. Their rotation from the very start of it, they've not at all been in any clashes. So there needs to be a change today.
I mean, I would like to add to that. Like the team, this is the first time they're playing with these 23 teams. Other teams are used to playing these matches with each other. You know the players. But like for a team, a new team, trying to be a 5 female player roster, playing in a tournament with so many of the bigger teams, I think so it's overwhelming at first. Like day one will be overwhelming.
Correct.
It's like you're playing with some of the people that you watch. Like imagine if you're playing cricket and you're going to see Sachin Tendulkar in front of you. And you're like, oh my God, what do I do at that point? But you have to also realize that, hey, he's my opponent. So what do I do now? I know him, but I need to even prove myself that I can get there. I think that is the mentality which they have to keep. All the other teams who are the underdogs, they also keep this mentality that we see who you are, but we're going to try our level best to be one of the top. But right now, I mean, we stated the rotations have been on point. But they have to do more than that. They cannot just focus on rotation because rotation will only get you some way. But if there's a team who's taking a duel, you need to be ready to take that duel as well. Yesterday, we were talking about the ridges, and there were many times that they were going on the lower part of a map. Like they're trying to there is a mountain and they're going to the lower part. So you are open. Like people can spot you. They have to realize that no, we have to make sure that if you're playing edge to edge, take an edge where you are not seen and make sure that all the area around you has been scouted about.
Yeah, for now, I think this has been a reason for a lot of teams who have also suffered losses on day one. Teams who have not found a lot of points. We've been speaking about them, yes, but other teams also, they're sitting at around 2 points, 3 points. That tells us that, hey, there is a lot of gap between your position and the team at number 1, and qualification right now only is for top 8. Thankful that you're not going to be eliminated. It's kind of a safety net that you'll still be able to make a move into the LCQ, but I don't think you should be kind of thinking about LCQ at all because you've always seen the LCQ gets tougher. It's still early. I think we come to these conclusions on day 2 itself because we end up seeing that difference from the top leaderboards towards the bottom, and we end up thinking, hey, these teams are good, but I don't know what's happening to them, and that kind of puts us in a feeling that can this team do? And that's the same feeling that the viewers who you guys are watching, you will feel, because I think Revenant X Spark, there's a lot of expectation when we even spoke about Punk joining the fray, and we would thought that they would find a lot more in terms of action, but so far all that they were able to grab is a total of 12 or 13 points that I can see, and that tells me that, hey, there's something that's not working, right? And I think they have to figure out what is the best way to move forward. And as we've spoken it, right, this is the great transfer window time, and you don't know what's the best for your team. They're experimenting still. Month end is there. You can still find a way, but making these changes will hamper because 2026 is around the corner and you cannot have your roster still being figured out of what is the best. And I think this is the best time to figure out if it works in CEGC and you qualify to the LAN. This is the roster to continue for 2026, and that could be a champion lineup.
I mean, exactly. The whole point is at the end of the day, as a player, you want to play in front of the audience. You want to play in a LAN stage. You want to be there represents the team that the organization that you're working for. If that
Correct.
is not your goal, then it makes you wonder, okay, what are your motivations? Because that has to be very different. But even
Mm-hmm.
2026, as we're leading up to 2026, you're only just like 2 months away.
Yep.
2 months away, and then it begins. The entire roadmap is also out as well. We know what
Mm-hmm.
tournaments happening, when and where. So only a matter of time, and there are opportunities building up for everybody. So this tournament feels like it has to be the foundation for a lot of teams to realize what is happening. Certain teams are there who are making the most of it, like how Orangutan is making sure that hey, we can focus on duels. What are other teams doing? Godlike again, trying to just find the rotation. Soul,
Mm-hmm.
they're trying to find the four-man which they can rotate all the time. If they have to
Yeah.
make somebody sit, I think so. We are going to see a situation, if done right, this could be something which we have seen in the past in other sports, where you have players coming in for certain maps and going out for
Mm-hmm.
certain maps. That is something which we have seen in the past in other games. Will it happen in BGMI, and will Seoul be able to implement it to the 100%? And that's
Yeah.
one thing which I want to know, because each player in their team has those traits which make them special, but at the same time give them a little bit of an edge on every game.
Yeah. When we are looking at the end of this 2025, right, and even in at these rosters currently who are playing in CEGC 2025, every roster is studded. There is no roster I would feel like, hey, this player is new or this player has yet to a lot to prove. A lot of it. When you go back, I think even around mid 2025, when Team Aryan was playing, and we were wondering what would they do, and voila, they qualified into an international stage, ended up representing India on such a big stage, and they did just to it. It was not just to show for them. They played their best. They understood how it is, and now they're back here trying for another opportunity. And looking at that, it's influenced a lot of other players, even bigger names, to get to that stage. Hey, they've done it, why can't we do it? And that has even given pushes to bigger team names, yes, and on top of it, the teams who are looking forward to redeeming themselves, even individual players who had maybe a setback before, but they're looking forward to a rising situation now. And this 2025 end is at a big spot where I really like if this goes into a position where every team is at the peak in terms of their performance, and you don't know who's going to win it. Day one seemed like that. All teams were rising up to the occasion. We spoke about it. GODLIKE should have had their chicken dinner at the very start of it. The military base was theirs, the circle was theirs, but it didn't. But that didn't affect them towards the end. They were still able to grab two chicken dinners at the end of the day. Blitz on the other end, I think individually performing really well. This is, I think, with every team, right? Individual performance, the fraggers, the frontline assaulters are amazing. It's just how you make this team churn to find your results. Along with them, WELT, we spoke about that. There might be a little bit of hiccups here and there, but Maxios of how we played, team together of how they're playing, they were able to wipe out True Rippers in an instant on Miramar. All of these instances tell you that every fragger individually, Draco, for me at least, they're at their best performance peak. It's all about how the team plays with them.
I mean, that's true. We have, I mean, during BMIC, we saw like Indian players, international players, the fragging power of teams outside India and in India is getting close by. It is all
Yes.
about how you gel as a team, how you play your role. Because I think it was stated quite well by OAS in one of his streams that
Mm-hmm.
all the countries, if you notice, every team has their own players who have certain roles. For them, one
Correct.
role, the finishes do not matter. What matters is I can give cover to my team. Another person's role is support to the team. Now, it depends on how teams want to play. When they want to go
Mm-hmm.
all fraggers and just focus on finishes, which is fair. There's no
Yeah.
wrong way of playing this game at the end of the day. There's no wrong way. And to be honest, the more finishes you get, the more thrilling it gets for your fans. Like,
Mm-hmm.
people are more excited to watch you because they're like, okay, this team is there. Like, for example, if you have to talk about K9, they are known
Mm-hmm.
for this. Like when you see K9, you're like, okay, there's something going to happen. Omega and his team, Slug, Ninja Boy, they are just going to butt up, rise up, and just leave like a road of carnage, like literally a road of carnage in front of you. But on the other hand, there are teams who are very meticulous. One team who we know is God's Reign. They are very slow, they're very edge to edge. In the old zone, they were very edge to edge. In the new zone, they're much more different. They try to go as much as they can. But right now, without Destro, they are literally actually proving that, you know what, we're just going to focus on aims. Gun duels is what we're good at, and let's just do that. And we have seen that. Justin is an MVP of an official. We know, for a matter of fact, Delta as well is an MVP player. Who else?
Mm-hmm.
Neo. Neo has been more of a clutch player, if I'm being honest. He's more of a player, but he gets the frags as well. It's
Mm-hmm.
not like he's not helping the team out. And finally, Aquanox, the new addition, I mean, what more can I say about this player? During the first LAN, like in Mumbai, if you remember, back in 2023, he was a
Yeah.
player to watch out for. That celebration that he made, it was known.
Mm-hmm.
Like the clutch was immaculate. And since then, he's gone on to win an official trophy as well. People forget that, like a player like Aquanox winning BGI's 2025. That was only a few months back.
Yeah. It does kind of, I think, with so much in action, right? As I said yesterday as well, it's at a good spot for BGMI to be at. Yes, players have been winning. They have had their star moments, but it has also paved way for the other players and teams to get their championships, to get their spotlight moment. And it has enabled every other team in the Indian circuit to figure out, hey, in India, there's not just one team who's ruling the entire land. Everybody has an opportunity in every new tournament. So right now, that's what I'm looking at. We have 24 teams. I'm still not able to figure out who the best one is. Currently, maybe Blitz have performed really well. They came from the qualifiers. They're showing their prowess of the qualification, carrying forward to the semi-finals. However, there were a lot of doubts when we started with God's Reign, but they ended in a high note. WELT is there, another qualifying team. Another invited team, and people wondering what they'll be doing. And hey, they've also done just to their position. Their invite, FS on the other end, with the roster that they have, the Muslim Roman in their name. We also thought, hey, it's been a mix, right? Their journey from when they were at NONX and now with FS, they had a really good splurge of events that they were able to play with and put their spotlight in their fame and recognition, which worked out for them. But after that, the move around, it always happens to every player. You move from one team to another, whether it be under a different banner or the same. It kind of puts you in a position that, hey, these are a new set of people. I have to adapt to them. And again, for people who are watching this, you're wondering, the players are same. How much of an adaptation is it? But it also comes down to the management, your supportive staff, maybe your coach is there or analyst there. But it's time finally, with all the discussions that we have done, to start off day 2. It is ERANGEL, and again, it is starting closer to military base. This time it's piercing through military base. So it's going to be an easier start coming in for God's Reign. Not much to be worried about. True Rippers as well, they have an opportunity as we start things in their favor, but it is going to cut through Pochinki, Gatka Hospital, and ending right at South Georgia.
I mean, yeah, this is a very interesting flight path, because for a matter of fact, the teams that want to go a bit more to Severny, Paul Maya, they mansion per se, one thing we forget is even school. A team could go to school, and we could see in the previous game we saw multiple teams going towards school. Now it matters now with day 2 on everybody. But one thing which is very interesting right here is 8-bit is again going to military base. What is happening over here? And hold up, where is God's Reign? I don't see them. Okay, what has happened over here? 1 second. This is very,
okay,
very,
Group
very,
B
very,
is not
very...
playing. A quick correction here,
bad,
Draco. Yeah. It's Group A and C. That's why God's Reign is not here.
My bad. But no, I was thinking, because we're so used to seeing military base, and I'm like, okay, yeah, God's Reign. I'm like, my bad. But 8-bit, this is something which we saw against God's Reign, that they came, they were on the bridge, but they took a U-turn, if you remember, the 3-point drift that they did. On the other hand, True Rippers staying put to where they are. So was Orangutan. Let us see now where Meta Ninja goes as well.
All teams busy in getting their loot vehicles ready and then making their way back. We can see all the 64 players. So this time, we don't have a 3-man squad at all from any of the teams. Cincinnati Kids again close to WELT. Happened yesterday in game 1, which looked like maybe CK had an upper hand, but on Miramar they were able to change things. But still, just like yesterday, most of the circles, except for one ERANGEL where the circle did go up north, this time it's different. It is going to be again back towards the military base, a little bit eastern in terms of the circle. True Rippers at their Nova drop. Nobody to trouble them. Maybe 8-bit in case they think they want an early on clash, which did happen yesterday, but I'm not too sure that's going to happen today at all. Because True Rippers, they get their vehicles, they get back, rejoin, loot, and then figure out the next way forward, especially that they're inside the circle. Not much yet to be worried about. However, Meta Ninja, I want to see them back in action. Today, it seems like Dragon's not playing. It's going to be Ronnie, Termi, Some, and Shadow here. I'm sorry. Always these roster shuffles, right? I was like so used to that. I'm reading these names. I'm like, oh wait, it's not the other Meta Ninja that was there previously. He's in Team Tamilas. And Team Tamilas for now are not going to be playing. We're going to be seeing them in the next game on Miramar. For now, they're going to be sitting out. So today, Day 2, Meta Ninja have a big opportunity. Shadow, Some, Termi, and Ronnie. Yesterday, very close to a chicken dinner. They were stuck in a tough spot, because of which they did lose out on an opportunity. But today could be different.
It could be different. And No need to worry about it, Lucifer. We all are getting used to that roster shuffles. We all are making sure that, okay, which players in which team and trying to figure out, okay, what is happening. But right now, we are still in stage 1. But you can see the zone has been quite central. Interestingly, I saw that Godlike, they decided to fall on apartments. And now they're going back. I believe they might be going north rather than going south. Because, again, it's the old meta. You loot in the first zone. There's no hard shift in the first zone. Following the first zone, then you'll see the hard shift. But now, if you take a look over here, another team of Vasista Esports. My oh my. Simp, we have to talk about Simp because Simp is one player who has gotten me off guard. Like I have seen, like we have seen him in the height of the high, being like the guy who everybody was like, okay, he's the next man. And mind you, he's very young. He's a raw talent still. I would feel like he's a very raw talent. But still, the maturity that he has, he knows when to show up for his team, when to be the support, when to take the fragger. And in this team, he has been the entry fragger. The opportunity that he wanted, he's getting it now. And guess what? He's proving everybody wrong as well. He's like, you know what? If you all doubted that this was not my role, this is my role. I have that in me.
Let's see if that works out. A lot of answers to be given to especially the fans itself, right? I think that's where a lot of expectation comes down. And I think one name, when we always talk about Godlike, it's always anywhere around in and around the country, you will always hear their chants a tad bit louder than anybody. And that tells you that there's a lot of expectations. It is that a long drought that's been seen from there, and they've always been closer, but it's not been working. But let's see. Hopefully this is going to be a little different. Why not? We spoke about them earlier. A little different. Hopefully today it is for Babybot, Boomy Gaming, and Iris.
I mean,
Not
now
yet.
the thing is, I would like to. So sorry for cutting you off, but like,
No worries,
I want to see this team do well. I want this team to do well. We want to see why not Esports actually prove that hey, because in their tournament they ended with 4 chicken dinners to their name, and maybe it was due to the rotations, but it was not even that. They were playing really well. The fundamentals are on point, and right now they're doing just that, looting and making sure that hey, we are in the zone. Let's just take a compound. Let's just hold up. Let's just wait, and let's see what happens. But on the other hand, they are near the waters. I'm very curious to see which team even gets the hovercraft, or if they're aiming for a hovercraft. Because if we know one team that is known for the hovercraft, that is none other than True Rippers.
Let's see if True Rippers make a big mark today. Yesterday was not at all their day. They've not at all looking good on the overall standings as well. K9, similar situation for them. Amit is still in the squad today, but it's a 4-man roster with Omega, Slug and Ninja Boy. So today should be a better day for K9. A lot more points is what their fans are also going to be expecting. And maybe that works out. And a lot more points for even MADKINGs. We did see a couple here and there, but not much in terms of a whole team finding value. But I think Shadow, after what we witnessed of how he's done things in BMIC, there's a lot going around in that same thought process, and that's something that he's capable of doing along with this new squad, and I really like that going around. However, it seems like today it is not going to be Clutch Squad in this playing 4. It's going to be Fragger joining them. So a lot of hopes on MADKINGs as well as they start raking up points, and that's the position right now. When you look at the top 8, we already have our top 8 teams who look most probable in qualifying, at least the top 5 who are closer to those 50 points. Who are the other 3 teams or 4 teams who could dethrone the others in the top 8? Will you put Meta Ninja over there? Would you put CK over there? Would you put, I don't know, K9? You'll put True Rippers. Who's going to make it? Who's going to not make it? Who's going to go to LCQ? And again, I think this old zone meta enables you to bring those discussions in play, because it is a slow and steady start for every team. Unlike yesterday, where they thought it's all new zone meta and they were ready with firepower and just gunning anybody down during rotations as well.
Yeah, I mean, but here we can see right now Godlike and MADKINGs coming face to face. S-Power, I believe, has spotted immediately that, hey, there are some guys here. Will we be seeing the first fight of this day, of day 2 of the Chennai Esports Global Championship? But now, right now, bro, you know what, they decided, you know what, we can go back. We don't need to. We have got a loot. We'll just retreat. This is not a fight that we want to take, that we need to take per se. But guess what? There's another team just lurking in the south, and that is none other than the team of Team Versatile of Somraj. Somraj, honestly, him and Ninja Jod, like we know about one thing about Somraj is he takes these players who are doubted by people, like, hey, you're past your era. But he showed that no, these people are not done. And guess what? Lobster gets the first knock of the day, continuing from his performance from yesterday. And guess what?
Yeah.
It's on FS Roman. Now, will he be able to capitalize and get the finish as well? Very interesting because right now, Arib is scouting, realizing, and guess what? Levi takes down Lobster. This is not looking good for Autobots because even the zone is coming to play right now. Silopi trying to get this flank angle. Does Arib even realize that he might be in the open? Because guess what? The
There was
flank
also a
was
flank
if I was
set.
to say, but guess what? We were talking about this, and that is what happens. Sahil gets Arib, and now this is not working in the favor of Autobots. They started initially with the knock, but they have not been able to capitalize from the situation.
It looks like Autobots, their start, just like how Lobster did deal it with, is not going to end that way. Sahil already with that flank positions being revealed, climbing the Everest, not to be their advantage, especially with numbers and players lost. Oh, it seems like Sahil took a hit over there, and Pro, he's the one doing the deed. On the other end, there is Orangutan and MADKING, and seems like Orangutan have had an opportunity to wipe MADKING's out, and they are the first team to be eliminated. While Autobots, they are at that slow and steady brink of elimination. Because FS look a lot more better with Sahil going down. There is an opportunity. A lot of fights yesterday, Draco, were getting closer to 1v1s, even though it was a 1v3 situation, 1v2 situations. But eventually, the team who had an upper hand in numbers down in that 1v1 also was the team who got the chicken dinner. But is it going to change fate today? Pro has a big opportunity. Ralphie, not much. But if they understand Ralphie's position, they can pounce upon him and leave Pro all alone. But it seems like FS, they're going to attack first on Pro, making sure Ralphie has no vision. They rise up towards him, and with Pro, he decides to just back off. How long and how far can Autobots pull this fight? They were the first to deal the knock, but they have 0 finishes compared to FS, who have 2 right now.
I mean, yeah, that is something which you have to have a look because right now Autobots are immediately 2-man down, and that puts them in a disadvantage for every duel that they're going to take. FS, realizing that, you know what, we just prioritize the zone this time. They know that there are 2 left. We don't want to go and wipe out. But obviously, they have the opportunity because they're like, you know what? Are they hearing us? Because I just talked about it. But getting back to Orangutan, one team who literally is all about early duels. And guess what? Pro gets knocked as well by Gods. On the other hand, getting back to Orangutan, it felt like MADKINGs tried to go away from Godlike, but they fell onto the feet of Orangutan. Orangutan, like, thank you very much. These are duels that we feel comfortable in. Thank you. We have looted. We'll finish it off. And guess what? The same thing FS is trying to do right now with Autobots. Get the finishes, secure the 4 finish points, and try to make this early advantage for themselves. Try to take this lead and build up those momentum. Because everybody knows that when you have Autobots all alone, Lobster can create something, and Galaxy has been spotted now. Really got a shot, and no, he doesn't, but rather Sahil finishes off in style. And guess what? Autobots have been wiped out as well.
A lot expended over there from FS to convert it, and it's a wise decision. They knew outside the play zone, they keep taking damage very early, it is fine. But if they let go Autobots, it could become a blunder later down the line. We've seen, right, Dragon on Team Tamilas till the very end, he tried his best, played, and he was kind of a cause of concern for Victor Summers yesterday on ERANGEL. So wise decision from FS to clean that fight off, even though they were the first to get knocked. But it's time for them to get into another loot spot where they have to get themselves back the resources that they expended in that fight. Because when Sahil OP finished that fight off, he did not have a first hit. He was just left with adrenaline. He had a couple of maybe bandages left with, a couple of boosters, and that's all. So they have to make a quick run, loot, and then get back to a safer spot. Because Vasista Esports now slowly they are rotating from the north, from shooting range, moving towards Rozhok and down school. But while this is happening, a big cluster is just formed at Milta and around regions, with Bridge being one of the major clusters where a team is going to gatekeep another from crossing over.
I mean, yeah, one thing which I was looking at the zone, and the interesting part is 8-bit is making a rotation from southwest. On the other hand, Vashishta is making a rotation from northeast. They're still out of the zone. They're still taking damage every second. But at the same time, Godlike and True Ripper, they are in the zone. True Rippers is the only team that's left of the area. Meanwhile, 8-bit is like, okay, you know what, we're just going out. And right now, you can see the likes of Orangutan. Versatile, and NONX just in different apartments next to each other. They're like, you know what? We're going to take our time. We're just not going to wait. We're not going to push. We have seen a lot of situations. One thing which just reminds me, I don't know why am I getting visions of this, but K9 on this course, we have seen them not holding back. So many times you have seen them be over here, and so many times you have seen them clutch it out. Multiple times. This is like I believe this would be like the area where they are very, very, really, we say, prominent because they know the ridges, they know the beach, they know like where are the angles. But now NONX, Anonymous is just making sure that he can get as much information as he can. Maybe spot the team of Team Versatile. But on the other hand, Rising Esports, this team has not had the ideal day one. Like a lot of expectations going in from this team. They are currently in the bottom half of the table. But guess what? They've got today 4 games, and then tomorrow another 4, and day after tomorrow another 4. So there's still opportunity there. All the teams, like, it doesn't mean like if you see the current lining up or like the current overall standings, it is not cemented. It's not been cemented. There will be influx. There will be changes. A lot of the games are still left to be played.
And hey, as we said, 4 games per team or per group on a given day, 6 total matches on every day that you're going to be witnessing on the live stream. And right now, all the teams have played their 4 today. They're going to be finishing off their 8, and one of it has just started. So a lot more for them to start picking up for. And I think when we talk about buffers, right, they have a lot when it comes for qualification, especially when you don't have the threat of elimination hanging right about your head. So therefore, teams, they're taking their time. I would kind of second that as well, especially with a lot of transfers, a couple of new players here and there in the team. It always takes time, and I think it's better to give that time rather than force the time upon somebody or some player and then bring that performance or deny that performance from ever coming through and then have another quick roster change happening. So a lot when it comes to these tight timelines, deadlines that you have to follow for. But for now, it's been a slow and steady. There's been a shift in the circle. It's moving a little central but moves western, leaving the major part of military base out this time. So just the bridge, forcing True Rippers to cross over. And now as they're crossing over, they're going to be greeted by Versatile. There's Orangutan, who had a really good start in terms of aggression, and there could be a fight that breaks out. But another fight breaks out with Cincinnati Kids and Victorissimus.
In Cincinnati Kids and Victorious, I believe it's
Sorry,
FS
it's
right
FS.
now. Oh my, Cincinnati Kids, yeah. But guess what? Veron takes down Roman. FS have 4 finish points to their name, but now Cincinnati Kids, they want to make another 4. They want to make sure that, hey, day 1 was not good. We need to buck up. We need to get those finish points. We've got a lot of placement points, but we need to capitalize on that. We need to make sure that we have momentum. And guess what? Talking about 2 players, 2 teams. It's Vashisha and K9. Ninja Boy taking down Hector, the IGL. We'll be seeing another face. But this is a Welt over here. They have the hovercraft. CK going close to them, not just yet finishing off. Like, they're still figuring out, should we take this duel? But no. But guess what? K9 Slug gets the finish on Hector, and this might just maybe hurt Hector a little bit because this team has been performing good. They are in 3rd place, and losing your IGL so fast is not ideal. But we were talking about 4 finishes. There are 4 teams who have got 4 finishes already: Orangutan, CK, and FS.
However, FS, they've been eliminated here on ERANGEL, so it's going to be Cincinnati Kids who have a really good start, and which was something that we expected yesterday. But again, in a similar spot where they're close to Welt, could be a fight in the brewing, a little bit of a dip in between them. On one end, the players of Welt are around the barracks and the compound for CK. But what you can grab is going to be the tickets, which are live right now for the grand finale at Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium, Chennai. It's on the Kin app. Links in description. Grab it right now if you're going to miss a chance for such a big global government-backed IP for the country that you're witnessing. This is the esports event that you would want to be at and witness a new era in Indian esports. But right now, it is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike finding an opportunity, and Jonathan, the man who was in a big splurge of finishes yesterday, starts off again. And S-Power with him. They're doing just along with Manya, and it seems like almost about to be a wipe. Cyrax, unfortunate, their team were just deciding to rotate and get to a safer spot, but Godlike say that's not gonna happen and deny that with 3 finishes. And Godlike, they're gonna be feeling happy as how they've started.
generally being honest, or like getting those finishes works in their favor. Just slowly builds up momentum. That's what you want to see. Like slow and steady building up momentum, realizing that okay, we are confident. See, at the end of the day, you have to be confident with your duels. You have to be realizing that you know what, you can try a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's all about confidence. That day when you feel like you know what, I am the man. That is the day when most of the teams and most of the players per se, they prove their point. It's like Sim during BMPS. It's like Joker as well. Squad wipeout was with FS. It was clean. FS had no casualty. They couldn't even take one player down. It feels like CK slowly and steadily, maybe hearing us, telling that, hey, your placement points, or even they must be aware of this. Placement points was good, finishes, not enough. Because to give you all a funny bit of stat right now, if you take a look at CK right now, if I'm correct, they only had 6 finishes yesterday. And they've already reached 5 in this map. 5, they're already like getting nearly there. So that's the point. But the zone has shifted and it's gone close to farm. This is another Western shift. Now True Rippers have to come out. They have to make sure that hey, we have to find a way in the zone. Meanwhile, 8-bit. Have you seen that pendulum rotation by them? They were all the way in southeast, southwest, and they've now come centrally. That is lovely. That's a lovely bit of rotation by the ideal Juicy himself.
But they're not out of threat. They had a little bit of a skirmish that did happen with Welt. Therefore, they've gone a little ahead. They wanted the southern edges of where Welt are. And that's where even Cincinnati kids are holding for, because they are a little bit center compared to the circle position of Welt. NONX, they also have a really good compound towards the southern, with Why Not stuck in between as True Rippers are moving in. Versatile on the northeastern edges of the circle. CINCINNATI Esports still slowly rotating out of in the play zone. While this is happening, Cyrax, who is running for his team's life and health and survival, will be found and eventually put down to dust, and that is going to be the end for Rising Esports here on ERANGEL. But that is not the only thing that Cincinnati kids have in their bag. They spot Ico 8-bit and another player going down, Sarang. He was knocked. Thankfully, they do have a Ridge to revive him, but that gives away their position, and now Juicy in trouble, and Orangutan, they decide to strike. While the revive's been done, the threat is not out. Sarang and Skips in deep threads that are being twined by OG. And it's one last survivor, Sarang jumping around. Aru is low. They can find a knock on it, but I don't think it is going to be an end of OG. Sarang, he has to go monstrous right now. He has to go play big, but that's not going to happen. Aru, with the bare minimum breather that he had, he still survives, finds and fights and fenced off 8-bit.
But after the chicken dinner in the last game yesterday, they couldn't make most of the momentum. 0 finishes to their name. Not the ideal way you want to start your first day, but that's all right. They had their rotations in check. We're talking about the rotations being ideal. A lot of the teams are getting used to their rotations, but guess what? You can be a part of this event. You can be a part of the Grand LAN that is happening in Chennai, in the Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium. All you have to do is go to KIN, download the app, register yourself, and buy your tickets. So what are you waiting for? Generally, what are you waiting for? You can do that right now and see some of the best teams in Indian BGMI esports taking part in this event. But right now, getting back to one of the teams that you're looking at, now that's NONX. They take down Omega. Omega previously, we saw like how Ninja Boy and Slug had got the finish on Hector, but now it's the same. And guess what? Amit goes down as well. This is not looking good for K9 Esports. This is not a good position for them. While on the other hand, Godlike is just scouting. And another knock. Zin, what are you on? And guess what? He finishes Amit as well. TR going down. This is not looking good for them against Vasishtha. They are facing off. Ninja Jor getting knocked down by Shadow. The former teammates look at each other. They know what is happening, but guess what? VXT is coming to the part of Godlike, and they are getting finished and mowed down as well. This is some opportunity for Godlike. Can they make the most of the situation, knowing that Versatile have few players knocked out? And guess what? Zin gets the finishes. And guess what? Slug has been taken out by the explosion of the vehicle. Lucifer, this is not looking good. And guess what? Pupui! She gets a knock. Can she convert that into a finish?
Not as of now. The fights right now invigorating. Teams are going all in. Godlike, this is the best opportunity that is there, gifted for them. 2 teams are a little lost in numbers. A couple knocked, a couple trying to still bandage themselves up for the next fight. While all of that is happening, CK, they are in the best view in the compound they are in, but they're out of the circle. The circle shifted has pushed them away. They have to be smart about the fight. Atanki, he's been knocked down. That is an opening here, but that's not coming in from CK. It is from Welt. We spoke about them already. the southern end of the circle that they were in. It seems like it is also still homing them and giving them that opportunity. Vasista, they were also a little troubled by Versatile, but it seems like they've somehow cut threads and moved towards CK. CK are at the edge of the circle, the north part of it. And CK's position for a long time has been uncontested. They've been the ones dealing blows and finding finishes in their name. And now two of the players from Vasista are moving in aggressively because they know that they need a compound. They need the cover. Their numbers are not that great. And if they are able to fight off a team, get finishes in their name, their survival becomes a lot better. But on the other end, Ash has already called the strat for the next move for Cincinnati kids, and as you can see, his teammates are also making the same thing. He's gone in the circle, his teammates slowly following the same trend behind. As Vasista, they'll only see vehicles passing and nothing else that they can fight for.
I mean, genuinely being honest, I was just in the zone. Welt is in a very good situation. If we get into the duels over here, Welt are very completely. And guess what? It's already begun. As much about Welt, and they're gonna knock on flop. AKOP taking down Ninja John. Kyo taking down Somraj. And guess what? He's been finished as well. Welt going down as well. Rather looking good. Dude, Jonathan now slamming in an opportunity. Gets the knock. This is something. This is incredible. TR and Godlike, we know the story, but guess what? Hydro and Hush. What are you doing out there? And guess what? Jonathan and Godlike have been wiped out. No way. That was a slam that was backfired. And the one, the only Harsh, the boy from Nagpur, has proven why he is going to India. He is going from India to represent us at the GC.
The fight's not yet done, Draco. Kyo is still the last man surviving. Meta Ninja, they're troubling them. They've also had a knock. That's on Ronnie. Kyo Lamau is trying his best to see if there's an opportunity to strike back. It could be his game as well as what Hirsch pulled off. But the confirmations are coming through one after another on the players of True Rippers. And that is finishes in the name for Meta Ninja. They've grabbed a total of 4, but Kyo is still surviving very close. If he finds a knock, there's an opportunity to move in. But he is not out of threat. As soon as he tries to move in or get up, CK can see them, Vasista can see them, maybe even NONX could have vision. And that is the reason Meta Ninja have put a couple of smoke right next to them, making sure at least their left opening is going to be dazed and blinded. There's not much to fight for. However, Welt, they have to fight. They have a good position. They want these chicken dinner, but there's not going to be an easy win for them. But trying to make it easier is Kyo Lamau, trying to find the knocks. He's done the damage. He's trying to blow more open. Another nade, a confirmation nade. So it's down to Some now. If he can peek, and Kyo, I think, has the right idea. Dropping a couple more smokes, Kyo. That is very much necessary, and now he's run out of it all. It's down to the aim duel.
Down to the aim duel, and well, Kyo, my bad, has been one of the players who everybody knows about. And now guess what? He is in the open and he has been finished. True Rippers coming back from the dead. It was first Hush and then it's Kyo. They're not holding back. 7 finishes to their name. But guess what? A nade by Viper. Well, you were in a good opportunity. But now the backfight completely. A beautiful play right there by Proton, proving that he is not allowing his team to get down just yet. They're going to be the most of the situation. He's trying by night. No, we're going to favor. But guess what? Proton! My oh my! I am in awe. What am I watching right now? This is not slowing down. This is not slowing down. Wow.
Night.
Wow. The nades galore, Lucifer, the nades galore.
Proton, it's up to him. He has to step up right now. He did find value and he does. He continues. He's the last one. It's down to a 1v1 situation. And right now, no other team is close by. So he has to aggress with the fight. But he decides to go for a revive. Tanks a lot of damage and Proton barely breathing. And now there is the Devils of CK moving slowly closer to him. And Proton has to do something big. He gets into the hovercraft. He decides to patch himself up before going into the fight. And there is CK who pick up the flag on the knock player on Welt, and Proton is slowly moving. He has to be a little faster. If he doesn't, it's going to be opportunity for Knight, and Knight does it. Proton's down. Welt, their dreams of getting a chicken dinner will be swept off, and NONX sitting at a big 11 finishes. And you have to give the major credit to Knight and his nades, so precise and finding value. But it is not his team who look likely to get a chicken dinner. Down to the last 4. CK is the only team with numbers, 3 in total, and every other team have individually 1 player each, and that is the other 3 teams.
My oh my, CK, we were talking about them. It was all about the placement and now the finish. And guess what? TR realizing, you know what? We need to go for the placement points. He has spotted. Can KO spot anybody? Guess what? Aimbot goes down. Veron getting another finish for CK. They've got 12 in their name. Make that 13. Oh Lord, it's all left to Veron. KO. Can KO create something? Can he create some magic in this 1v3 situation? His position might be aware. He's trying to go for a spray, but it's not enough. And CK, Cincinnati kids, getting the winner chicken dinner. This game has been one of a redemption arc for these people. We were just talking about them in the start that, hey, you are the team with more placement points than finish points. And guess what? Now, they got the same amount of finish points as they had the placement points from yesterday. This game, they've got double. I want to know for a matter how many finishes do they have for themselves? Because this was an incredible game. An incredible game till the very end. They made sure that, hey, we're going to slow down. We're going to get our frags. They first get FS. They go for K9. And now at the very end, they're like, you know what? You all can fight it off. Nox's Welt. We are not interfering. But when the opportunity came, they struck and they got all the finishes in their name, stealing it all, making sure every single finish point was theirs.
See, I think CK played really well, and this is what I was kind of building up to. I felt that there was something that they would make a move for today, and I think from the very first fight itself, they proved it, of how well they converted it against MADKING, and they put them down, and after that, they looked a lot more stronger. If they wanted, they could have taken a fight with WELT, but they understood their position in the circle, and they played to that advantage rather than aggressing or moving towards another position very early in the game or later towards when the circle was shifting. If they did that, it could have been a problem for them, because once they started the fight with WELT, it could have been open season for all teams, because the compound that Vasista pushed while CK were there, it would have been a situation where the other teams would also have managed to push and see CK fighting with WELT, and open season, as we said, they would have found their finishes. But I think even GODLIKE had the opportunity when they had two teams right in front of them who were getting knocked one and back. I think that was versatile, and in between was maybe, I think, why not? They had a little bit of a doubt in their mind while they were trying to go towards that finishes. They decided to hold back, look forward to more information, but once that play zone started closing in, they had to make the decision to splurge in, jump in into the fight, and I think that kind of swept them away in that flow. Otherwise, they were looking really good. They were able to find their finishes as well, but on the other end, I think WELT, they had to play a little more calmer. I don't know what happened between their fight with NONX. They all went rampant. They thought they had the upper hand, and yes, rightfully they did seem like they had the upper hand because they were getting the knocks. But this is what we've been seeing, right? Individually, every player that we've seen so far in CEGC 25 are amazing assaulters, and Knight did that. He decided that irrespective that you decided to stop my teammates, I'm going to decide to stomp you. And NONX alone, Knight alone, he was the Knight who stood up tall for his kingdom, and he put down the opponent of WELT, and that gave opportunity for CK to move in even more easier to grab this chicken.
Yeah, the thing was from WELT, the player who literally caught us, like I was in awe, was Proton. Like he was getting the finish, like he was getting the knocks, but they just couldn't capitalize on the finishes. And I think that's what always happens. You come to a point where you get the knocks, but you don't get the finishes, and then it makes you wonder what could you do better. But right now, this is just game one. There are more 5 games to go for today, and for each team today they'll be playing 4 games each. This is just like the building up for certain teams. It was like the momentum building up for them. For the likes of CK, a bad day one, but a really good game one for them as well today.
A long way to go, but as we said, right, you shouldn't bank on a team saying, hey, they're playing bad. It's just day one as we counted, and you can see the drastic change in CK of how they're playing, because that's not what I saw from Ash, or I kind of have known Ash for. I've met him, spoken to him. He's very calm and composed. He doesn't speak a lot, but when he does it in the game, and he finds value. And right now he did so when it was his time. And the same happened to God's Reign. The same happened towards the end for GODLIKE. The same is happening where Blitz. We've been seeing Server, Chandan, all of them performing, finding frags. Every individual, even on Meta Ninja's end, when we spoke about it, they had an opportunity. But today, I feel like a lot of teams are trying to jump up to that opportunity that, hey, day one's done. I think day two is time when we have to find points in our name. If we don't, it's going to be problem as we move into day three, because by day two end, it's going to be the halfway mark, and they have to start picking up pace. And now we will take a short break and see on the other end which teams start picking up the pace.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
You love you a real one. Pull up when the shift done. Roll out, let me feel some. I just wanna feel some. Fall through, let me feel some. Weak spot for the brown eyes. And them low lights glowing on you. What you want, I'm outside. Spin the block on the downtime. Hold me down, don't fold on me. I'm him to the gravestone. Shirt say 6, I'm a ghost son. God. You let her post for the camera. I like you better than cameras. You left the city that gave you the head on your shoulder. You got an advantage point. Jump on my line when it's PM, I give it the stamina. You fell in love with potential before me, somebody that left you with damage, huh? Well, bless your heart. Hey, go and protect your heart. 10 down, I'ma hold that line. Only know how to play my part. Say so when I make that mine. Hold on, let me take my time. Take my time, take my time, take my time, take my time.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Lucifer, and with me right now it is going to be Raider. We are back here for day two's action, and in our game one, which was ERANGEL, we ended up witnessing a comeback of Cincinnati Kids, and this is what me and Draco were having a discussion on Raider, that hey, day one, whatever happened, you can just brush it off, and that's the mentality that every team needs to have, and they did so. How do you feel after watching Cincinnati Kids make a comeback? Do you think a lot more teams will make it today?
Definitely. There has to be a comeback from a lot of teams who are kind of struggling at this moment. They do not have a good amount of points, to be honest. I really want to see Devon and X-Park climbing back the ladder. But yes, Cincinnati Kids, the way they played, they have made their way, I believe, in top 8, which is a good thing for them. But they need to continue that reign of terror so that they can perform in a better way in terms of the grand finale with a momentum to be carried from the semi-finale itself. To be honest, LCQ is going to be really, very tough. We talked about this yesterday as well. So yeah, I do believe that it's going to be very interesting to watch who are the top 8 teams. And of course, GODLIKE has done a good job. Now Cincinnati Kids, teams like NONX and WELT, without even having back-to-back games, good games, consistency is still there with WELT.
That's what happens, right? This is a discussion that will always fall in place, or at times fall short as well. Consistency is something that every team wants to, because there's an average of around 6 to 7 points when we come into BGMI in general. If you're able to take that on a given day, whether you have 4 games per day or 6 games on a given day, it gives you that feeling that you're doing and you're playing in the right field. It'll not put pressure on you. But if you mess up even in one of those games and your average is not close, and if that cascades multiple times, it puts you in a daze, and then you're wondering, hey, are we lost? Are we long due of a chicken dinner, or are there chances of somebody else taking away our chances? We will talk about that, but before that, let's jump back into what happened in ERANGEL and its MVP. It is gonna be Veron from Cincinnati Kids with 7 finishes, a little far from the MVP ranking, because as we said, they did not have a great day yesterday. They had only 6 finishes when they started day 2 game 1 in their total overall standings, but now 7 finishes alone Veron has, and that tells a statement that CK started off with.
Brilliant head start from the sides of Cincinnati Kid, and Veron definitely proved his worth at this moment. But yeah, 50% finish contribution clearly tells us that the other individuals were also fragging out, and a total of 14 frags somewhere on that is what Cincinnati Kids was able to get. So a big bomber of 24 points. A huge game, to be honest, from their corner. Let's talk about the match standings. There you go. It's 24 points from Cincinnati Kids. Yeah, another name that I kind of missed in that discussion is NONX. They are also playing quite brilliantly.
Yeah, NONX Knight, I think you have to give it to him. The reason that the team survived and played like that was him. And again, on that perspective, you have to even say Kyo Lamao's name, because True Rippers getting those 6 position points was due course of what Kyo Lamao survived when there was a fight happening against Meta Ninja, who were taking down his teammates who were already knocked, and those finishes went in their name. OG, as you can see, no position points at all, but only the finishes. They put up 8. WELT on the other end, they should have had a lot more. Their position was brilliant. It was like how God's Reign started off yesterday. They should have been the ones with chicken dinner, but it was not the case. Same, WELT had the best position in the circle, but they didn't play out right. Once that NONX fight happened, it seemed like everything was breaking loose. Meta Ninja, similar performance like yesterday. It seems like they're closer to the chicken dinner, but they're unable to convert a fight. GODLIKE made, I don't know, an push which was maybe a little too late in calculation, because the earlier one could have been better, and that ended up them getting only finishes and no placements as well.
Talking about the overall standings, we can clearly see the jump Cincinnati Kids have got. 42 amazing points. Initially, I believe they had somewhere around 18 before the day started. Right now, that jump is definitely quite interesting. It seems like that they have made their cut in top 8. Apart from that, we definitely have to see what OnePlus God's Reign is going to do, because they will be having their next match pretty soon. And apart from that, what Vasista is going to bring to the table, how Blitz is going to perform after a banger of a day on day number 1. Like in the close qualifier, Blitz was amazing. In the semi-finale, again, their start was pretty amazing. Definitely have to see how far they're going to go. But there are certain other teams that I really want to talk about. I really want to talk about their comeback into the picture. It's definitely going to be teams like IQ Seoul, teams like Victor Summers. They are kind of on a struggling end. And specifically talking about IQ Seoul, look at them. 20 points, all with the frags. Placement points, nowhere to be seen. I think that's exactly where they have to work. Nakul has to get the zone placements today for the team.
And I think one chicken dinner is going to do enough, because we've seen individually that fragging itself 20 in whole tells us that individual the players are fragging out amazing, and that's how every team and player is right now in position. However, it might not be in calculation saying the same thing, but down the line it would change is what I feel. But with this final bottom 8 that we have seen, and along with that again, why not just picking up 1 point, and that is due to position. This time they took up a fight, they were able to find a knock, but that is the thing, right? When you come into the lobby like this, it's also about them learning a lot at this point, and I think they have to figure out when to take the fight and which is not a right fight. The decision is very crucial for everybody. But while we have completed ERANGEL, it's time for Group B to come back into action, and now they're going to be stepping into Miramar for their first game.
Then we have to see if Cincinnati Kids is going to maintain their tempo and kind of perform in this second match or not. Will Godlike be back with some banger of a performance, or is it going to be some other team from Group B? Maybe IQ Seoul, maybe OnePlus Godstrain. They want to increase their numbers from 69 to maybe even more, maybe 78, maybe 80 plus. You never know how Godstrain is going to perform today. IQ Team Tamilas, I think you guys talked about them, that they are kind of struggling and they really want to gain some good points. I do believe today is the day where that comeback can happen.
Hopefully, fingers crossed for them. I think Dragon, whenever you say Team Tamilas, I think right now it's only been Dragon at all points, because his performance has been resonating that name. And I think Team Tamilas itself, not a great 2025 year. Let's hope it's going to be different, because right now even Blitz is coming back with Group B in action. So Blitz, they would want that table topper position in their name. Wildfangs have not at all had great points. They're in the bottom 8. They need to start picking up. God's Reign, you already spoke about. They're going to be coming back with the Group B matches. Revenant X Spark is a team that everybody is having high hopes as we are jumping into Miramar. Yesterday when things went to Miramar, it did not look great. Team Tamilas have a record when I think this was early 2025 and 24 that Miramar is their map. Nobody can take it away from them. They will always come out on top. Maybe not a chicken dinner, but the points are going to work for them. But for now, maybe it does, as we've started from Torre Ahmuda and it ends just next to Porte Paraiso. So it's going to cut down to Los Leones, La Bendita, Minas Generales, Truck Stop, Cruz del Val. And it is again seeming like there could be a cluster towards the north of the map here, Raider.
And look at Godlike. They have decided to jump towards the La Cobria, Torre Amada region. It's a big split drop coming in from their corner. Water treatment, La Cob, Torre Amada, these are 3-4 locations. But even IQ Seoul has got that kind of drop. Usually, whenever we talk about IQ Seoul, they tend to jump to La Cob. But then again, there's a big change. The IGL is now Nakul. Definitely different tactics are coming through. But there's a big cluster forming up towards Hacienda, San Martin and Power Grid region. Definitely have to see what happens over there. But this eastern flight path kind of neglects the fact that we have Victor Summers, who usually tend to play quite a bit in El Pozo. There are certain teams who love to play in Chumashara region as well. Montano, again, a good drop, but teams won't be able to reach it that easily. If they really want to reach out, they have to get some good gliding, some good vehicle rotations has to be there. And then, of course, where the play zone is going to form is also going to be a very important question. But I'm so surprised with WELT's approach. They've gone for Campo Militar, a very isolated location. Usually we don't get to see any team particularly jumping over there. But then again, when situation demands, when such flight path comes into the picture, you tend to see certain big decisions coming in. But there you go. Some knockouts and Blitz has started already.
Bound to happen, right? Somebody else has taken their spot. They would want it back and they're fighting with Wildfangs. This happened yesterday. No, it was with, I think, FS with Wildfangs that happened yesterday. Godlike on our screens right now. I thought it was an opponent, but it was a slam from his teammate, I guess. That's the reason the vehicle took a turn. Not much to be worried about, but coming back into this Los Leones fight that we already saw on the screen server, he's already found the first finish. And one blade, Wildfangs, it seems like they're not having a great time. Sensei, his stint with Revenant X Spark, everybody had a lot of hopes, but it didn't work out towards the end. He's back with Wildfangs now, and there's a lot of expectations. The Spray Goat, unfortunately, is out for now in this game. And along with him, another player, I think it was from NONX, which we saw on the feed that either they found the finish or somebody else.
They
but
found
two
the finish
players
of
right
Freeze
now
God.
in this game. Okay, there you go. So that's going to be two players out as of now. One on Revenant X Spark and another on Wild Fangs.
Big damages. He's got one of the most lethal lad from the team. But there you go. Look at this. Why not Esports? They're trying their best to find some openings. Babybot goes down. And again, another story where team Why Not Esports has not been able to find an opening. But you can find a lot of tickets for the LAN event, which will be happening from November 7th to November 16th. Tickets are available on KIN. Just go ahead and download and eventually buy tickets. It's going to be a fun journey of, I think, 3 days of BGMI action, and from 7th to 16th, another amazing 9-day action of CS.
For everybody who's looking forward to it, it is CS2 this weekend. Again in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium, Chennai. But now, like how AUTOBOTZ Lobster performed yesterday, the MVP that I did mention, I keep an eye out for, he is amazing, but it feels like it's not the best in terms of performance. I don't know what happened in the previous game as well. Unnecessary, unpositioned fight that they took up with FS. FS were able to steadfast themselves and they regained consciousness and they were back into the fight. And right now, Ari, he got a couple of bullets pelted and he decides to just back off. And that gives him opportunity to figure out the next move, as his teammates, they have a safe and sound compound for now.
See, the only big game AUTOBOTZ had, and Lobster was amazing in it, was Miramar, and I think that was match number 2 of the number 1 semi-finale. That's all. Other than that, they were just scavenging for whatever points they can get. Domination is yet to be delivered from the sides of AUTOBOTZ, and I'm looking forward to see if they are going to retaliate up against Why Not Esports, as they have already got one individual of that particular team. But look at the play zone right now. A very central eastern shift. Areas like Impala, Puerto, and for some extent, I would say Elazar and Truckstop are also very good choices for all the teams who are looking forward to get a good rotation. Ico Team Tamilas is already on it. Beard Baba back on the last vehicle of Ico Team Tamilas. He's rotating quickly towards his rest remaining teammates. But apart from that, even ERANGEL GODLIKE has to get a good start over here. Yes, they were able to get 5 to 6 points in the previous matchup, but a continuity has to be made.
Continuing a discussion of the LAN, the tickets are live once again. Don't miss the Chennai Esports Global Championship happening in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium, Chennai. It is going to be happening from the 7th to the 16th. This weekend, as I said, is going to be CS2. The tickets are going to be available on the KIN app. Links in description as well as our bio on Skyesports Gaming Instagram channel. Don't forget to get that for now, because in the next weekend, I'm pretty sure a lot of you viewers would want to see this international global IP backed by the government in a LAN. As I said, it's a new era for Indian esports, and that's something that you would want to be proud and calling yourself that you were a spectator, a player, or somebody as an enthusiast a part of. But coming back into the game, it is going to be Marco's Esports. Yesterday was a decent day, but today it's not yet started off for them. This is going to be the game where they would want to pick up pace. This is the first game for the day, and yesterday they were in the mid-16, but today it seems like how teams are picking up pace, they might be pushed towards the bottom 8, that is the 24, bottom 24.
I completely agree with you. If they don't get the head start, definitely they're going to get pushed towards the last page. And at this point, every single team is eyeing for the top 8. But plus, Godsrain is right there. They are again playing a passive game. Look at them holding their breaths and just maintaining that tempo that they're going to play a little late and aim for a winner chicken, yet another winner chicken, should I say, because they're the only one who has got 2. On the other corner for Revenant X Spark, situations are not looking at all good because Trace God is already down. One of the earliest elimination that we got to see in the lobby, and I think that was in Los Angeles, where we got to see that fight between NONX and Revenant X Spark mid rotations. So that's a big loss for them. Ico Soul, they're also not at all in a good spot when it comes to the leaderboard. Currently sitting at 20th, currently sitting at somewhere around 10 to 15 positions. So they definitely have to buckle up. But is it cooking? Victor Summers versus Ico Team Tamilas, Poco Dragon. We always talk about this combination, this lethal concoction of individuals. Absolutely amazing. But then again, in the past 5 matches that we have seen of Ico Team Tamilas, it's always Dragon who is getting the first picks, who's getting the damage for the team up against their opponents. Poco really has to pair up well in order to get a better outcome.
I think especially that this is happening in Chennai, it has to be Team Tamilas qualifying into
Oh,
it.
yeah.
I didn't think every other tournament that has happened so far, Team Tamilas have always been, when there's been a tournament happening in Chennai, when it's a LAN. And I think recently, even in the CM Trophy in BGMI, it was Team Tamilas to win it out, while the others of the Tamil team, Tamil Nadu representatives were coming up in the second and the third spot. So you have to make sure you have to be there. This is not an opportunity or even an option to miss out on a LAN at such a scale that's happening. So there might be pressure on one end that their fans are expecting a lot from them, and another pressure on their own self that it's happening at their state, their city, and they're not there. And I think that could become a little bit of a disappointment, but that also, as we've been discussing, right, this is the great transfer window that is currently going on. So teams are still at a spot figuring out, is this the best playing 4 or playing 5 that they have in their roster, and it'll take time. But what doesn't take time is booking tickets, guys. It's available on the Kin app. Tickets are live right now. I don't want you guys to miss it, and that's the reason I think already I've been saying it from the very start, and I'm going to remind it to all of you once again. All our near and dear ones that are watching the stream right as of now, and even your near and dear ones who might not be watching the stream but love BGMI, get them to Chennai Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium. But coming back into action, FS Esports yesterday, a great start today as well. They've been great in first game, but as we've said, it is the end game fights that they play that they're not really good on, when there is multiple teams striking at them. But if they go for a head-on team v team fight, they are always coming on top of it. So let's hope towards the end of Miramar they pick up pace with something else and look forward to a chicken dinner.
Yeah, when you talk about FS Esports not being that well in terms of the last play zone fights or finishing up a particular map, I have some more names with regards to that. I think Meta Ninja is also kind of struggling at this point. XTREME GODLIKE, they also survived a bit in few matches yesterday. But then again, if you talk about getting that last play zone conversion, they failed in that. Today is the day where they definitely have to get all those learnings from the past 4 matches that they played and eventually implement a better game for Meta Ninja, for XTREME GODLIKE, and many other teams who are still not being able to get a winner chicken dinner. There are certain teams who have not yet started. Why not Esports? Still struggling quite a bit. Points are not coming through. One played Wild Fangs, K9 Esports. Yes, K9 was not playing with the OG roster yesterday, but then again today, I really hope that K9 is going to perform well. Meanwhile, in the finish feed, we get to see some knocks coming through, and that's Marcos. But now, the back foot. There you go. Eggy gets finished off. Joker has no clue. Okay, finally they spotted one opponent. That's Ralph. Yesterday, Ralph actually got the first picks. But right now, let's see if iQSOL is going to completely commit to this fight, or they're just going to push back the opponent. And they're just running towards the play zone. Yeah.
iQSOL over there, the vehicle tumbled, and I thought maybe there could have been an option for Ralph to get back and look forward
Miramar
to 3
stuff.
finishes. Yeah, Miramar maybe was a little sparing today, a little lenient for iQSOL. And Marcos as well, they had enough time to get away. Even though Soul can see them on a little far of distance, but it seems like they did not want to go for a chase. Again, maybe Ridges being the problem. But it seems like they are interested. The chase is seeming to happen because they are getting inside the circle if they follow the route of Marcos Esports. And if they are actually getting into a compound, it could be a good fight that they convert with finishes and even get a compound for free after the fight.
There's Victoria Summers in the minimap, I can see them. If they hear the audio cues, they can easily fan out and eventually just completely backstab iQSOL and the other particular team, Marcos. Marcos tries to back out, but there you go. Why not Esports? Pew Gaming. She starts off with a frag, with a knockout. That's an opening on Victoria Summers. That's a
very
big
early
for
one.
Victoria Summers. Exactly. But Dreams. Now there's yet another team, MADKING. Their last match was not that great, but then again, if you see, this time MADKING opens up Fragger. He shuts down Ralph. Ralph survived from the wrath of Joker and iQSOL's individuals. It seems like that OS... Oh, it was a knock from Pew, but OS's finish goes towards MADKING's. What is it?
Why not? An early fight that they took this time. We've been complimenting them on their rotations. Their fights have not been that great. This time they take up a fight, especially taking down Uwais. They had an opportunity for a finish. That also gets stolen away. Feels a little bit bad, but on the other end, it could be a bad situation for Soul as Knuckles been downed. It seems like Knuckle back in action in Miramar here. And he's already out, and that's confirmation for Victorous Summers, and Fury gets it, and Soul, they were on the chase with Marcos Esports, and seems like after Marcos made a run for it and Soul decided, let's see if there's anybody near and dear, and it seems like very dearly Victorous Summers call closer and grab their IGL out. On one end Oasis out, on the other end for Soul it is going to be Knuckle. However, I don't know, with Legit also playing their Raider, in yesterday's games and even the start of it, Legit was the one who was calling shots. But now with Legit and Knuckle, to see, I'll give a quick check on who it is.
I think it's probably going to be Knuckle. Definitely the filtering will be there from Legit's perspective as well. But yeah, again, a lot of changes in IQ Soul lately, and they're trying to adapt. That's a good thing. Changes are a necessity, and eventually with these changes, they will be a better team for the next 6 months when the player transfer window closes. But what will Victor Summers do? Oasis is out. Fury, he has got that fragging potential. Mafia good with his nades. Venom always there with the support. There are so many teams out here. IQ Soul's Thunder is pretty much close. Jonathan, he's also moving here and there, trying to find a good compound for the team. Manya, he's up ahead, deep into the circle, trying to, again, capitalize on a compound which can benefit them for the stage 3 as well. But it's just not going to be an easy way to go around. Because 16 teams, that means all the teams that came into this particular match are still surviving. Yes, of course, few teams have lost their own individuals. Marcos, they are one of them. Not just Marcos, but why not? They have lost Baby Bot, I guess. And then eventually we have Wildfang, they have lost one. Revenant X Park, Victorious Summers, IQ Soul. These 6 teams are in a serious pressure at this point because they've lost their manpower. But still, they're into the game. And with 3 individuals, it won't be a miracle if they pull off a winner with a chicken dinner.
Godlike in Soul, it seems like the fights that every viewer sets their eyes on could be something that can happen, especially with the disadvantage here for Soul, and Godlike have an upper hand. But yesterday and today, at least the end was better for Godlike. However, their fight that they've been taking has not been working in their favor so far. It could be a change in pace as we go to Miramar. Also, one of the maps that I've seen that they find a lot of finishes and a lot more confident because of the open spaces they know to take a fight on. But it seems like Soul, they understand that a team getting closer to them is going to be trouble in their name, and they decide to back off, move in the other direction. But I think they're moving towards the fate of deadly hands of opponents. The drive that they are doing is towards their elimination here on Miramar. They have gotten so closer to MADKINGs, and they were yet closer to Marcos, the fight that they'd initiated with, but it seems like them driving around in such a chaotic circle, and this is why I've been enjoying day 1 and now even day 2. The circle that we are seeing Raiders so far have always been at the extremities. We have not seen a centralized circle where it's been a complete compound fight towards the end. Rather, it has been the extremities of the land, and even in this, we're looking at the extremities of Impala and a cluster forming there.
Look at how many teams are over there. In the northern corner, we have Victorious Summers. In the northwestern corner, we have Why Not Esports. And then the entire Impala is flooded with a lot of teams. And I think Legit's rotation was absolutely amazing. The way he just pushed and cutting the entire rotation in half and just making sure that this is the exact compound where they're going to rely for the end. It's pretty amazing. They're fighting for top 8. And once we get our grand finalists, guys, we'll get to see that LAN as well in Chennai, Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium. So I would request all of you, get your tickets right now. It's available on Kin, and you can just purchase. I have got my ticket. Have you got your ticket, Sam?
Yes, I do. We will be seeing everybody very soon. But it depends on who's going to be qualifying. Of our viewers also interested. But at the end of the day, it's with love of BGMI that you should be there. But for now, the love of finishes is what is getting Cincinnati kids riled up. They closed the chicken dinner, and it seems like they're starting off NONX back in Trouble's land. They couldn't get a chicken dinner previously. The numbers affected them, and right now it seems like Cincinnati kids, they've decided to make it affect even more. But this time even earlier, 16 teams are still alive, and it could be that NONX are one of the first teams to be eliminated. But as soon as they understand the disadvantage in the terrain that they're in, it seems like they're deciding to cut their losses, maybe not go for a revive on Anonymous and then just move out. Could be the right call, because here in Miramar, one wrong decision could be the end of your team's fight and your progress. And it seems like that's what they're doing. Run away, move in another direction, but the issue is not yet solved. Another team is following suit. That is FS Esports, very close. And Cincinnati kids, they'll be happy that the team went away. For us, we have a land which we'll call our own and we'll hold it for now. They're not yet inside the circle, but the circle is right ahead in front of their mission. So for them, it's about holding it off, holding the gate lines, and then figuring their entry.
NONX stuck in the middle. From top of that ridge, we have Delta from OnePlus GODLIKE, who's just shooting down bullets at this moment, and in just front of them, we have Ico Team Tabalazin gets super duper low. Knight has gone close. If he spots Delta, that could be an opening for the sides of Team NONX. But look at this, Anonymous, and now one more. That is Zin out of Team NONX. We talked about them that they are struggling, but then again they are able to pull some good games. This time that's not the case. Knight becomes the last one standing. There's a nade, a beautiful one to be precise. Good splash damage on Poco and Rico. There's session 2K shot. Knight connects. Rico goes down and Poco goes down as well. Brilliant, brilliant, but Knight. This is the opening that we usually talk about. Knight has got 3 frags for the team. Lovely head start. And Ico Team Tamilas once again they're in shambles. They had a very good opportunity, but look at the way Knight pulled through.
Knight, yes, amazing, but this is why we were looking forward for Team Tamilas having a really great time on Miramar, but it seems like not the case. But what a game coming in from Knight, even in the previous map and now continuing here on Miramar. And I think this is where we spoke about a fight with FS and another team which happened at Everest. And FS decided we are going to finish that fight and then move ahead. You cannot leave a player hanging. He could become the Grim Reaper, and right now Knight just did that. On the other end, Godlike, they're being pressurized, and it seems AUTOBOTZ, they've gotten closer. A blast puts a knock on S-Power. But it's a little bit of a distance between this fight happening. But not the team who did the fight, but the team who's now gearing up for a fight is going to be Vaina. They are very close. They've already lost the player. So this is their opportunity to strike. And what a team they'll be striking against. But Boomy gets knocked. Admino, precision in his name, and game also coming through. S-Power back on his feet, and now it's trouble for Why Not? They are the ones who initiated this fight. They have to pay for it, or they're not going to be walking out of Miramar.
Beautiful usage of util. Admino's morning is also something which is going to put a lot of pressure. And there you go, Johnny finds the other girl. Grizzly has been taken down, and now it's all about Pew Pew. Bot, then Boomy, then Grizzly, and now it's all about Pew Pew still surviving, trying to go for the placement points. But it's going to be a tough journey from here. Helix and Godlike, they were able to retaliate in a good fashion as Power went down by Pro from AUTOBOTZ with a vehicle burst. And look at the way they have made sure to reset and also get 2 frags in their name. The other one is still knocked out. Okay, finally they have the frag. Ico Soul on the other corner, still struggling, but they do have a very good compound control. Pew Pew is now close to Ico Soul. But I don't think so Ico Soul is going to come out of the compounds until unless the zone provokes. It's a good compound. They can easily hold it off. Play safe for the next few play zones as well. OnePlus GODLIKE, after shutting down Zin from NONX, they once again pounce on their opponents. And MADKING, unfortunately, they lost their IGL.
It's a fight between MADKING and Marcos that's happening, and Dreams. Out of the 2 lot, it's down to the last one. That's Gamla Boy. They know the position. That's a big advantage that they have. But can they fend this fight off, work in their favor? Apollo and Fragger on the other end, Cincinnati Kids. As we can see on the top of our screens, it's a fight with God's Reign. And it seems like God's Reign, they're making a comeback into it. There was a knock that Cincinnati Kids were able to deal on God's Reign, but that's not going to be enough. Marcos on the other end, Gamla Boy running up the ridge. He's still figuring it out whether he has an opportunity to revive Dreams, because if he does, that's the best option, because fighting off with MADKING in such a chaotic position is going to be tough. A nade lands. Drops him to 20% of his health, and it is AUTOBOTZ who moved in closer. It could become a problem, but Gamla Boy, he squeezes himself inside the compound before anybody could find the frag and will be able to revive his teammate. But the threat is not yet done.
Oh, look at Thunder. He's just charging in at this point. Has got a nade in his hand, but had no clue where the player is. Fragger on the other one gets taken down. OnePlus GODLIKE, look at the way they're playing. One guy is in a compound, another one on church, another one on the ridge. A big fanned out location from their corner, and Knight is not letting it go that easily. There's on Levi from FSC Esports. Ico Soul deeper into the circle. There are many teams have now spotted them while their rotations were going on. MADKING Swagger is hooking up an 8. Yeah.
This is stage 5, and we still have 16 teams on Miramar. And it is not stopping. Every team is losing players, but we've not seen a full-on team wipe.
Ooh, legit. Marcos, they were able to reset themselves thanks to Kamla Boy. Now Legend is down. Thunder is down. Joker becomes the last one standing and he has no clue that there is another team who is speaking from the left onto him. Shots were coming in. And oh my god, Joker wants to go up close and personal. Shuts one down. Cooking up a nade. Kamla Boy super duper low. He was able to reset his teammates for once. Can he do it again? Walks right through the molly. Kamla Boy has healed himself. He's back to 70% HP. Shots going in. Joker once again super duper low. Shots are getting connected. Jonathan over there gets knocked out by Cincinnati Kid. Joker has to finish the job. And he did! Aiku Soul survives. They're in top 14. Yes, the entire team is in shambles. And now this molly. This could be it. Joker is burning. He was able to evacuate. I don't know how far he's going to go because Godlike, they have their eyes set on their prey. And that's Aiku Soul's Joker.
He had only one first aid. I don't know if he has any now. He has bandages and just boosters. That's all in his name. And Godlike, they also have to climb up to finish this fight off. However, they have better resources. I think they have better nades. Their vest and helmets are better because look at Joker. Almost both of them are going to be broken in the next couple of shots that could be taken. They did have a knock Godlike, but they were able to revive their players. They have just 2 finishes for now. But they're at the edge of the circle, nobody behind them. So every team that they're going to be fighting from here on as they're going to be climbing this hill is going to be ahead of them. So it's a better advantage to be in, a better position to be in. But they have to start now or it's never. Because if they don't start clearing compounds, as we did see how it became a problem for Team Tamilas, it could become a problem here. But 2 teams have been so far eliminated as we are here at the ending stages of stage 5. That is Marcos Esports and Wild Fangs. Joker, he just swept out one team, finished them off. Marcos, now there's a lot of Godlike coming towards his end, and that is not going to be a problem at all for Godlike. One individual player and the 4 forces together, they hammer it and get the finish again in their name, but it is not done. This is what I said, they have to keep striking, and with Jonathan now knocked, it is now them understanding that the position that they're in is a cluster of teams.
Autobots, they're charging with the nades. Of course, they will not be able to push at this point because there are 3 to 4 members that, as they assume, they're in the compound. They have seen all the rotations going in. Ralphie, he had his scope open. But Neo, he has been taken down. Reverend X Spark is fighting back fierce. Brilliant nade from his corner. Now, in such play zones where there is a lot of compound and a close proximity in between teams, obviously these nades and mollies, these utils are going to play a very vital role. Blitz! Shandan, down to the knee, asking for a revival. Nova, super duper low. There you go, Neo won't be surviving for the next fight in this particular match. So much is happening and still we have 12 teams and 32 players. This is stage 6. Look at the play zone. One of the few times where we get to see such clustered play zones coming in. But I know the weakest flying always is a lovely sight.
This is a mad heaven of a cluster of Miramar action happening. Autobots, what a nade to be landing. Lobster, can he get back to his MVP fragging position? This is his opportunity. Blitz on the other end, they're down to their knees. A couple of them have taken shots. Cincinnati kids are taking advantage of it, and it could work out in their favor. But on the other end, a climb up happening for Hero Extreme Godlike. They've lost S-Power in a skirmish, but now losing players and maybe even the whole team is looking like it is going to be Blitz with 4 eliminations. They're done on Miramar.
10 teams, 26 players still alive, fighting back. For a brief moment, we still got to see PPA from Binary Esports, but she has been taken to Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas, they also faced a very bad fight up against NONX last man standing. I believe that was Night, but they're still contending. They're still fighting back. Dragon has got that M249 alive. These mollies that are going in, definitely pressurize Dragon quite a bit, but Baba, he wanted to push in. He a bit of a damage, but received a chunk of it, and now they are on a type of bridge where, of course, if they slip, they are outside the play zone. They don't have the heals.
Yeah.
Autobots! All of a sudden, Autobots is also done. All thanks to 1+ God's Reign.
God's Reign, they're hefty. We've been seeing their names. They've been fragging. They're finding value. It might continue. They have 10 total finishes in their name. It's one last player surviving, however, and that's Justin. This fragging heavy team, they're trying to become the gods of Miramar as well. With Godlike here, it is going to be interesting. Mania was down, but he's going to be revived. It seems like Godlike have decided that they want to move towards Team Tamilas, finish that layer off and then go up ahead. But before they could even approach that fight, Cincinnati kids land a nade back and Manya is down on his knees. Jonathan going close. Beard Baba and Dragon, the last two survivors. And there is the nade, the opening being found, and now Jonathan is cooking another. He spots Dragon. He throws the nade. It should find value. And what a nade it is. It did cost him his knock, but still an entire team being wiped from Jonathan. And that is Team Tamilas out of Miramar. Godlike still flagging, but their position compromised.
Kings. Tiger has got the sight set on Manya. But the biggest problem for Helix and Godlike is definitely going to be Team WELT Esports. And they've got the full manpower. And they are across the road, waiting patiently, not making a move and conserving their utilities. It's going to be fun to watch how WELT is going to retaliate with MADKING's long, surviving, efficient game. Shadow went down quite early, then Pro. But still, Fragger and Apollo are fighting back. Sticky grenade. And then we get to see utils being used. Mafia from Victorious Summers, he's also there fighting back. Edmino gets super low and he gets taken down by Fragger. Initially it was Manya who got bombarded with those shots, and now Manya gets taken down. Jonathan becomes the last one standing. So many shots, and Venom will be poisonous enough to take down Jonathan from the top of that ridge. Brilliant spray. And Apollo goes down. Fragger becomes the last man. He is going to go for the heal battle, but has got the last first hit to work with. I think MADKING's the throne is going to get snatched pretty soon.
Victorious Summers in such a good position on the ridge, but the zone's closing in. It is the stage 8. They have to figure out where the other teams are as we are down to the top 5 teams. It is not going to be easy for Victorious Summers to close this, because the zone closing in could become a problem as it moves ahead. Cincinnati kids, they're trying to hold it off, because on the other end, Justin is troubling them. Right behind enemy lines he is, right behind the compound. But the zone's so close, he's proving Veron having an opportunity, but it is Justin. 10 total, he gets in. Justin, can he take down Veron? It could become an opportunity. It's going right, left and center, and the whole lot of Cincinnati kids push to just take down one player, and finally they eliminate him around the corner. But the threat is not yet done, and they deal with it. What just happened as Victorious Summers were busy fighting off Welt? Cincinnati kids push out, spot the players, both Mafia and Fury go down, and that's the end for Victorious Summers. A team who had the ridge are now out of the race for the chicken dinner, and Cincinnati kids back again in that position. And it was similar. Cincinnati kids and Welt had this opportunity on ERANGEL. Cincinnati closed, but Welt had a little bit of a troublesome fight with NONX, but this time they have the numbers to seal the deal.
Yeah, I talked about this moments ago. Well, definitely across the road has got a very good advantage to work with. But Cincinnati is having the top ridge advantage, where moments ago we got to see Victorious Summers holding up. Now they are the God's Eye, because at this point they have every single rotations covered up. A very tiny location where Cincinnati kids' opponent, where Esports is stuck at. Nades and corridors can easily work their way out with knockouts. But as goes down, there's a jump shot. Nunes went to K. Nobody connects. But there you go, the last man standing is still fighting back. I believe that's Maxi also. Is still breathing heavy onto his opponent, but there you go, it's done. WELT Esports goes down. Cincinnati kids back-to-back fruitful matches from their end, and that will push them definitely in the top 3. A big lead from Cincinnati kids. They started the day with just 18 points, and look at them shining brighter than the sun in the map of Miramar and getting the job done, winning the matches back and forth, and making sure that they go to Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium, Chennai, directly from the semi-finale itself.
Unbelievable stuff, Raider, of what they just pulled off. Now, yes, they had the compound for a very long time. They were fighting off many different teams. They were the cause of even Blitz going down. They were a cause for MADKING's going down. They were a cause for all the teams who were in that cluster towards the corners of Impala that we were seeing. But this final fight I did not think would work in their favor, because Victorious Summers, they had information of all the teams. That's why I said when it's down to the top 5, Victorious Summers, they are now looking forward to where the other teams are, the players are, so that they, in that position of the ridge, the higher ground, they take advantage of it. Because if you saw, Godlike were trying to push up ahead, they were denied. MADKINGs on the other end were trying to push up ahead, Victorious Summers denied them. It is all that high ground advantage that was there, but the timing of Cincinnati kids finishing off Justin, then moving towards that right edge of the play zone and just finding Victorious Summers players out in the open, Fury and Mafia. If they were not found and they were fighting out with Welt, it could have been Victorious Summers. Even though there was, I think, a disadvantage of maybe an individual player on Victorious Summers, they should have had the chicken dinner. And that opportunity to not just strike on Victorious Summers, but take Victorious Summers' position away from Welt. The way they played that was just amazing. It was like covering ground at the same time fighting your opponent and taking over. And that's where Welt felt a little bit powerless because they had numbers, but the aggression did not stop while Welt were trying to recover. And I think CK just bang for the buck here in this game. A back-to-back, an unbelievable day for them to start here on day 2. And so many questions that we started with their name, now they've answered for it all.
And I honestly believe Victor Summers is also back on the charts, guys. I mean, yeah, they
that
were
is
not
true.
able to get the winner Chennai, but the way they played in such clustered play zone, it's not just Victor Summers who was up on that particular ridge. Remember, FSS, I think one individual was still surviving. That was Knight who was on the ridge. OnePlus Godsrain, they were having the church control, the compound control, and the ridge control. Delta was up on the north ridge. So there were so many teams who were already there up for the grab of that particular ridge, because in such play zones, that ridge in Impala is a very important location to fight with. All the other teams were trying to be there in the compounds or coming from the southern part. They will always have this kind of backlash. There will be teams who are going to gatekeep them, but that ridge is very fruitful. Still, Cincinnati Kids pulled off a wonderful win over Chicken Nuts. We'll now go to a short break and then come back with stats and match number 3. Stay tuned.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025. A very interesting play by Cincinnati kids. They dominated ERANGEL, they went out above and beyond in Miramar as well, and they feel like at this point are in the top 3. Absolutely amazing performance. Any thoughts on that, Draco?
Generally speaking, it is literally like it feels like they have picked themselves up. Like you go have a day where you're not the best, but then suddenly like day one starts, and we were talking about back to back, and they did the back to back,
Yeah.
2 different maps, multiple different teams. But guess what? They were standing tall at the very end. I think that's what you want to see
True.
from a team who we have known from players like Ash. We know that they are capable of wonderful things, and they've just proven that.
And honestly, if you see, even OnePlus Godrein, they were not there in the top
Yeah.
3. But then again, if you talk about the number of finishes and the impacts on different teams that they made, were also pretty amazing. Quite a few different teams that they contested. And I believe the only reason why I'm talking about Godrein at this moment, they were not even in the top 3, but still I'm talking about them, is because of the fact that in terms of the leaderboard, which matters the most, to be honest, they are still on the top. And they have got some good finishes to work with. But let's talk about the MVP. Let's talk about the most valuable player of the team with Miramar. It's going to be OnePlus Godrein Delta. And this is the reason that I was talking about OnePlus Godrein. This lad was able to get 7 beautiful finishes, MVP ranking and #1. Not just being the guy who has got the brains, but also the brawn for the team. 50% finish contribution. That means a total of 14 frags in OnePlus Godrein banner. That means they're pretty much north of 75 points at this moment. Not just 75, I think around 85 points. A big leap for them.
Yeah, they have gone to 87 if I'm correct, like based on this. Because if
Wow.
Delta has given 50% of the contribution, that means GDR in this game got 14 finishes to their name. That is a lot. That is something where you see sheer raw gunplay right here. But now as we go to the match standings, we'll have a look at where do these teams lie after game 2. Like in game 2 itself, CK ends the game with 19 points, GDR with 18. While CK gets the chicken dinner, GDR gets the most amount of finishes, and that's what we want to see from teams. It's all about gunpowder. It's all about the finish points. Can you make the most of the situation? GDR tried, but they were just focusing on their aim. And today and yesterday, it feels like their aim is just on point.
No doubt in that. They are looking absolutely efficient in terms of the way they're getting points. Lovely. I do believe WELT also did a wonderful job of surviving across the road and making sure that they are also fighting back. Of course, the end play zone fight did not really work out for them. Victorious Simmers, big lead for them as well. Double digits in this particular match. But in terms of the overall standing, OnePlus Godrein sitting on top, 87 amazing points and a gap of 26 points in between them and Cincinnati Kids. And what a jump for Cincinnati Kids! Before the day started, they were at 18 points, somewhere around that, even lower than 20. And look at them, just triple that. That's exactly where Cincinnati Kids are sitting right now. Hugely from their corner.
Usually, being honest, this team at the start of the day, we were just wondering what was happening with them. They were 18, and now they're at 61. But now, really looking at the rest of the team, if you look at Blitz, Wills, they are performing like quite well. They're being consistent. They're making sure. If you go into the next 18th Meta Ninja, FS, 8-bit having a good day one, like ending the day one quite well, but today has been just a little bit murky for them. On the other hand, the team of Soul, they're just continuing this, like no placement points, only finish points. Radar, I'm trying to understand this. Like, is this like something new which they're trying to try out?
Their aggression is something that they do have those who have got better strategies. Like Legit, lately he's doing the Agiling Knuckle. He has stepped into be the Agile once Mania left. So I think there's a very big drastic role reversal that is happening.
I mean, on the other hand, look at Rising Esports. 2 placement points and 15 finish points. Quite the difference right here. I think so they'll have to make sure. But as you can see over here from the graphic, back-to-back winner chicken dinners for CK. Cincinnati kids are proving why they are one that you have to reckon with. But guess what? Map number 3 is the one and only. It's Rondo with teams from Group A and C. Yesterday we saw carnage from Team Seoul. Only time will tell which team will come up and perform or replicate that performance.
The only big game that Team Seoul was able to deliver was in Rondo, and once again guys, we are going to Rondo, and there comes the flight path, the map of Rondo. The question is it a double flight path game or eventually a single one? Because we really have to see what are those locations where the teams are going to access to and how the teams are going to play along the way. 30 plus recall towers, first 4 play zones where the recall towers are going to be active, EMP zones, the end zone emergency covers. A lot of things are there that makes Rondo super special. And as I suspected, a double flight path map is going to come through in this map of Rondo, which looks pretty amazing, starting from Jadina City to Lanpo and then from Tin Garden to Belay. Pretty interesting flight path, covering almost all the hot drops of this particular map. Of course, if you want to go to Heme Town or maybe towards areas like Muhapan, then you definitely have to glide a bit. But looking at all the recall towers spanned out in this particular map, I don't think so any particular team is going to have a tough time choosing their own set desired recall tower. But till Long Garden, there's a fight. Yeah.
There's a fight, and my oh my, we could be seeing stadium, but guess what? The game has already begun. Teams have landed down. They are getting ready, and 2 teams that are close to each other are WELT and GODLIKE Esports. Now, getting back into this game, we look at Team Aryan. Interestingly, Rising Esports Aryan has gone to the far east. Completely to the far east. It's amazing to watch. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates are in central. Until now, we don't know where the zone is. It looks like Manya is going to stadium while the rest of the team are just going to pounce on WELT. Gokul, will that happen? Will we finally see some form of aggression and team play from GODLIKE?
From WELT. Both of them are trying to WELT Goku and eventually I think Shadow. Both of them are trying their level best to go to the recall tower of Long Ho. And it's actually Shadow has got the first handle. Why not? They are fighting. WELT, the other remaining players who are out there to get the frags. Oh my god, what kind of circle is this? Extreme southern western flank in the circle. So many teams are still finding themselves outside the circle. It's going to be a complete chaos outside the circle, and so many rotations have to happen. Look at Versatile. They're going to have a tough time. FS, they are not going to have a tough time as they are just on the edge of the circle. If you talk about OnePlus K9, they are going to have a tough time. Again, playing with a different set of roster, not the OG individuals. Amit is there, the coach for the team, who's performing with them. Love to see what happens. But skillful, again, another addition to that particular team. Usually we get to see some of the guys also playing in. Harsh, we have seen him. We have seen Hydro playing in. But skillful is out here. Let's hope that there's a better performance from Infinix Troopers as we have seen in the past few games. Meta Ninja, they have found their first opening AUTOBOTZ. They have damaged IQ Orangutan Swiss God.
Yeah, if you're talking about the drops as well, True Rippers, if I'm getting Versatile, are next to each other. And talking about the LAN Finals as well. All the teams are fighting for it. The top 8 make it to the LAN Finals. Do not forget to download the app of Kin, register, and buy your tickets for the LAN. That's happening in the Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium in Chennai. But now, talking about this game, we can see like interesting rotations from all the teams. Right now, we're still in stage 1. So you can recall your teammates. Until stage 4, that recall option is available to you. So while finisher doesn't matter, you need to make sure that you are not getting wiped out. That's the only thing. And that's why teams have made a 3-1 split. Teams like Rising Esports, like GODLIKE Esports, they are doing just that. And guess what? Right now, a duel between Harsh and 3 players from IQ 8-bit.
QLMO is up there on the southern edge. Won't be able to like give a proper backup once this fight happens. Skips, Sarang, Juicy trying to charge on her.
I must, like right now, Sarang and the team, they realize that somebody is there. In the previous game, in map 1, we had seen Hush pull out a 1v3 and wipe out Godlike. Can he do the same against 8-bit? Right now, Kyo just spotting, realizing somebody's there close to him. This will be the beginning between two teams that we have heard a lot about. Two teams that have proven their mettle in various ways. But now, with players, with veterans from the ecosystem, at the same time, this will be interesting. But now, talking about this, yes,
Oh my god, look at the damage that QLMR was able to dish on Raiden. And Raiden goes down. Ico 8-bit instantly just went out for the recall, but there you go. A role reversal. QLMR shuts down Raiden. Ico 8-bit's remaining individual shuts down Harsh as well. There you go. Both of them have got two frags each, and right now it feels like that the recall tower trajectory, the strategy definitely is going to be fruitful for the sides of both the team. Infinix True Rippers QLMR could be the next target, and with this vehicle, they're already charging on him. Shelly, the mastermind, the IGL for the team. He's there close to the recall tower so that he can bring his teammates back, and he has heard the call from QLMR, I believe, that the players are chasing me. And if QLMR goes down, Shelly's positioning towards this recall tower is going to be very, very important. And in some part of the map, we will get to see the EMP zone as well for 1 minute, after 1 minute to be precise. So EMP zone, again, a very vital part of this particular map where the scopes and the vehicles are not going to work as the electromagnetic pulse will be active. But I want to ask you, Draco, OnePlus K9 is here. CK, from back-to-back last 2 matches in 2 different maps, to be honest, ERANGEL then Miramar, they were able to become the winner chicken dinner taking team. Can they repeat that in the only other variation of map pool in this particular map, which is, of course, Rondo, but this nade from K9 Ninja Boy opens up Ash.
Little bit of a caster's curse in my opinion. We just mentioned them, and immediately he gets knocked and he gets finished as well. A molly by K9. But now Flock, knowing that his IGL is down, they can go for the recall. It makes sense. But meanwhile, your Sham, my bad, from Welt, waiting, realizing that the team of Autobots are right in front of him. He knows, he can hear that there's a little bit of information. There's a little bit of footsteps right there. But he knows, for a matter of fact, this job right now is to just get information. As you can see, because of recall, we have got 63 players still left. While there are a lot of finishes, at the same time, players and teams can recall their teammates. A car has been spotted by Sham. Arib, previously we had seen him in the first map, and guess what? He is knocked and finished by Sham. Clean, accurate, and precise aim right here shown by Sham. Well, getting the first finish of the day. This team has been performing quite consistent, quite well. But at the same time, they have been slow and steady with it. They are making sure that whenever they can make sure that they get the duels, they get the aim, they get accuracy, and also it's very much coordinated. While Sham is here alone, he knows for a matter of fact his teammates are looting for him. So even if he gets recalled, he can come back and there's loot available for him.
Have to play a very strategy game out here for Sham specifically. He's the lone wolf. It's gonna be tough. Why not? They're also facing a lot of backlash from Meta Ninja. Guys, you can have that advantage of witnessing these amazing teams in a LAN venue in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium. What you have to do is basically check out Ken. Have got it available. Go ahead and buy them. Be ready for the entire action. From November 7 to 16, you'll get to see the CS action, and eventually from 14 to 16 November, you'll get to see the BGMI action as well. But there you go. Why not? Bhumi fighting back, shuts down Ronnie. Is it a possibility to get the frags as well? We have to see that Some and Ronnie has been taken down. It seems like that Why Not Esports are evolving along the way. Yes, they did number 1. Initial few matches were not at all good. But look at them fighting back. Look at these nades, util parade that is going on. Some, who at that flank angle is already countered. And Why Not have not even lost a single individual of their own. That shows their presence of mind. That shows their evolution in terms of the play style. Ronnie is getting that revival. Tommy just sticking for the last breath. But no, he had to push out. He had to push out as Bhumi was pushing in. And obviously, it's going to be a 1v2. No, it's not going to be a 1v2. Tommy goes down. Tommy, Ronnie, Some Meta Ninja in deep trouble. Have they got their one individual, the last man standing in the recall tower area? Yes, it's Shadow who's gonna recall his teammates. There you go. All three are back. Hopefully, Meta Ninja is going to perform this time.
My oh my, why not? Iris just coming in clutch for her team. And guess what? This team was on 3 points and they already got 2 finishes to their name. This is what you want to see. I believe 3, my bad, 3. And guess what? The recall is stopped away by Maxio. So he's stopping the recall from Shadow. And guess what? He's knocked as well. Fragger, that far range duel working in his favor. Aim, precision, accuracy. That's what you see when you're giving cover to your teammate and he just gives it. But now Maxio, he is knocked, but not finished just yet. On the other hand, Sham being
you called for it
after not. Yeah.
Baxioso is down. But I think that's the beauty, Rico, of this map, that even if your teammate goes down, you still have the chance to bring him back if there is, again, the recall left and the recall period left. Stage 2, it's converging. What are your thoughts on Cincinnati Kids and 1+K9? They're far away from the play zone right now, Draco.
They are very much far away, but at the same time, that is what you want to see. Like, they are more focusing on, you know what, we will just go for the end game. Their point is, we'll go for the end game. We'll just have a thing. The recall towers are still active. It's just the second zone. So, you know what, we're just going to chill out. Make sure we are just having a little bit of fun. On the other hand, all the other teams, you can notice that they're getting to the zone. All of them are going for the center. This is going to be one place where we're going to see a lot of fights happening. Because once all the teams come next to each other and they're in close proximity, all they have to do is take on duels, go and recall. Take on duels, go and recall. But if by chance, talking about this, FS and Godlike facing off against each other, Mania gets finished. Levi even gets and knocks with ball. And now Levi. Oh my God, Levi, this player, we have heard about him all the way back in BMPS, proving why he was one of the best players at that time. Proving why he was one of the players who everybody had their eye out on. And now he's trying to make sure that on that promise, he can create something for his team. If FS has put trust into him, it's his time now to prove why they trusted him.
ROAK in the close proximity. Sahil is going to push on him. Levi still has not been taken down. But there's a push from Atanki. And we know how chaotic this individual gets. Levi still surviving. There's no splash damage coming in. Levi's positioning is pretty much revealed. And there goes the spray of AUG. But Atanki is getting shelled out from the other corner by God X4. Shotgun connections. There you go. AKOP from the back end. Manages to knock the player out. But right now, the only option for AK is to run from here. To escape from here and go to a recall tower, bring the teammates back, because Aiko Orangutan, or should I say the team India, they definitely have to buckle up in such maps, which is very, very interesting to watch. Because see, lately Orangutan, True Rippers, both of them are working on their firepower, because maps like Rondo will give them advantage even in the upcoming official tournament, the Global Championship, where they will try to get as many frags as possible. That's why they're just being very finish hungry. Spin points, that is something which matters, but then again, another team, Jelly, there you go. He comes in, shuts down one. Levi is still standing right on that boulder.
He is standing. I was just going to bring this up about TR and what they're trying to do over here. FS is going for finishes, and so is TR. TR and Orangutan have got one thing in mind. They want to improve as much as they can on this map of Rondo, because they know from after how important it is. But before that LAN, they have to make sure that if they can qualify for this LAN, the Chennai Esports Global Championship LAN, taking place, the Grand Finals taking place in the Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium in Chennai. On the app Kin, you can go and buy your tickets. So what are you waiting for? But now, getting back into the game, Simp getting a thing. I think so we're going to see a face-off between Meta Ninja and Vashista right now. And no team is holding back.
MADKING, one of their own, has been taken on Pro. In the previous match, we got to see Shadow getting picked off pretty early. This time it's Pro who is facing the backlash. Oh, Shadow, I talked about him. There you go. Moments ago, I just said Shadow was one of the first. And now Shadow falls down, Apollo falls down, and the entire lineup of MADKING is done and dusted. There you go, IQ 8-bit. Brilliant comeback from their corner. Last one was Fragger. Got a headshot from IQ 8-bit. Cincinnati Kids playing super duper late. They're playing for the placement points. They know that this is the day where they're performing absolutely amazing. So this is the day where they want to rake up so many points so that their qualification is kind of nailed. at the end of the day, like 90% of the job is done. That's exactly what the mentality is for Cincinnati Kid, and even for OnePlus Godsend, I would say, because in the first 2 days, if you are buckling up, if you are already evolving in such a way, if you already have so many points that you can easily qualify to the LAN event, there's nothing better than that, because the last 2 day pressure is going to be on a whole another level, because teams like GODLIKE, they are going to start to fight back. Teams like Ico Soul, they are going to fight back, and Espoir out here, he's already got the first frag. My question is, where is Manya? Is he going to get that recall? Or are we going to see a 3-man lineup from Hero Extreme GODLIKE from here?
I mean, ideally, we're still in stage 3. You have the zone. You could go for a recall tower, but they know from and right now, as we are talking about, GODLIKE, Autobots is facing on Why Not Esports. Why Not Esports, this game, the all-girl team has got 4 finishes to their name, which is really good. You wanted to see this. We were talking about how the rotations are on point,
What?
but it's not working. But guess what? A self-molly by Pro. Oh my. What a flick right there by Ari. My, oh my. Arib just proving why he is one player you have to keep your eyes out
Ash?
on. You have to make sure you're watching him all the time. Exactly.
Players are falling out of the vehicle. They're mauling themselves. What is happening? Oh my god, is this the pressure that we always talked about? Mounting up at this moment where 2 or 3 teams are performing every now and then, and the other particular teams are just struggling. Ico Orangutan, the names in the finish feed is pretty inevitable at this moment. Every now and then we get to see them. Very sure Harsh, he goes down. 1+ K9 Slug, he goes down. I think Ico 8-bit can definitely have this one, as they are on the northern eastern edge of the play zone, and they're just maintaining that pressure onto opponents. I really want to see Rising Esports performing as well, because just this year in Esports World Cup, we get to see them performing right now under a new banner, but the exact lineup, I really have high hopes for Rising Esports.
We all want them to perform quite well. They were during BMPS, that was the tournament known for the underdogs. And at the end of the day, an underdog won and represented India. After a long time, an Indian team would go out and play, and now it's resulting in them playing quite well. Another point to note about, I want to go back to GODLIKE, and they have not recalled, or when recall was available, they didn't recall Manya.
I think Manya's
Maybe
recall
this
was
is like-
already over. You get just one recall, and maybe that recall was pretty much over as he got knocked out pretty early in the game. So maybe that's the case.
Maybe that's the case. I was more thinking of maybe they just didn't want to go to a recall tower because teams would be waiting there still, if you think about it. We are coming towards the end, so they're like, hey, you know what, if we camp at a recall tower, maybe we'll get some finishes to our name. But one team, just look at the finish feed, by the way, Raider. FS with 9 finishes, Metananda with 6, 8, Ico 8-bit with 7, why not with 6? And Autobots with another 8. It's kills or finish galore at this point.
Everybody was eager to get those finishes because this is the match where we get to see big winner chickens coming through. 27, 28, 29, maybe even north of 30 points of a winner chicken. I won't be surprised if that comes through, and specifically in last round's qualifiers. I'm definitely dying to see what happens over there, but it's day number 2 of semis, and we can already see Rising Esports getting down to their knees. One of their player has been taken down, that was Devotee. Medaninza. Good reset from their corner, to be honest, because after Shadow was the last one standing, they were able to recall the teammates. It's a good thing. Cincinnati Kids versus Extreme GODLIKE. Let's see what happens. Expo finds out Flock, but there's a 1v2 battle between Edmino and his opponent. And Edmino pulls through. Naughty goes down. Flock goes down by the hands of Espoir. Hero Extreme GODLIKE still standing tall in this map. The Rigel is down, but the firepower is never out, as we still have Edmino, as we still have the legend Jonathan and Espoir, who are trying their level best to get a winner chicken. There you go, all of a sudden, AUTOBOTZ chiming in on Team Ico 8-bet. 2 of the players are pretty much knocked out. Raiden is seeking for a revival, which he might get pretty easily. There you go, Juicy the Agile goes in. And Sarang, he's also pretty much reset. But K9's Omega, he's just holding off patiently, being the last one standing from the team. He's going to be a wounded lion. If somebody crosses his path, he's just going to shred them apart.
We should be shutting them apart. But interestingly, 8-bit started like few minutes ago. There were 4 men down. There were 4 men up, 2 men down, get knocked out, and now they're back to 4. And that's the advantage. They made sure that they have it on that side. But right now, the zone is all in favor of Autobots, and Jelly is just making sure the center is to him. He has awareness of everybody not being here. The rotations will come in, and once they do, you know for a matter of fact, there's going to be a lot of finishes happening, a lot of duels being taking place.
True.
But right now, one thing I want to point out is another team that has still 4 people are left, and that is Versatile. They have played so calm and composed as S-Power gets the third finish for himself. Versatile have been so calm and composed. They are not going for any duels, if you notice. They are playing quite passively, which is very much interesting to note because they have gunpowder under them. They have players who have aim, who have this chaos factor in them. I'm not understanding why are they going for such a slow, methodical play.
See, I believe the only reason why they're going for this textbook type of play in maps like Rondo, where aggression is the key part, is because their strategies have actually gave them some good points. And even in the leaderboard, if you see, position points is something where VXT stands a little bit tall, and eventually they are able to get some good points in that manner. So being a little bit strategic and then qualifying with the position points, I mean, they have total 19 points. 10 is for positions, one more than their finish points. So this approach is something which justifies their gameplay right now, that they're going to be passive enough to be there in the top 8 so that they get the position points and then try to go for the frags as well. I mean, they already have 3. If they get 3 to 5 placement points as well, or possibly, hopefully, a win over a chicken as well, what's better than that? But it's power pouncing on Shadow as the bullet damage from the other corner from Somraj was also coming in, and Somraj actually confirms Shadow. He's like, yeah, I gave much of the damage. I'm going to take the frag as well. There you go. But Aimbot all of a sudden is down to the knee, seeking for a revival.
Yeah, Iris trying to create something, but it just didn't work on as Proton. And Proton himself was a one-man army from Welt, taking away Why Not Esports. A good game by them, I must add. A good game, a good performance. It's improvement right here. But Proton, this player we're seeing during map 1 as well. His aim is impeccable. Rate of finisher of Ralph. On the other hand, Raider also gets Lobster, Autobots, but Jonathan getting Termy. And I believe we could be seeing another knock by Proton. It's all left to Versatile and Welt. These two teams who know from and maybe GODLIKE is trying to third party the situation. While they have cover, they're still trying to create and steal as many finishes as they can.
This is a brilliant opportunity for Hero Extreme GODLIKE. They have come very close to winning a chicken dinner. And even with Lucifer, I talked about this, that GODLIKE fails to attain the final play zone circle control. But this is the moment where they've got the rage and Welt is done. Not just that, VXT is also on the verge of getting decimated by Hero Extreme GODLIKE. Sorry, the last man standing also goes out. Hero Extreme GODLIKE S-Power is playing above and beyond. He's in the top 3, has secured 8 amazing frags. And the only contender that is left is in the circle with the play zone control. The name is IQ 8-bit. As Somme from Medaninza becomes the last man standing from the team and is outside the circle, just hungry enough to get some placement points. But as he shoots some bullets, he's the target for Juicy. And it's a 3v4 equation. Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they have done a heavy lifting for the team. They definitely have covered a distance, but they have to walk the mile. They have to walk the road and get this winner with a chicken dinner so that they can be back in the top 8. And that's the only goal for both the teams, I would say. Even IQ 8-bit wants the same, but this rotation, this entire rotation, his power's buggy back tire has been bursted, and he is skidding at this point. Jonathan wants to go for the vehicle slam. It did! Oh my god, his nades are perfect, his vehicle slams are perfect, and not just that, even the sprays are working out. A 3v3 fight right now.
3v3 fight indeed. Raider having the opportunity, trying to get some shots on Jonathan, but the Admino knocks down, skips. This is a very interesting situation right here. Raider has the high ground. He can make something out of it. But Admino is trying to go on this flank. Meanwhile, S-Power as well. He's out in the open. Nobody has spotted him running. Do they see him? Raider spots him. The former teammate. I guess what S-Power is running for his life. He's running for an opportunity. This is the opportunity. But guess what, Raider? He's trying to spoil the party for GODLIKE Esports. 8-bit. Trying to make sure that we have been in this situation before, and they want to make sure that they get another winner chicken dinner in their name. Now, Admino figuring out what can he do. We have seen some miraculous moments from him in the past, in various lands, in various tournaments. He has proven why he's that one solid rock. And what a need! Admino! My oh my! This is just pure, sheer, out there chaos. Something that you expect from him. He got the shotgun out. He gets one. He finishes Sarang as well. And now he's left in a duel. Does he know where his opponent is? He spots him. He's waiting. He realizes this is a clutch situation. This could be the moment. He's waiting for another nade. And that is that.
Brilliant.
And winner. Chicken dinner for GODLIKE Esports. Amazing stuff right here. Amazing coordination. Jonathan providing the support, and Admino making sure that they get the winner chicken dinner, and the crowd goes wild, Raider.
Yeah, a very, very amazing game from the sides of Hero Extreme Godlike. The thing that they pulled off was pretty amazing because of the fact that in the final circle, they timed their attack quite well. There was a fight between WELT and VXT. Both the teams were pretty much damaged, and there comes the nade from Hero Extreme Godlike, which finds WELT out of the lobby, and then VXT Somraj becomes the last one standing. Behind that, should I say, emergency cover, they take him down, and that's it, guys. Then I believe it was Meta Ninja Some who was surviving. Juicy shuts him down. It was a fight of 3v4 where Hero Extreme Godlike at that point was outside the circle. But look at how BGMI gods play. Circle went out in the open, and IQ 8-bit was now outside the circle. Irony, guys, it repeats itself. And then finally we get to see Espower getting shut down by Raiden, and out there Admino with the X Factor, with that nade, finding that opening. Espower, he was down, but Jonathan was giving the backup. Usually we don't get to see this kind of approach. Admino, he's always aggressive, no doubt in that. That's the best value you can add to the team, getting the opening, finding the last play zone and ending scenarios. But I honestly believe the kind of orchestration there in the play was amazing. Jonathan going inside the circle, Admino fighting outside the circle, Jonathan giving him the backup with the pre-fires and the nades, and then they were working in a harmony. That's how the winner chicken dinner was taken. A very beautiful play from Hero Extreme Godlike. We'll go and take a short break, and after that we'll be back with CEGC 2025 action, match number 4 and stats. Stay tuned.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Stick with me, I got 'em. Like damn, throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn, stick with me, I got 'em. Like damn, throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn, throwing bands and it's making them.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Welcome back to the biggest esports spectacle in India, the first ever government-backed international esports IP. Welcome back to the Chennai Esports Global Championship. That previous game put us all on a high. And after coming down a little bit, Lucifer, how do you feel watching that game?
That was indeed a spectacle in its own to witness, and I think a lot of the fans who were waiting for it will finally be feeling good, because at the end of the day they did show us that little thunder electric striking in between them, and it kind of looked like, oh wait, day 2 could be better. And finally in Rondo, I think they decided their way to play, the way they played together, the way the communication was there, because once Admino had that flank, I think that was decided. That chicken dinner was not going anywhere else.
Chicken dinner, I was looking back at the footage. Admino was making sure that he was isolating his duels. He made sure that even though he was in a 1v2 situation, Jonathan was trying to like revive S-Power, but at the same time, Admino, he waited and the nade just to get it. And guess what? The MVP of this game is none other than S-Power with 8 finishes to his name. But one stat which I want everybody to look at, it's only 57% of the kills, because they went on to get a lot of finishes during that game.
Big game coming in from Godlike, a much needed one in terms of the chicken dinner. They were already finding frags. In any game that they even went out early, there were a couple of frags in their name. But one chicken dinner coming their way, a lot of promises from there onwards. And you guys were talking, right, you and Raider, that like how Cincinnati kids were performing, it seems like by the end of day 2, they want to make it seem like they're going to end it all today. They're going to qualify. And I think Godlike have kind of understood that, and going all out as MVP came through for S-Power, it is going to continue in the same direction. But here, Rising Esports make an entry that is going to be the best companion with 2 in his name for rescues. But on the other end is going to be the finisher. And what a brilliant nade machine Jonathan is. From the very start of yesterday, even towards the end, and even today's games that so far happened, Jonathan's nades have been precise in finding value. It is one of the reasons even on Miramar that they could end that spree of Team Tamilas and then move ahead. Now let's talk about the match standings. And with 14 big finishes, Hero Extreme Godlike push up till total of 24 points, which will see how this affects on the overall standing. But 8-bit, they're not far behind, and it seems like 8-bit, after yesterday's chicken dinner, they're also finally getting back into the groove today.
Getting back into the group, all the teams, if you notice, on Rondo, you have to go for finish points, and that's what they're doing. But guess what? The points table is here, and there's one inclusion into the points table, none other than Hero Extreme Godlike. 44 finish points, might I add, and 10 of their position points came from just the last game. They go all the way to 3rd place. This is a good comeback, a good bit of improvement from the team. It feels like Jonathan's clutch in the last game has resulted now in the team carrying for that momentum. And one thing to point out is they are playing as a team. On the other hand, Aiko 8 with 49 points to their name.
Let's talk about the other teams who are very close to getting to the first space. There's going to be FS, Orangutan, and even Autobots. The finishes seeming super high. So all they need is a chicken dinner in terms of conversion, and they will be back again to the top 8, is what I presume. True Rippers, after yesterday's play, I think today is better in terms of their flourishing finishes that we've been seeing, in terms of value that they've been finding. Same goes for Versatile as well. We've seen their finish feed a lot more often today compared to what happened yesterday. However, Victor Sims, it's kind of up and down. The graph doesn't seem to be consistent in their name, so a long way to go. But a team who's had a big drop compared to what happened in day one, and a big surprise for me here in day two, is going to be MADKING Esports. They did had good finishes that they were able to grab, but today it seems like they're getting spliced and diced easily, and they have to find a way to stand and then get their back momentum, which should hopefully result a chicken dinner in their name as we are heading towards game number 4, which is going to be ERANGEL, and Group B and C are going to be in action.
Group B and C is going to be very interesting to watch, because another team we have to highlight, which I feel it's a must, is Why Not Esports. On Rondo, we were talking about their rotation, the positions. They got like 2 placement points prior to this game. But in this game, they faced off against Meta Ninja and they didn't hold back. Iris was there until the very end. She made sure that her team gets some finishes. And some finishes they did get quite a lot, in my opinion. It was very nice to see that. We want to see this players do well and prove themselves that, hey, you might have doubters, but you have another opportunity to make the most out of it.
Yeah, I think why not a crucial game here that they finally understood the lobby, right? We were talking about this when you finished off your qualifier and now you're coming to a set of teams who play in a different style, a different format, and also a little bit of the old zone and the new zone switches that keep happening. Players are also adapting. So I think finally why not have understood the right fights. This is what we kind of talk, right? Even when players are picking up fights, now they've come into that discussion of, is this the fight that we want, or is this a rotational fight that's just happening? It's a passing one, and we'll find one finish and let it go. And I think why not have now figured that out. But moving into our next game, ERANGEL, it's going to be a match between Group B and C, as we said. Why not are not going to be playing in this. Victorism is a team who should find value, something that we've seen a drop of. Oasis had an opportunity with Fury and Mafia in Miramar, but it did not happen. Maybe it happens here in ERANGEL as the flight path in front of our screens. This is going to be match number 10. And from here on, teams need to understand that they're getting closer to the halfway mark. After this, there's going to be 2 more games left. And if they don't figure their way, meaning at the end of day 2, there's going to be a lot to run for from the start of day 3.
A lot to run for. And right now, teams in Group B and C have to buck up. Ensure they're realizing that, hey, look, we're reaching a point where, like you stated, halfway point. Halfway is a lot of, a lot of games are already done. You only have once the first half is done, you just have 8 in 2 days. And you don't know what could happen over there. There could be some new strategies by teams. They might even see some teams just trying to face off each other just to get better aim duels. We have to talk about 2 teams, Lucifer, once we're done with this, is that we are looking at FS and OG are 2 teams who are trying something very different but very much interesting. In the first game, we saw 8-bit going to a military base. Now, we see the likes of GDR, and we know they'll be going to military space as well. In the past, we've seen them have a duel early on. Will this happen again?
I don't think so. As you can see that they're getting down around the Ferry Pier region, which is generally known for 8-bit. And the last time I think they went is because God's Reign was not in the lobby. That's a better fight for them to deal with. But on the other end, this flight path cutting, almost an even situation on the half of ERANGEL, starting just about Query, cutting through Gatka and ending at Mansion, Prison and Lipovka. So I think this is a lot more reasonable from the southern eastern flight paths or the northwestern flight paths that we've been seeing yesterday and the start of the day. So every team will have a really good time, and on top of it, this circle very centralized, so everybody is going to have their own time, but it could be a clash, and it is. Ninja, they've found one. I'm not too sure on whom. It seems like maybe VS or NONX, waiting for the confirmation, but it seems like not just that, there was one more, and Ninja, and it is Revenant X Spark. So VS and NONX are having a fight on the other end. But right as now, it is VS charging a team who we expected. And their expectations, they step up to it. A full team wipe as they charge in. And what a start coming in. That is big coming in from Victorism as the end Meta Ninja's thoughts of anything on ERANGEL at the very start of it.
I mean, there are 2 teams right there. Revenant X Spark and Victorism next to each other. They spot each other. And literally,
no, I think there was just the tag of Fury. It's just, I think, his older ID maybe.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. But that's the thing about Victorism. They're coming at us and thank you very much. That'll be that. and it moves on. But now we are literally a few minutes in, but guess what? If you want to be a part of the action and watch it live, you can join us at the LAN in Chennai. You can get your tickets at KIN. Download the app now, register yourself, and buy your tickets right away.
CINCINNATI Esports, they don't seem to be getting closer to qualification anytime soon. They've not had a great time. As we said, 2 more games after this. This game seems like Victorissimus have had a rise of things. And from here on, maybe a little more left in their name. IQ Seoul, we already spoke about this. Team is finish heavy. They're breathing down the necks of all various opponents, but the only thing that they're missing is going to be placement points. And now that Hero Extreme Godlike have gotten a chicken in their name, I'm pretty sure IQ Seoul will be gearing up for one. And the discussion I was having with Raider, now that Knuckles there, is it going to be him IGLing now, taking over control? But it seems like we have a confirmation that it is still going to be legit. And I think they've finally decided who that IGL is going to be, making sure Knuckle gets back to his Batman performance of clutching things out for IQ Seoul. But it could be a little while once they get into that groove, now that there is a proper hierarchy set in place, a way to function. But that same has to be seen from even Versatile. They've had glimpses of finishes, but nothing sparking us, telling us that there's a chicken dinner in this specific game. So I don't know what to expect here in Versatile's favor or fray here on ERANGEL, our match number 10. And I think Somraj is still finding a groove to command these assaulters into a winning lineup.
Exactly. I mean, Somraj, every single teammate that he has is a new player. He has the old core is now gone, and he's now a bunch of new players. So now he has to prove himself once again. He has to go back from the bottom, from scratch. He started at the bottom and he has to build himself up. Right now, as we have been seeing from BXC, they haven't had the ideal start to this tournament, if you're being honest. They are trying their level best. They have 29 total points. They are in the bottom half of the table. They have to get into the top 8 to qualify for the LAN in Chennai. But slowly and steadily, I believe that this team is like waiting. They're just waiting to make sure that, hey, let us get the fundamentals right. Our aims can come later. Because we know, for a matter of fact, when Somraj and his team are in the mood, you will see clashes happening left, right, and center.
Same for the team that we just now saw is going to be K9. But on the other end, I'm not too sure if it is the same tune that I could sing for Wild Fangs. Sensei, after him commanding the lot of trays, spheres and all, it seemed very promising. But it ended up only to a stage, and from there on it didn't seem to move forward. So there's him again now trying to figure out with this lot, Tiger, Kana and Spray God. Spray God, so far we've not seen him in his MVP category as well, because as we said, all the assaulters here are MVPs in their own way of fighting. And they've always seen one or the other time in various different tournaments, not in the same one, they've been seen as MVPs. So I think once they change those lineups, it's crucial for them to figure out of how they have to resonate in that specific lineup and then get back into action. Getting back into action seems like somebody's inviting Soul for a clash. A lot of damage on Knuckle as they're heading towards school. And they'll try to figure out where those shots came from and maybe see if there is an opportunity for a fight.
And you can see quite a split by Soul. We can see Thunder being in school while the rest of the teammates are in apartments. And if you see Ayogi, it is legit who's there. So please keep that in mind. Ayogi is not playing this game. They do not have a 6-man roster. It's a 5-man roster. Because at that point, there'll be a lot of shuffling. If you think of the permutation combination, that happens. If Ayogi also starts playing Lucifer, that would result in confusion galore.
But for now, for anybody wondering again, that's legit playing under the name of Ayogi. He's using his account for now. That is the only reason you end up seeing Ayogi here in the playing floor of the IQ Soul lot. God's Reign on the other end today has been so far very aggressive. They've been finding finishes. They've been seemingly in the top 6 of the fights of every map. But not much movement towards the chicken dinner. But hey, Justin, in that one game, seemed like he wanted a lot more around Miramar. There could be a lot more for now. But this central circle that we ended up witnessing, Draco, right? That kind of gives chance for every team to take their own time, not rush anybody, like the military-based circles or the northern Severny circles that we end up seeing, or the extremities of east or west. These circles kind of push teams to get to the circle earlier because somebody else is going to take control of the compounds that they would like in their rotation and eventually be pushed out of the circle, will be pushed out of the fight, and then maybe even the map itself. So when it comes to a centralized play, it completely slows down every team. Like how you even saw Aiku Soul having a couple of bullets on them. Knuckle took up a lot of brunt damage on it, but did not go for a fight. That was a very distant shot coming through from, maybe even from Versatile, not exactly sure, but in case Versatile gets closer or any other team decides to step into school, that time Soul is not going to hold back.
They surely wouldn't hold back. And at this point, seeing the difference in placement points to possession points, I think so placements to like finish points, it is quite a difference. They're still on 0 in placement points. Do you feel they'll get the first placement point in this game, Lucifer? Because at this point, so many matches have come and gone, and they're still on 0.
I don't think that's going to be a problem. We've seen, right, all these names, big teams, fan favorites, they eventually somehow manage to make it, and especially because right now, not too harsh on them or hard in terms of, hey, this is not right, that's not working out, they're lagging behind points, is because there's still the LCQ. Trouble is still not here in semi-finals. You're not getting eliminated. The long way to go, even for Revenant X-Spark, the lineup of Punk, Goten, Fierce and Trace. Just some random shots being taken as they are moving around Potato Hills. They're still trying to figure out to see if somebody takes a shot on them. And maybe they're the first ones to go closer towards Aiku Soul. But the direction that they're heading in seems to become a sandwich in case they don't read it right. Because Versatile are on the other end of school.
And they are on the other end, and they also get a finish on Rising Esports. So Versatile are now slowly and steadily building up. They are doing that, okay, we are figuring out our groove, I would like to say. Another team, I mean, we should go back to them, and this is the topic which I want to bring about. There were 2 teams who caught me off, and guess what? They are literally in front of us. It's Orangutan, and one of them is FS. Orangutan have at this tournament 34 finish points, and the remaining is, if I'm correct, is just 4 placement points. I think so. Aiku Soul is trying to replicate that play style, that form of aggression, but it's not been working in their favor, is it?
It's similar to even Orangutan. I mean, FS has around 36 finishes and 6 placement points, and Orangutan has 34 and only 4. And these finish heavy teams always, as we said, it's just one chicken dinner game and things will completely change on the top 8. So for them, I don't think there's nothing much to be worried about. It's about how the other teams are faring against them. And as you and Raider were already having a discussion, Orangutan right now has to also concentrate in CEGC 2025 because the government-backed event, on the other end, they are going to be representing India on a global stage. That is also something that they have to look ahead for. So they have to battle for best of both worlds. They have to figure out what works in both, because this could also result in how they play on the international stages and will also help them in figuring out maybe some new strategies, maybe a new way to counter their opponents and get control of compounds. A lot in terms of thinking, but I think even K9 need to do that thinking coming through. They have not at all had such high scoring games. They've had finishes in their name, not to complain, but that is not like one chicken is going to put them in the top 8. That finishes is like, okay, maybe they make it to the mid 16 after that one chicken, but there's still a lot more that their opponents are doing, who are picking up paces. True Rippers were around the areas of what they were in the overall leaderboard, but today they've picked up pace.
The Rippers have surely picked up pace. That clutch by Harsh and Kyo just slowly and steadily just building up momentum from a team that we have expected a lot more from. They are going to be representing India as well after an incredible performance, a nail-biting performance. But now another team who they're looking in front of, and well, is it a surprise that True Rippers have a hovercraft with them, Lucifer, at this point? Is it a surprise?
The surprise could be this lobby. What's rain? While True Rippers are just going in and out to invite God's Reign for a party here. It seems like even God's Reign are hitting the right shots, doing the damage to the vehicles and the players themselves of True Rippers. Justin, I don't think in the current form that Justin is in, True Rippers should take a fight with him. If that happens, Justin could have a chance to at least clear 2 to 3 players of True Rippers, and I think they've understood it. Maybe not exactly who the team is, but they know that they should not step into a battle which they're unsure of, especially in such an open position while the zone is closing. 1 minute and 40. But it seems like iQSoul have made a little bigger and a wider spread in movement. All the way from school, now they've moved towards the water cities. Might be a wise choice, but hey, they're still taking shots, trying to figure out who's close to them. And the team that is still close to them is none other than Versatile. While they've maybe spotted another team and then the player card suggests that it's going to be Rising Esports, this fight is not going to delve into a picture of finishes, where it could be something that's lurking right behind them in the name of Versatile.
Truly is. I mean, Rising Esports is one team who we have seen time and time again. Everybody has hopes on them to get that form back that they had during BMPS and raise the Indian flag at the Esports World Cup. But right now, 2 teams, the past and the future, the team that represented India and one team that will be going to represent India. It is Rising Esports and Orangutan face to face. It feels kind of interesting if you think of this dynamic. One team, the veterans, are going at the later half of the year, whereas the underdogs went in the first half of the year. And both teams have now actually it has resulted, like, because these teams going there, everybody around the world is keeping an eye out on all the teams that are playing BGMI, all the talents. You can see the videos on social media that everybody knows that there's sheer passion from the fans, at the same time, sheer aim and gunpowder from the players.
With that said, it's time for the new circle to form. Stage 2 is going to end and it is going to be Stage 3 makes a big shift. Thankfully, it still accommodates all the players who are in the circle. Only for the teams who are in the northern island of ERANGEL, they will be making a move. A southern-western shift coming through. Happy is going to be even for iQSoul. But as I said, now I think they have had a hint. Maybe a whiff of Versatile right behind them. iQSoul, they've found finishes at all times. Joker has been invaluable in terms of his fragging department. Even though he's going out, he's still finding value. That says a lot. But where are the position points? They're only sitting at a total of 23 and all of that coming in from finishes. Nothing from placement. Maybe this game's different. But different it has to be even for Marcos Draco. They started with them being in the top 16 and we did speak about it that I think they were around the closer of top 8. They slowly went into the mid 16 from there. Now they've been pushed to the bottom 24. And if this continues, Marcos, the way they've qualified is the way they'll just walk out. I know it's still semi-finals, a little hard on them, but I've not seen a great performance coming in. That is the reason they've had opportunities, but they've not stepped into those shoes yet.
They haven't stepped into those shoes, and well, being honest, you could see that. I mean, the one thing which I wanted to highlight from what I was trying to have a look at is the rotation of all the teams. Interestingly, one team that we haven't spoken about this game at all, and they are quite high on the table. It is Vasishtha Esports. They are literally not holding back. I mean, right now they're in the northeast part. They're near K9. They're not going to go here, but guess what? Blitz gets the first knock on the team of God's Reign. On the other hand, Orangutan is just making sure that then it's not from the end. Guess what? Who's in his spot? It's none other than Amit from K9, and he has been knocked. And the finish confirmation coming right away. But rather, it comes from AKOP. Meanwhile, Neo getting another finish for himself as well. I believe now is the time where all the duels are slowly starting to heat up. All the teams are realizing that, yup, the less area we have, the more duels we have to take.
The previous circles, yesterday as well, I was talking about this. It was moving towards the ends of the land, making teams kind of push towards one direction. But now, it's on the flatlands. And there, laying flat is Marcos. A run-in happening with K9 and it seems like it's working against them. Somehow, Marcos dodging the bullets, still surviving even after losing a player. But K9, they have better health. with Gamla Boy in the forefront here of a battle in a 1v1, unable to land it to find a knock. His teammate close by, but he also falters, and that is the answer coming in from Ninja Boy. This is the K9 that everybody wanted to witness, and now Marco's Esports are on the very last blimp of health and life. That is Ralph. Can he do something different? Ninja Boy gets spotted in the corner, but that gives information for Slug, and you can already see he's on the flank, and this is Ralph's position, opportunity to push up. If he doesn't, it could become a problem. He spots Slug making a slam, but Slug doesn't drop down there. He doesn't exit. He takes his time. He's gearing up for a fight. He wants to play together with this team, but look at that nade. Ralph, oh my god, going huge. Not a knock, but a damage. A counter nade comes in the same time, but Ralph has a lot to live for, and none of that happens. Vasista Esports from a distance spot a player lurking out, and they grab that finish and put an end to their misery.
We were just talking about them and Hector just coming in and making sure that he gets that finish. On the other hand, we can see Justin has been knocked and they have to go for the revive because right now it's all left to Aquanaut. But can he even get to his teammate? Meanwhile, Blitz running over Justin, getting the finish. Meanwhile, Hector is all alone here. What is happening? But guess what? The cavalry is here. He was alone for a matter of seconds, but he's still standing in the open.
Oh no, OG!
Coming for him. A third party! But still,
Sister Esports of whatever they were trying to do. This is looking outrageously too good, and it's not stopping. Hector dropping another player. Scary Jot confirming it. And Noah, all he has to do is back off because OG also made their move in. And that could have been a blunder of a third party. And Blitz, they started today, but not in terms of finding a lot of value. Whereas Vasista, as always, composed, wait for their opportunity to strike, and now here they are. Galore, the IGL itself striking. In the previous games that we witnessed, it was him going down. OG, who saw this happening, they did not stand for this fight. Rather, they moved, went back, and look at who they're fighting with now. That's going to be Aiko 8-bit, and they're causing trouble for them. Maybe a last few survivors on 8-bit, and OG are again finding finishes.
Finishes. That's the name of the game for OG in this tournament. They are just focusing on getting those finishes. And one more thing, no unnecessary duels. They saw that they had an opportunity to do a third party, but they didn't. They're like, you know what? We'll just let go of this opportunity. We'll go back. We'll find another team. And who do they find? 8-bit. It's like wherever they go. But on the other hand, one team or two teams that have stayed put from where we saw them long back during stage 1 and stage 2 is Aiko Soul and VXT. They aren't moving from there. They just made sure that, you know what, we'll just stay here. But Aiko Soul still keeping that split that we have talked about.
A hard shift right now here in stage 4, moves back north, giving Aiko Soul an advantage at the Water City. But same cannot be said for TR. While an 8-bit fight with OG did happen, 8-bit had enough distance to disengage and move into another fight, and their intentions are clear. Around Ruins, they want to make sure that the sights that they've set on True Rippers is the one that they're going to clinch and win on, and after that they'll figure the next one. Because True Rippers, they're down to their last two. Jelly and Kiolama out. It's up to Hirsch. Skill. Can they find some value right now? And the position is also not good. 8-bit have a higher ground better than them. And the nades were also landing. The only covers is those walls which are standing. In case they could be destroyed, it could have been the end, but the end strikes right now for Aqua. And with Aqua going out, it is God's Reign out of this lobby, out of ERANGEL. Not a lot points found for them as well. OG, now they have another site. It's going to be K9 that they have to frag on. Ninja Boy and Slug, the last two survivors, they were able to push off Marcos and they were able to get finishes on them. They did not wipe the team. It was Vasista Esports. But now can Ninja Boy do something different? Nice spotting, good damage on AKOP, but it's not going to be enough to land a knock. And now with AKOP reuniting with his teammates, it's going to put an end to Ninja Boy's thoughts of finding anything against Orangutan.
Yep, it is very much interesting. Two teams that I was just going to talk about. The new zone comes in, and guess what? Who's in the zone once again?
Wow.
It's VXT, but VXT have gone out.
This is a blessing, Draco.
Yes, it is. But it's very interesting that you can see that all the teams are getting back closer. Trace is over there just staying at the edge of the bridge. Meanwhile, Legit is gone near Punk. What is this duo that we're seeing? Why has Legend got so far? But guess what? A nade coming in the face of Henry, and he has been knocked. Hush getting a finish, and Henry now knowing that he's knocked. Somraj building up. We're seeing the finishes finally coming for VXT, coming in their favor, and they're going for duels. Last game they were stolen away, if you remember, from GODLIKE. They came and swept in and took everything for themselves. But this time VXT was like, nope, not today.
Reco, to be honest, I think it might come down to Versatile as well as Aiku Soul in the final fight to decide who will get the chicken dinner. Both of them at the eastern edge of the circle.
I genuinely feel Lucifer, this is going to get very much more intense. Like Wizgod getting Harsh as well. Wizgod then getting skill.
Yips.
One must hit.
Nades across.
Yeah.
Close, but I think Versatile have gotten enough distance between 8-bit and themselves that those nades will just be seen not landing any damages. On the other end, Vasista, they're still doing the damage. We spoke about Ninja Boy, he'll be found, and it's Vasista Esports now on towards Slug. But do they have the info that even Slug was there? Ninja Boy was out in the open and therefore they were able to clean shop with him. But Slug is still inside, hiding. While Vasista Esports are busy taking a fight with Orangutan, they have to check on Slug. He had a nade in hand, but I think he did not decide to cook and throw, rather waiting for the right opportunity. But opportunity is going to be crucial even for Revenant X Spark, who are on the other end towards the north, around the bridge above Water City. And as they were intending to cross, they were caught by Aiku Soul. But even Legend rejoining with his teammate, he's been knocked, and Knuckle, seeming him not too sure what he did there. He was about to jump to throw the nade, gets hit with a lot of damage as Revenant X Spark are eyeing on them. Legend will be back, not much of a trouble, but again Knuckle, this is twice him making a jump to throw that nade, and with that it causes trouble. And confirmation comes through, even though there was a knock which was being dealt, but that knock will not result in a finish. And now it's up to Legend to see if he can find value. However, right next to him is a player who was knocked, and finally his confirmation for Aiku Soul. Trace is down, so we are back to a 3v3 situation between Revenant as well as Soul.
Yes, this duel between these two teams has been going on for a while. One thing to point out, Orangutan has done it again. More finish points than placement points. They are not holding back on their finishes. At the same time, Slug also going out. I think they were spotted. And Blitz also being eliminated. Now, Versatile. Oh, Somraj. You were talking to be a K. You were talking about everything. And now you can see that the foundations have been laid. This has been a storyline for them. And another nade going into the part of Skips. Aimbot getting Sarang and Shayan. This is going to be quite smart because Sherry is holding a flank. They know where Skips is. Do they know where Raiden is? But guess what? Thunder gets and knocks down Goten. Skips has been finished off. And slowly and steadily, Raiden knows what's happening right now. Sky's got a few shots on him. Damage has been done. All he can do is recover right now. Shayan trying to scout and find where is Raiden, because they know from a fact that he's still here.
10 big finishes that Vasista Esports have found here on ERANGEL. And Scary Jord and Cheyenne, they're ready for a lot more, but it's not going to be easy. On the other end, it seems like Revenant X Spark are taking down Aiku Soul. And that is causing problem, not just because they had numbers, it's because they were trying to go out of that play zone, get into the circle, and in that foil plan, both the teams fall, give away those finishes to the other teams, and it is going to be Versatile. This is the reason I said it might come down to Versatile and Soul, and eventually with Versatile, the only team in this circle, it should be their chicken that they secure, denying every other team getting back into the circle. Getting out of the play zone was restricted, and Versatile and Somraj getting back to the winning ways that I was talking about. A chicken dinner that they secure, and this is the reason I said in day 2, a lot of teams will slowly get back into their groove and find their momentum, and Somraj is found with this lineup. And from here on, watch him out and his team. It's going to get tougher.
It's definitely going to get tougher. It's 10 finishes for them. Each of the players contributing either a minimum of two finishes each. It is amazing to watch this. Like we were seeing them and you're like, okay, they first had a small duel with Soul, but then they stayed put. in the water tower. They just stayed there. They didn't move. Until it was required, that is when they moved. They went a bit south and then they came back. Everything was clean. While Seoul and Lebanon and X-Park were facing off against each other, Waseda was just waiting there. They knew that when the time comes, they have to hunt, they have to pray, and get all the finishes that they can.
Good stuff, and I think very much necessary of how Cincinnati kids started today. Hero Extreme, Godlike getting themselves a chicken dinner, and now we are seeing Versatile. I think this had to happen. Every team had to find the groove, and this is one of the reasons I said the teams who are around maybe even the 16 spots, they just need one chicken dinner to change their momentum. Even Versatile, they were okay-ish when we ended up seeing them on day one. But day two, as you can see, as how they've climbed up, especially here on ERANGEL itself, tells us of how meticulous they were in terms of finding their frags, making the movement. Because they could have had an opportunity to fight off with the, if I'm not wrong, Vasista, I think, while they were rotating out. And they decided, hey, let's not do that because the circle has gone eastern towards Water City. We see a compound which mostly could be empty and it's something that we should take, and instantly Somraj commands his lineup to move towards that building, and from there on Versatile had written their name in that chicken dinner of ERANGEL. But however, Seoul had an opportunity, but that prolonged, elongated fight that they decided to take with Revenant X-Park, I feel like was one of the reasons IQ Seoul lost this opportunity, because this circle was a gifted one for them. Wherever they were, the circle was moving in their direction, so they had to figure that, hey, let's play this out smart, because we ended up seeing, right, Legit was a little further away. He rejoined his teammate, and Nakul on the other end, I don't know what, but he was trying to overreach for that nade, which maybe have been unnecessary. Could have dropped a couple of smokes, but I think it was them understanding that on the other end Versatile have pushed. We have to somehow clear off Revenant X-Park, and in that duel itself, Seoul ended up going down and Versatile took advantage of it.
I mean, at the end of the day, you have to be at the right place at the right time. And that is what Versatile did.
Yeah, that's all.
That's all they did. They were just making sure that, hey, until this situation opens up for us, we are not going to take a duel. They have seen this happen multiple times. And I think so now we get why they are doing it. They're trying to make sure that if the zone is in their favor, they're going to make the most of the opportunity and make sure that they are there. But well, that's the end of this game. We'll take a short break and we'll be back for the next map.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
सोचूं मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले बूम
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Welcome back. We are just done with game number 3, and with that we had a spectacular, versatile winner chicken dinner that we witnessed, and now we are going to be heading into game number 4 we ended.
Game number
And
4,
it's going to
yeah.
be game number 5 after this. So welcome back. The Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, in association with the Government of Tamil Nadu, presents the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025 by Skyesports, co-powered by AMD, mobility partner Mahindra, associate partners the Production Lab, WD Black and Red Bull, official display partner Zovi, ticketing partner Kin. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk now is going to be Raider. And after we witnessed today a comeback for every team, what do you think with the last 2 games up for us? Do you think there's a lot more comebacks coming in, new different teams grabbing their chicken dinner, Raider?
I'll talk about the future, but I definitely have to talk about what really happened in the past match. Even before that, let's talk about the MVP. Let's talk about the title of MVP. Who has got that? It's got to be Somraj. Nigel from the team who took the winner with a chicken dinner. A valiant effort from Team Versatile in past 7 matches that they played, but the 7th one was the match which will mark their journey, as Somraj and his teammates were able to get a wonderful winner in a chicken dinner, where Somraj outperformed everybody else with 4 amazing finishes. MVP ranking definitely is a concern. He is at 29 at this point, finish contribution 40. Still a lot of efforts to be done for Versatile to be in top 8, but then again they are super duper close to top 8 at this point, as they are in the 10th spot, just behind Meta Ninja by a single point and behind NONX by 5 points at this moment. But let's now talk about the match standings, where you get to see Wasista coming back into the picture. But honestly, after seeing the 7th spot IQ Soul, Lucifer, they have got position points finally.
Yeah, I think that's what everybody is going to be happy about. Till now, they had barely even a single position point. So getting 3 is good, but we presume them to have a lot more, to be honest. I think we would have seen them somewhere around OG, but they missed the opportunity. Rising Esports, Cyrax, he played for survival. OG played for finishes. That gives them a total of 8. 8-bit as well played really well and smart and got themselves finishes. Revenant X Spark, I think they are the winners over here in the battle between them and Soul. They get 4 placement points, even though it's just 2 finishes. They are better in terms of the position points. Victor is Summers, on the other hand, a team who we've been seeing in the fragging department, and that's where I feel like Victor Summers have to lift things up. However, Blitz, not much working out. Let's jump into the overall standings, and with that, it is going to be OnePlus Gold's Reign sitting at the tippity top. Even though their players are finding frags here and there, they are very consistent in finding the finishes. They do not need anything much going here on day 2. I think today is just about grabbing as many finishes as they want. They've raced up to 81, Vasista right behind at 71, Welt at 65, Hero Extreme Godlike at 63, Cincinnati at 62, Blitz at 60. They've taken a big fall. IQ 8-bit is at 56, NONX Esports at 54, and this is the current top 8 that we have, Raider. And let's see what movement has been done with Versatile's chicken that they've got.
Even before that, I really want to talk about OnePlus God's Reign. See, their first, I believe, 5 matches were wonderful. They've got 2 winner chickeners, amazing performances. But the most recent match that we just got to see, in that, I believe they just got 1 or 2 points altogether in that particular match. That kind of shows their vulnerability, which other teams are going to explore for sure. And Vasista's climb is super amazing. There was a gap of around 26 points between Vasista and OnePlus God's Reign, but now that gap is getting narrowed. That means even OnePlus God's Reign can be chased out. And same can be said for a lot of teams who are trying their level best to be in the top 8. Like Soul, struggling, but still with 29 points, and there's a massive gap between 9 to 16. Look at that gap, 21 points of difference. Meta Ninja, Versatile's day has been quite fruitful, be it Miramar or You talk about Rondo, or you talk about specifically the last ERANGEL that they were able to convert as a winner chicken taking team. Versatile definitely has made a comeback today. It's just they have to close off this day with their final match in a good way.
When we did see this team at the 9th position, they were sitting at 50 points, and when we compare it with the team sitting at the 17th position, they sit at 27 points, and that's a difference around 60 points from the team sitting at the top. Or if you take #2, that is going to be 50 points. So the difference right as now sits at least between 3 chicken dinners. So I think teams in the bottom 24 have to play big, and if they don't, it could be a cause for concern for them and even their fans, at least in the semi-finals. But now a good thing for I feel like maybe Revenant X Spark and Aiku Soul is going to be them playing back in ERANGEL against the same group that they played. So it is going to be a battle between the Group B and Group C teams itself. Could be a revenge matchup here for a lot of them. Vasista Esports also had an opportunity for a chicken dinner, but it looked like a lot of teams decided to go away for a fight from them, and then eventually when Vasista wanted to indulge in a fight, they did not clear their corners and they did lose up players one after another, and that could be a concern that they should think out what they'll do here on ERANGEL. But it is again Group B and C, they should understand the play style. But I feel like the team most feeling a little out of ERANGEL after losing the previous game should be Aiku Soul. They had the opportunity, but what do they do different this time is what I'm going to be waiting for, Rido.
See, the biggest problem for Aiku Soul, I believe, in their last rotation was that they were stuck in the water city and they had to rotate to the ruins area where the final play zone were coming in. And that's exactly where they got pinned on, not just from Revenant X Spark, but also from VXC from the front corner. So there were too many teams and too many things that happened, really. But eventually, in this particular map, the match 11, or should I say day number 2, match number 5, is where Aiku Soul and many other teams like that who are still struggling from the 10th to 24th spot, that means a total of 14 to 15 teams, they're still struggling to find their routing, so will try their level best to make a grand comeback, as this could be one of those matches which is going to give them the buff, the advantage to fight back. And remember folks, this is the last match for the day for Group C teams. All the Group C teams will play their next remaining matches tomorrow. So yeah, Group C teams definitely have to buckle up.
Flight path from military base, shooting all the way to shooting range itself. A south to a north flight path, again a little favoring the west, something that we did see yesterday. So I think we might end up seeing the circle again towards the extremity of Lipovka or a little down towards military base. I don't think we're going to be seeing a centralized circle or maybe even a western one. We'll wait and watch, but for now TR and GDR will go to their drops, not any trouble. 8-bit as well. Team Tamilas, now that's a team that have been looking forward to having a better day, a comeback, if say, per se, today. I don't know if that's going to be happening. While Versatile have already done it. Victor Issamis as well. They started off cleaning off Yasnaya. A very quick one that was. But can they do something similar again? You have to wait and watch. Could be an opportunity. Blitz on the other end towards the South Giorgio, right next to Everest. But today has not been great. As you've already seen, it's been a drop down in terms of the overall standings from there where they are, and same goes for Rising Esports. I don't think they've been having a great time at all. They are in the bottom 24. Let's see if there's going to be something different. We did say they're at the 17th position. Let's see something different happening. But for now, it's going to be Wild Fangs. They start off different, and it's none other than against K9. They find the opening, it seems, a knock. But do they continue? No says Punk as Tiger answers with a knock. But there is an answer back on Punk. A back and forth happening here. And it's down to the IGL Sensei. But make it even him not there. His co-camerader, but now enemy, Fierce, puts him down. And that's an end for Wild Fangs at the start. And it seems like that story could be written even for Meta Ninja. As they tried to stay and fight with OG, they've already grabbed the finish in their name. And it seems like it's down to the last two players, Shadow and Termi from Meta Ninja. While OG have already grabbed a quick 2 finish to start.
A big leap definitely by the sides of Revenant X Spark. And then eventually you talked about Ico Orangutan, no doubt. They're trying and striving and doing their level best so that they can qualify for the LAN, which will be happening in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium from 14th to 16th. Make sure to check it out. The tickets are live on Keen. Check them out. Purchase the tickets so that you can be a part of this entire action. But Marcos Esports Gamla Boy wants to be chaotic up against Aiku Soul. Dreams fights back. Thunder is out. Ayogi is down. Ayogi is out. Aiku Soul, big trouble for them, but the IGL steps in. Knuckle fights back. I think Knuckle legit. Oh, legit is not there, guys. It's gotta be Joker who's there with Knuckle, and Joker has been compromised as well. What is happening to Ico Soul? The very first match that we got to see, the very previous match that we got to see Ico Soul performing in that particular matchup, they were able to get at least 6 points. But in this one, it feels like that they might have the very first early wipe. It's just Knuckle. It's not Rondo anymore. So in ERANGEL, Knuckle has to play a solo game now.
He had no choice as well. The weapon was also not that great. But for now, showing that there's a better weapon with the dual. With the dual is coming in. And there it is. Termi finds value actually. Putting down a player from OG, and Aru is also going to be eliminated. I thought it's going to be only a knock. Aru over there was climbing the roof to get information, but all he gets is going to be his own elimination, his own finish. And because of that, Meta Ninja might have turned cards against OG. 2 finishes for 2 finishes is where they're at now. And now what does Atanki do? The weapon's not great. Termi, first with the dually weapons and now with the Vector. I don't know if that's going to be an option for him to find value, but Atanki waiting with the long-ranged weapons that we barely see in action. Can he find a bullet right to his opponent's head or chest? If he does, that could give them an opportunity. OG will get their finishes, and OG have always been just getting finishes. Barely any position points, and they're not even worried about it. The team that has to be worried about is Meta Ninja. And especially losing 2 players so early on, not great in terms of their performance throughout. They're so close to getting into the top 8. They mess up here, they're going to be out. That could be a cause for concern. This should be them trying to answer back to OG one or the other way.
I mean, both the teams are trying their level best to be there in the top 8. Meta Ninja is out there on the 9th position, I believe, and Ico Orangutan is there on 11th. Both of them, they're striving to get those points, to get the finishes, to get a big game so that they can be there in the top 8 at the end of the day. Because Ico Orangutan, they belong to, I believe, Group C, and that's the last match that they're playing. In such situations, you want to have the best outcome. Infinix Troopers have to see how far they're going to go, because if we talk about their current situation, Infinix Troopers in some matches have been wonderful, but overall, if you see, the impact is not there, as they just have 32 points at this moment. Rising Esports, we talked about them, that they are struggling. Even K9 is struggling quite a bit. But Omega, I think that's a bad situation for K9, as they were already playing in a very different type of roster. Amit was playing, then we got to see in some matches Venom was there. Now it's the last 2 remaining standings.
Both of them are at the bottom 24, so Rising Esports as well as K9 need a lot of points. At this point, it's either Rising Esports or K9. Any one of them grab points, it'll be better. But if they both are denied of points, it is just going to be a snowball effect, because from tomorrow starts a lot more aggression. Today already we've seen comebacks from teams who've been very, very smart. They've played the right hand. They've decided the right strategies. They've gotten their chicken dinners. And after that, right now, they've taken a step back. They're taking their time and making a move. They're not rallying themselves into a lot more chaotic fights. And Rising Esports had to see this coming. If they were able to find one from K9, they should have understood that those players should be nearby. And Cyrax made the mistake of not completely clearing the compounds. Yes, there are a couple of buildings over there, but he had to clear them, knowing that he found one frag for free. And K9, they're not going to let it go. They avenge Omega's finish, get one in their name, and now Rising Esports suffer the same loss while these teams at the bottom.
And Cyrex was the one in the past match. He was able to survive quite a bit for the team, and I believe overall 7 points was there for Rising Esports. And look at him. This is how things work, guys. In one match, you might be quite fruitful. In another one, you might face backlash like what Cyrex felt like what Ico is feeling at this point. As Lucknow is the only one surviving. From being the contenders for a winner chicken to being the team who's just scraping points from the surface. But Ico 8-bit, I'm super happy with the way they have pulled off today's day. Not just VXC, but I believe Ico 8-bit is yet another team, yet another name that I want to talk about who has done wonders. Adding on that, I think Hero Extreme Godlike has also done wonderful stuff in Rondo by getting a big winner with a chicken dinner. I really want to see Ico 8-bit just maintaining that tempo that they have got, and they're already right now in the top 7. So it's a good thing that they already have got the top charts. They just need to be consistent, because the gap currently between #7 to #1 is kind of, I would say, visible. And with 32 points of a difference, you know that you have a lot of heavy lifting to do.
Heavy lifting or not, This team is doing it all.
Yeah.
God's Rain, Delta, Neo, Aqua, Justin. Seems like there's a flow that these players have found. They're now commanding the land and the waters at the same time, finding value sitting at the top of the table. While the same cannot be said for Seoul. Last man standing, Nakul, we saw what they suffered in the very start of things. While Nakul wanted to answer back, he did not have the right weapons. At that time, he had only a level 1 helmet and a vest as well. Not even a backpack, if I'm not wrong. So weapons, helmets, vest, all his utility were not the right thing to fight or fend for. If he had a chance, I'm pretty sure Nakul would have gone in. For now, he's going to just stay in school, get to survival, figure what the best approach is from here on. At least he's not going to be a team to be eliminated. Maybe, hey, Raider, the best part is hopefully they survive here a little longer compared to those 2 or 3 position points they acquired when they had to acquire around 6 or maybe even a chicken dinner 10. So Nakul, let's see if he can find maybe closer to 6, coming up to second. A tough ask, to be honest. But hey,
Yeah.
it's possible.
I mean, of course, as you rightly called it out, a very tough task at this point to pull off, but situation demands it. You're just at 29 points. There's a big difference between you and the #1 team, and if you're eyeing to be there in the grand finale just from the semifinals so that you can kind of pass the entire grueling journey of LCQ, it has to be quick, but Infinix through it first. The way they're rotating, they're getting bombarded with a lot of bullets. But Evan Spark, they're getting retaliated. Trey's got the most lethal weapon that Evan Spark has got, is down to his knees. The others are also running super low. Remember, Punk went down up against one blade while Fang. That means this team is already down to the last 2 individuals, and that's Fierce and Gordon. Yeah, but through the connection, Gordon becomes the last man standing, and he's got a DBS to work with. But it's just going to be very, very difficult for Gordon to do a 1v4 in such situation. Connection, Harsh is super low, but the final connection comes, and that's Harsh once again nailing the final bullet onto the coffin of Revenant Spark. So yeah, Revenant Spark, they started, their spark was clear, but the fire never came through. Revenant Spark once again waiting for the next room, next match, next opportunity to fight back and put some scores on the board.
Yeah, going out so early without anything to say. Better luck next time is all that we can talk about.
Yeah.
Aiku Soul, back again, the last man standing. Seems like players have gotten closer to him this time. It's not going to be a safe school this time. He has to play smart, see if there's something better that he can maybe upgrade to. Especially on the nades if somebody is getting closer. But look at the circle, it's taken a shift. Stage 2, 1 minute and 30 before we see the play zone closing in. But as we said, not much in terms of action, because when it's a centralized circle, teams do not have to be worried much. But it seems like Meta Ninja and OG are having a fight right at shooting range. And Ninja, they did have an early couple clash that happened, a 2v2 situation, and from the very start of things, it's still in that spot. I'm not too sure if it was a confirmation of a finish for Meta Ninja or the other way around. But that is a 2v2 that is being prolonged. It is going down to becoming a Cold War, and maybe something that will be written eventually at the end of our match 11 of ERANGEL. But just in barely 1 or 2 points additional for either of the teams, because if they're going to stay out there for such a long time, it is going to be for sure one of the teams going to be completely wiped out of the lobby, but the other with a lot of casualties to answer for. And it seems like OG are down to their last leg. That's going to be Vizgod.
The last man standing. Meta Ninja. Termi trying to charge in. And even if you talk about Vizgod, he has got an M16A4 to work with. A burst weapon. I mean, bullet damage is there, no doubt in that. But it's going to be very difficult, specifically in the close range. In long range, you might actually connect some dots with the bow shots. But for Vizgod, it's a do-or-die situation. Heiko, Orangutan, I mean, they are an amazing team. But they're still struggling to find themselves in a good spot, specifically talking about CEGC. Dummy goes in for the pump action connections. The shots are not really connecting. Even from the other corner, Vizgod is not making a lot of buzz at this point with the M16. And the angle that he's holding, the stair angle, it's again very difficult to hold with such weapons. Vizgod has to obviously isolate at this point. And And if he can do that, that will be better. But there's a headshot! A single burst and Shadow goes down. Metanins are in deep trouble at this point. But where's God? Now with the deagle in hand, he's trying his level best to pull this off. It will be a miraculous fight if he does a 1v2 with M16 because it is unheard of. It is a type of play that we usually do not talk about. We never have seen such situations being developed, but these are the dire situations where IQ Orangutan is counting their last breath. But Wiz God is here to breathe in some air.
Whiz those shots and send them packing. The burst fire has found his first prey, but can he find a lot more? He's now playing games with the last survivor, not allowing him to revive. He's just going left and right. He's just playing with their hearts and finally lands the blow. Wow. Wiz God played a godful game here for surviving in the name of orangutan. Unbelievable stuff. At that point, Wiz God, he knew that he was inside their minds. He was playing. He was eating them up. He was gobbling them like snacks. There was nothing much to be done. They had lost everything. Once a player does that with the burst shot and then Raider, he continues to keep engaging you. You're just a bait from
so that the bullets run out. I think the tactic was to make sure that the other guy was running out of bullets. Because with pump action, you don't really get a lot of bullets. I think a total of 15 shots was something that was possible. And remember, Meta Ninja never really went out of those compounds. So there was no possibility that he would have around 30 or 40 shotgun shells. What a mind game by Wiz God. Yes, putting down Shadow was something that he was trying his level best to do. Once he got that connection, after that he saw that it's a close range weapon that the other guy is wielding. He was just playing mind games. He was just making sure that the number of bullets run super duper low. So that every single shot that the other guy is taking is a counted shot. So usually what happens is like you go for a pre-fire whenever such situation happens. You just kind of keep on tapping on the weapon so that maybe a single pellet, maybe a shot is going to connect. Maybe I'm going to put the pressure on the opponent. That never really happened. Now coming back to Ruins where the last match kind of summed up. Oh my god, what is happening? Are we going to see these clean, pristine shots all the way?
Team Tamila has a lot more expectations on them. The Grand Finals happening in Chennai itself, and I think if not seeing them, it feels a little weird at that spot.
Yeah.
I hope Team Tamilas, of whatever is going wrong, they figure things out, because it's going to be very much necessary to see them. The Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium has to see one of their posters so that the people in and around Chennai can come down, because the last time I was there and Team Tamilas were one of the participating teams in the LAN, the amount of roar that I heard for their own team from the region was a lot compared to any other team on the stage. That tells you the love that they have for the game and the team that they keep rooting for. So a lot of expectations on them, and one such expectation was on Knuckle for survival, and with him going down, his horse does not have an owner anymore for at least this game, and Aiku Soul suffer another defeat here on ERANGEL, even though the matchup was between the same groups. Both Revenant X Spark and Aiku Soul do not find value.
Tough for Aiku Soul right now. I mean, around 7 matches done at around 29 points. They definitely have to figure out something different in the next 2 days so that they can hopefully qualify from the semi-finale to the Grands. But Wasesta, we don't usually see them being that calculative, but lately Hector and his Igeling has proved one thing, that zone control is a very easy part for them. Zone control is something that they always work on in every single circle. And the next part that I really want to talk about is Simp adapting to the role of an assaulter right now. The past team that he was representing, in that particular team, there were players like Admiro and Jonathan already were doing this part of being aggressive, finding the opening for the team. And Simp, unfortunately or fortunately, whatever you want to call it out, had to play the role of giving the support to the team. But Simp always wanted to adapt to the role of being the assaulter, bringing in the opening for the team. And off late, we can clearly see that. We can clearly see the results under Hector. Simp being the assaulter, Scaryjot being the guy who is the another assaulter, trying to find the openings. What a fruitful situation for Wasesta as they are on the second spot with north of 70 points.
Let's see if they can continue it. So far they have. The consistent average that we keep talking about, something that they've been able to deliver. And I would say somewhere down the line, even GODLIKE have been able to do that. Not a lot with big games today, but they've been grabbing points here and there, which has been working out in their name. Versatile with their recent chicken dinner. They'll be expecting to do a little more this time, but they're not in one of the greatest spots. But you can be, as a viewer, for the Grand Finals of the Chennai Esports Global Championship, an event which is backed by the government. And it is going to be one of the first ever events for being a global IP backed by the government. And one such Indian esport era you need to be a part of, whether a viewer, an enthusiast, or maybe even a player. This is for them playing in the Grand Finals. The tickets are in the Kin app. Links in description as well as in the bio of Skyesports Gaming. But for now, linking themselves to finishes is what GODLIKE are looking forward to here on ERANGEL as well. But it's time for the next circle, the stage 4, and it takes a big drastic northern shift, and there's only 2 teams inside it. It's going to be 8-Bit as well as Visista Esports. Orangutan's last man standing is going to be coming up from way north, but it's only Visgod. He doesn't have anybody to stand with. So all the teams coming in from the southern edges of the map, they have a lot to fight for to get into the circle, because there are no proper roadway channels that they could use to get into the circle itself. There's barely 2-3 roads connecting it.
But the circle in itself is a very complex circle. It's going to be very difficult for the teams to hold off, because there's just 2 compounds and a lot of water bodies, 2 crossroads to work with. Jelly, oh my god, he just went through it and eventually came out of the hoverboard. There's some bullets. The plane is still to be taken down. Rico, Buggy's back at his damage. Now Jelly has to escape from here. Kyo Lama, he's there for the support. I think Kyo is going to surprise his opponent quite a bit. Let's see. Oh no, the entire team decides to just let go of this location and then finally go to the next circle. But Beard Baba and Dragon constantly pouring lead onto the opponents. No openings from both the sides, but then again, the kind of damage that they're dishing onto each other, they're trying to maintain that pressure and clear off certain angles so that in the next particular play zone, they don't have to capitalize on the backstabs. But Tourismus versus VXC, we talked about Versatile maintaining the tempo. It seems like that they will be falling short, as ERANGEL is kind of in a bad spot right now.
Knocked for now. Let's see if that's going to be a problem. But on the other end, Justin is out. It's Aqua also knocked. Neo and Delta. Neo, the player in charge, has been finding a lot for GODLIKE. This time, however, they're sitting at 0. And Blitz, a team who have not found value so far. They're barely finding finishes. They've dropped on the overall standings. They had the opportunity, but it seems like they've decided actually not to pick this fight. Their intentions are to get into the circle. So GODLIKE, they have a second life here on ERANGEL. As a team has decided to cut this out, they can rejuvenate their players, move into a spot where they don't have to be worried, but it's not going to be easy. We already saw the circle, right? So getting into the circle itself is going to be a task in itself, and from there on, figuring out which teams are in and around the circle, another major task to deal with. And Marcos are in one such iffy spot and now stuck in a very small shack. I don't know how he's going to get out of it, but for now he's been spotted. Bullets were shot, but it's not going to be enough. But something that is still going to fall short in terms of our hearts is going to be Team Tamilas in terms of the performance. Another early elimination without finding any value. They did spot True Rippers, but there was no conversions found. But right now conversions might happen, as now stuck. GODLIKE, 2 of them down. It's down to Delta, the clutch maestro.
And Victor Summers will definitely sum it up. At this point, I do not believe that Delta is going to pull this off. It's a very bad spot to work with, to be honest. And he's stuck behind a vehicle. Look at that nade coming through. Oasis. Oh, he is going to eat chunks of his HP. And Oasis with this vehicle burst could be summing Delta's journey up. Yeah, there you go. Marcos, they're also shooting some bullets. And Venom has been taken down. Bit of a distraction, but one good bullet onto him. That could be it. Yes, there you go. The connection being made by Oasis. But I miss all this. 1+ GODLIKE once again gets their second lifeline. To be honest, the third lifeline at this point. Mafia is busy tagging the players from VXT. 1+ GODLIKE. They're going to heal themselves up. But I'm really very surprised with what happened to Team Tamilas. Like, they really thought that Infinite True Rippers is out. They are moving from a different direction. We have nobody to really check from the backs. But Blitz and their late rotation caught them off guard.
Delta somehow got Aquinox, but he's going to go down now. Victorissimus have them surrounded. They're not inside the circle, even Victorissimus, but they have time, 56 seconds on the clock for them to breathe something else, but they are also firing a little further. That's another extreme, even Versatile, they're not inside the circle, but a revival cost them an elimination, a loss, and God's Reign are out. Versatile on the other end, the bullets that were shot becomes an invite, and Smoker decides, okay, let's take this fight head on. Let's see what you guys have got, as Victorissimus now have 5 total finishes, 3 in Venom's name and 2 in Owace, and Smoker only pushed alone. None of the other players together with him, and Smoker is going to be down with just a jiffy. And Aimbot from afar thought he could maybe provide cover fire, and he is. Oasis is down, Mafia gets pelted with a lot of bullets, and now they have to drop down smokes to figure out a revival. As now in the next 8 seconds the zone starts closing in, and I think that smoke is going to help them to get their player back. Aimbot doesn't have good sights, but there's another team firing on the vehicle, which could become a cause for destruction. Venom taking a vehicle, his teammate as well, making his teammate sit in the other while he's bleeding out. But Venom, he's becoming a distraction here. He jumps into the molly. He doesn't know because he jumped into the smoke, spots the player, and now it's Vasista who are able to pick them off. Oh my god! Victorissimus, after playing that off beautifully, make a mistake, and now Vasista Esports, the compound that they have and the position that we saw in the circle, it looks like they're prepping for a chicken dinner today.
Just them, but even but I believe they are also one of the strongest contenders. But look at the other teams. Infinix Troopers stuck outside the water body. You talk about Team Rising Esports, they're also stuck. There are many particular teams, Marcos, they are stuck. Many teams who are still in a bad spot. They're trying their level best to kind of survive and then maneuver into the play zone. Blitz surviving with the last man standing, but the way IQ 8-bit and Vasista, these two teams have got the zone control in the far extremities of the play zone is amazing. Yes, IQ 8-bit currently is in an open spot, but with this vehicle being aligned with the boulders, the smokes used in a proper way, they actually have a good amount of cover. And then if you talk about Vasista, I mean, they have the hard covers of that squad house. But how long is that cover going to be there? That's a big question, because the play zone is kind of running towards IQ 8-bit, which will give them the advantage of maybe, hopefully, securing a win very chicken dinner. I think the worst part is for Infinix Troopers. They are stuck in the water body. They're in a wide open spot. Vasista is aiming onto them. IQ 8-bit is aiming onto them. And somebody is definitely going to have a piece of them. There you go.
They don't have a chance for rerouting there. They're stuck at the island. They thought maybe the circle will shift in their favor. It's not happened. One player's been knocked. Blitz, also one individual player, Soham, trying his best to put players down. But it is going to be True Rippers who are going to be losing players one after another. Juicy landing blows, one and another, emptying his magazines to find finishes. Same does Vasista Esports, as Soham, the last man standing for Blitz, goes down with 5 total finishes. Ege, he has an opportunity for survival, but the zone's closing in. That's going to be big damage. He just had around 5 first aids. That's not going to be enough for survival. Last 5 teams here, the best 5 here on ERANGEL between the group B and C, and it's only 2 teams, only 1 team from the previous top 4, and that's going to be Vasista Esports. And now Vasista Esports along with 8-bit have finished and fended off Rising Esports. Now their opportunity increases. These 2 teams have all their 4 players surviving. However, Sim's been knocked, and with that an opening could be found. Running out to pick Simp up, I don't think that's going to be happening. He's going to bleed out in the play zone itself, and now Hector going down. 8-bit firing on all cylinders right now. They have become the threats here on ERANGEL, but somehow they have been able to pierce this platinum armor of 8-bit, and Juicy is down, but they have a ridge. They can revive. Sarang's extension could have become a problem. Scary Jord is very close, while Vasista Esports are reviving one of their own.
The IGL stands up. Hector is back. Cheyenne, Hector, Scary Jord, they kind of stuck in a corner. But with this rich advantage, IQ 8-bit, they're doing a wonderful stuff. Yes, Juicy's revival is something which is not that possible. But Raiden skips, both of them in the vehicle. They have their eyes set on that recall. If the recall is possible, maybe the game will convert. But Cheyenne, a bit of overextension, pushes through. There's a vehicle slam. Juicy goes slam. But he also gets converted, gets traded. Raiden also gets picked off. Scary Jord pushed in deep with his teammate. Gets But the big question is Scary George going to pull off a 1v2? It's highly improbable at this point for Scary George to do something magical. The 1v2 is all that is needed. Goes back into the wicket. Scary George going in, spamming the S12K shots through the smoke, but smoke dissipating. He will be a sitting duck. The target will be considered. He's climbing the boulder, but the final shot comes from the guy who was close and personal. IQ 8-bit secures yet another amazing winner with a chicken dinner. They got one yesterday, they got one today, finishing in style for IQ 8-bit. And yeah, the lead, the stature, the comeback, and the positioning in the leaderboard is something that IQ 8-bit was working for. They played super slow in the initial phase. They were not being aggressive. They were not finding fights. But when they were in a situation where they had to take a fight, look at the way they controlled the last circle, Sam. I mean, the circle was pretty amazing. It was wide open, and they knew that the circle will obviously come out. It's not the Miramar where we got to see Impala pretty much flooded with teams. It's the circle where just a single compound is there, and that too on the edge. Vasista had to come out. IQ 8-bit knew that. They first off gatekeeped Infinix True Rippers and then Vasista. Brilliant chicken dinner.
I feel a little bad for True Rippers. I think they were having a really good game here. They played very nice. Their rotation was on point. Once they understood that the circle is moving in a direction where the roadways are going to be blocked, so they decided to go to a position where they thought the circle could move. And nice call coming in, but the circle moved back towards 8-bit and Vasista, and they had an upper hand over there. From there, True Rippers, there were a lot of fights that True Rippers could have actually played for, but they decided to move away from it. They pushed some teams away from it. But hey, I think 8-bit, the way they ended yesterday is something that they want to continue towards the end of day 2 as well. We'll see how that fared for them right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
is it in my face? I'm unfazed, I need this. Calling out my name, say meet me, cities away. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Gaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. I would try to hold on, treading water in this big storm now. Try to swim away, crash just like a tidal wave. I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Feels like gravity can't touch me when I'm here. Look at me levitate, look at me levitate. Carry all this weight, but still I'm light as air. Now I go under, hold my breath and flow. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. No, I gotta go under, hold my breath and let it go. Trust the current takes me safe for sure. Now this is my remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Regaining my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. My remedy, remedy. Let the seas sway with me, with me. Getting my energy, energy. Let the seas sway with me, sway with me. Sway with me, sway with me.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल। बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन, मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन।
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले बूम।
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Hello and welcome back once again to the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025. As we are gearing up for the last match, we are back on the desk. My name is Rita. We do have Draco Rex here once again back on the desk. And after seeing IQ 8-bit pulling off a wonderful win over the chicken dinner, which they kind of failed in the third match of Rondo, they were way close up against XTREME GODLIKE. They never really got the chance to get that winner winner chicken dinner. But Draco, finally they have got that winner winner chicken dinner and had quite a bump in the leaderboard as well. What do you think is going to happen next as the last match is due and it's of Group A and B? Yeah. I mean, to be honest, when you talk about Ico 8-bit, I think they definitely have got a big jump in terms of the leaderboard. So that's a very good thing, no doubt in that. Other than that, if you really talk about OnePlus God's Reign, they again struggled. Like their, if I talk about seventh match, and then eventually, finally, this one, the latest match that we got to see, was a struggle. Initially, in the 5 matches, they was just amazing. Right now, let's talk about the MVP, guys. Who is the MVP? It's gotta be what's this Esports' Simp. 4 finishes, hashtag 1 MVP ranking, and 57% of finish contribution. I talked about the stuff that when Tim parted ways with UXP got like when he got into Vasista. His team Hector also told this. Simp also had always that notion that he wants to be an assaulter. He's not that player who wants to sit on the back lines. He always wanted to be the assaulter for the team. And once he is in Vasista Esports, Hector gave him the clarity that yes, we needed a guy who can assault, who can fulfill the spot of where the entries can be made. And Simp is fulfilling it quite fruitfully. Look at the way Vasista has jumped up. Yeah, I do believe winner chicken dinners are something that they're still lacking on, as Cincinnati, OnePlus, God's Reign, IQ 8-bit. These are 3 teams who have already secured 2 winner chicken dinners each. Versus has got just 1. But overall, if you talk about the impact of these consistent performances, you'll get to see that very soon. But before that, let's talk about the match standings, where you can see Vasista still has got 13, but IQ 8-bit, the Source Stealers, the Thunder, which nobody can calm down in this map of ERANGEL, they got 17.
Exactly, 17 total points, just taking them and bumping them up in this gradual journey. They're going like staircases, 1 step at a time, 1 jump at a time, and few more finish points at a time. This game was more about making sure that they get the winner chicken dinner and not more on the finish points, because they knew that. On the other hand, Vasista knew that, hey, look, we are in a high spot, and guess what? After game number 5, who's on top? It's none other than God's Reign. But they have lost that comfort which they had, the few point difference, because Vasista is in second place with 84 points, and clearly you can see a difference. This team is not holding back, even though they have more position points than OnePlus God's Reign. And in third is IQ 8-bit with 30 placement points and 2 winner chicken dinners in their name.
See, OnePlus God's Reign, initially when we started the day, they had a gap of 26 points between them and their next in kin, like next in line, the hashtag 2 team. Now, after the 6 matches that they played, the gap was of around 17 points. And once Vasista is back on the charts, look at that. A gap of just 4 points. Absolutely vulnerable OnePlus God's Reign's position is. On the second page, we get to see NONX with 54 points getting pushed back to this page where they never really wanted to be. But eventually, being in the top 8 is not an easy feat to achieve. MetaNinja also gets pushed a bit because MetaNinja, Shadow, and the last remaining player for MetaNinja got 1v2'd by WizGod with just a M16, a weapon that nobody really talks about. It's modern day Kar 98K M24 from the game that nobody really uses. Yes, in the foreign meta, M16 is still something which is a viable option, specifically in maps like Miramar. But here, magical stuff by WizGod.
Yep, exactly. And talking about today, we had spoken about IQ Soul getting those placement points, which, I mean, it's 3, but they need to do more. They are taking a step on the page of Orangutan, who currently have more than 40 finishes to their name. whereas they have less than 10 position points. On the other hand, team that has been consistent, I mean quite good, has been Why Not Esports, and they will be playing now as well in Miramar. It is the last game of the day. It all comes down to this. After this, every single team has 8 games left to go. 8 games that will decide if they make it to the top 8, if they make it to the 3-day grand final LAN at Chennai. Will they make it there? Will they make sure that they are there? Or will they go down in the LCQ and then fight off again against the same teams? It is going to be very interesting to see. Will any team even purposely try to go below just to get more practice? Because at the end of the day, we are just new.
Oh.
These rosters are new. All these players
Yeah.
are new. Synergy is the name of the game. But will they make sure that, hey, if we play more, we might get more? You never know.
But if you play more, your books are going to get open, your strategies are going to be wide open, which the other teams are particularly going to exploit now that we have coaches, analysts coming in from a lot of particular teams who are there in this particular 24 set of teams. I do believe it's going to be a tough choice if they really want to go to LCQ. I don't think so. Somebody is intentionally going to perform in a way where they drop down to LCQ. But then again, if you are there in the LCQ, you have to perform. Obviously, there's no way around it. You have to perform. You have to be in the next line of 8 teams who are going to get qualified for the grand finale. But in the semis, day number 2 is already on the verge of ending, and Vasasta, I believe they have played all their matches. Yeah, Vasasta have played 8 matches of their own. IQ8bit has played 8 of their matches, and I'm talking about these teams because they were in the top 3. OnePlus GODLIKE now has the chance to be comfortable once again. If they go north of 100 overall after performing in this particular match, it would be a good thing for them. But Blitz and IQ8bit, there's a difference. There's a huge difference between IQ8bit and Blitz. That means #3 and #4. We'll talk about all of that, but before anything else, let's talk about this amazing diagonal flight path, which is cutting this map in a sort of 50-50 ratio, where we get to see Los Leones as the starting point and all the way towards lakh, where I believe IQ is going to have their own fun run. Welt, once again, initially in the first Miramar today, they decided to go to Campo Militar, extremity of this map, and now they have decided to go towards Spartona or maybe Valle del Mar at the end. Again, playing on the extremities, just playing safe so that they can get as many as points and let all the other teams fight in between each other's and finally fight for the last positions.
I mean, you have to make sure that at this point is the last game of the day. So what do? You just either you can play a bit safe and be like, you know what, let's just build up momentum for tomorrow. And one team that is coming back after getting a winner chicken dinner is GODLIKE. They are here after the winner chicken dinner. So now we have to see how do they make the most of it. Every single team we have seen today, versatile, 8-bit, Cincinnati kids, have created this momentum and made something out of it. But at the same time, if you look at OnePlus God's Reign, they're going to Impala, and there's nobody going to be close to them. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens here. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Wilt going into Southwest Extreme Island to make sure that, hey, we can get all the loot over here. On another part, I believe there is Proton who is left, and Proton is going to from Wilt going to another spot as well. What is the split by Wilt? 1 second. Do you see that, Raider? The split by
Yeah.
Proton.
I think jumped way too late, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
quite an interesting split.
Yeah, maybe he was just trying to figure out his sensitivity, or maybe controls were being set up, and at the end I decided to like jump a little late. But that's a very interesting choice, to be honest, because all their teammates are there in the down south, and then this guy known as Proton, one of the most effective from Welt, has decided to jump on the top northern corner where IQ is already close by. It's going to be very tough for Proton. What Proton can do is get a gun, maybe some bullets, maybe some utils, and just instantly find a vehicle and run back to his teammates, because the zone is also southern. So I think pairing up with the teammate is going to be very, very important for Proton. Apart from that, if you see all the other teams like IQ on the northern corner, they'll have to have a tough rotation. Hero Extreme GODLIKE, their rotations are going to be tough as they are also in the northern corners and have to travel around around 1.5 kilometers of a distance so that they can just be at a safer spot close by to the play zone. And Miramar is usually that particular map where we never really talk about holding the center POI. It's usually about playing on the edges, clearing your backs, and then performing. IQ is already on the move, and you can be on the move as well, guys, towards Chennai, as the action will be starting in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium from November 7 to 16. It will be the Counter-Strike 2 action, and then of course from 14, 15 and 16 you'll get to see the BGMI action, where the top 16 teams out of these 24 will be performing in front of your eyes in the grand finale.
They will be performing, but right now, Legit, who is on the ID, gets knocked. Finished. Ralph. Okay, what a way to welcome IQ Soul into this game. And simply, even though they are far away from the zone, Autobots, Ralph getting the first finish and just telling, you entered, good, we saw you, goodbye. It was it was a matter of 5 seconds where you could see Legend getting a car, hop in a car, going away with the car, thinking that he's in safety, but guess what? He's not. And Ralph just shuts him down, tells him, you're going back home, thank you very much, and you're going back. But now, talking about, well, like, this is very much funny because we know that 3 players are here. Meanwhile, Proton is on the northeast end of the map. He'll have to go from coast to coast to come back to his teammates. But how does he make that rotation? Will he be caught in the middle? Or will he decide, you know what, I'm going to play this extreme flank, which maybe just gives the team more awareness. He'll play edge to edge while the team goes for the center.
Could be a possibility, no doubt on that, but the location of Parthona is already pretty secluded, extremely on the southern part of the map, one of the most southern drop locations. So I don't think so they're going to have a tough time at this moment. They are going to enjoy. Of course, Proton, as I can see that vehicle icon coming through just after his name, that clearly tells us that he's already on the move. He has decided to rotate back to his teammates because for Welt, this zone is currently like a blessing in disguise. Extreme Southern play zone and their drop is also Extreme Southern. They can easily fan out and control a major chunk of it. And specifically in the third, fourth play zone, they will not have to make very tough decisions with regards to their rotations. So I think Welt can really focus in terms of their gameplay, in terms of getting frags and all. But for Ayogi, such situations were not that easy. Ayogi thought that there is nobody in the compound, or maybe he just saw someone else. He was trying to be sneaky, got the vehicle, but I really surprised with the decision of driving the vehicle straight, because usually when you know that there is an opponent in the building and it's a pickup truck that you are driving, which is comparatively slow to Mirado and buggy weapons, vehicles like that, sorry. So you decide to like jiggle around, you decide to like make sure that the opponent cannot really line up the shots. And what Ayogi was doing, he was just driving straight, so the bullets landed right on his head.
Normally, you tend to just weave your way, just make it a bit tougher because the opponents have to move their crosshair to just get the right aim. If you're going straight, all they need to make sure that they're aligning the straight to the point. But now, talking about a team that ideally has not had a decent day, and that would be none other than Mad Kings. We have seen them slowly and steadily fall down from the table. They were there in the middle 8, then going to the bottom 8, and now they're still stuck there. This team, while having like 21 points under their banner, they have to do more. You expect more. For the fans of Clutch God, they want him to do well. I have seen it personally when Mad Kings were in that situation back in BMIC 2025, when they got that 2v2 clutch. Everybody was celebrating and cheering like it was a win. It was a win. They got a chicken dinner and that need. It is literally immortalized. But now, in this tournament, in CEGS, literally, we haven't seen much from this team. Meanwhile, if you take a look at Aquanox, he is also there. He is just there in outside the zone. I think the Godlike might not even noticed him. I think he's trying to make sure that he's going back to his team discreetly as well. But right now, Soul coming from all the way from the northeast back to the zone. They all have to make sure that they're in the center. Meanwhile, another team, Revenant X Park Raider. This team has had a decent day, I would say, but not the best.
I think there were certain moments where Revenant X Park definitely impressed us, like the fourth match of ERANGEL. They survived a little longer, went down to the top positions, top 3, top 4, I believe. Got some good points in their banner. But after that, in the very next match, they struggled. And right now, even in this Miramar, I really have hopes that Revenant X Park is going to pull something magical, as the thing is that they are right now on the 19th spot with just 25 points, shy of 4 points from IQ Soul, 34 points for Rising Esports. That is the kind of scoreline that we're talking about. And honestly, GODLIKE not being able to perform in the last 2 matches that they played is a blessing in disguise for such teams who are actually lying in between 16 to 24 positions, the bottom 8 teams. I think for them, it's a blessing in disguise. Because if the table toppers are not climbing in that way, that means the bottom teams like Versatile, like IQ 8-bit, like Versista for some extent, I would say, have made a comeback today. Even Godlike, I would like to take their name as well, as they have jumped to 6th position. Cincinnati Kids, back-to-back 2-winner chickaders by opening up today. Yesterday they ended up with just 18 points, somewhere around in the mid areas of the leaderboard. Look at the climb that they had. So all those teams who were stuck from the 9th spot to 24, they made a comeback, and OnePlus God's Reign, they struggled. Wasista, they are being consistent, so good for them. But Ico 8-bit, they made a comeback. Welt, they struggled, and that's why they had to pay the price by dropping down to the 5th spot. So not a lot of table toppers who are being consistent, but a lot of bottom dwellers who are still trying to push themselves back onto the charts, and I really want to see Rising, Esports, IQ Soul, Team Remnant Spark, even Mad Kings, all the teams, to be honest, at the bottom 8 spot to make a comeback. I don't want to see One Blade Wildfang sitting at the bottom. I don't want to see the only all-female lineup, Why Not Esports, sitting at the 15th spot, because again, they have come through a grueling journey. One Blade Wildfangs finding their next set of top 5 players so that they can lock in for the next 6 months. Why Not Esports qualified from the Luna stage, performed quite well over there from 5 matches to 4 winner chicken dinners. I mean, there are so many storylines that we can talk about, but honestly, the comeback is something that I'm really interested in.
Comeback is truly something that we should be awaiting and seeing, because you have that. The fans want it. One player at the same time who we all talked about was Proton. He is in a very interesting situation. You see that he's getting close to Why Not, but not going too close. On the other hand, Godrin is deciding to go outside into the damage part of the zone to maybe find Aquanox. And this is something interesting. I have not seen this quite a lot from them. Normally they're happy to be edge to edge. They'll make sure that they'll be from the eastern side and just come more east and east. They had an opportunity, but rather they decided to go north, which is very intriguing. Another team that we should be talking about is none other than Team Tamilas. They are currently right now in the north, in the southwest part of the map, and they're slowly coming up. They will only be the only team in front of them that was there is Noxus. But right now, as you're talking about Autobots getting to Nox, this is not looking good for Godlike. Jonathan getting down Lobster, but Jonathan goes down as well, and it is all left on the shoulders. S-Power finish. This is all left on the shoulders of Admino, the MVP of BGIS 2025. Can he do something against the team that has proven in the past to be a thorn? Right now, Autobots having the advantage. They know from Alpha, the late coming in, Pro getting some shots. Right now, Admino is in deep trouble. Arif just going forward, trying to get another angle, and realizing that there might be somebody waiting for him. Can he just take a car and go away? Or is he trying to just go for the shots right now? Does he believe that he has a clutch in himself? Raider, this is not looking good for him, is it?
Not at all, not at all. Admino crawls back into the smoke. There were vehicles, he could have gone out of this equation, but Lobster, the MVP lad from the Autobots lineup, is out. Admino trying to repatch himself in the smoke, got caught off guard by Pro, and there you go. Remember guys, Autobots, the biggest match that they had ever in CEGC so far in the semi-finale was in Miramar. That was day number 1, match number 2, where Autobots got, Lobster specifically got 7 frags, and as a team, Autobots got around 13 frags. I am looking that shadow in their performance today. But yeah guys, the tickets are live. Don't miss the Chennai Esports Global Championship happening in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium from November 7 to 16. Tickets are live and available on Kin. Just go ahead and check it out. Meanwhile, we get to see Marcos. To be honest, few matches for Marcos were wonderful. Even in the previous matchup in ERANGEL, Marcos did definitely got some good points, and that's why they are right now in the 16th spot. Obviously, 16th is not the good spot. They definitely need to buckle up and climb quite a bit. For that, Gumla Boy, Ralph, all these lads, they have to perform quite a bit. Why Not versus IQ Soul? This could be an interesting story to talk about.
It'll be interesting because it's two teams who are trying out something different. Right now, we can see that Goblin is not a part of the lineup that is playing in this map per se. We can see Thunder, and Thunder takes some sprays, and on whom is none other than OnePlus Godrian. Aikusul, the story during this tournament has been quite interesting for them. After what happened at BMIC, the team has tried to take a little bit of a reset, adding the likes of Thunder back again into the roster, and slowly and steadily they're getting their footing. We could see Joker still proving like why he's a good player on the clutch. Shots coming in by Thunder, but just giving away their presence right now. Justin wanted to scout, find out somebody could see him, and that's that. He knows from Alpha that somebody that says, you know what, I'm just going to take cover. On the other hand, Godrian, this game is all for them to increase their cushion, the points difference. Can they do that? Well, they have the firepower, to be honest. They do in Delta and Justin.
They definitely have the firepower, but the thing is, their strategies are not really working out, or maybe they are being predictable at this point by the other teams. After playing 5 amazing matches, today is the day where Cincinnati Kids, where to some extent Hero Extreme GODLIKE after getting that winner chicken, where Cincinnati Kids and Ico 8-bit, they were able to climb quite a bit. Those jumps are something which are massive today. That comeback was amazing. Revenant X-Pac, Fury finds one, Joker goes down. Oh, Joker's finish has been stolen by Victorious Summers Mafia. Interesting. I mean, that is bound to happen in the map of Miramar when you talk about stage 2, stage 3 coming in, teams being super close. A distance of 203 meters is nothing to land those shots for these experienced individuals. And we get to see that. The glimpse of that is clear. There was a knock from Revenant X-Pac, but eventually the finish came from the other corner. Went to the other corner, I would say. But yeah, Ikusol now left with just Thunder and Nakul. These two lads have to perform in a better way, figure out something different. Nakul in the previous match was left all alone after that initial tussle with the opponents, and he also didn't went far. So this is the match where maybe they can put at least 10 points on the board.
Good, but it'll be interesting to see because placement points have not been their friend. And right now, neither does Godrian. It doesn't feel like Godrian also wants to be their friend. They're like, you know what? If you get an opportunity to take you out, we are going to do our level best to do that. And that's what they're trying right now with the rotations coming into the new zone. Soul is like, you know what? Let's just go a bit back. We know what we're getting into. So let's just retreat. Let's just find an apartment or a place where they have cover in the zone and play it slow because now there are only 2 people left. On the other hand, Godrian as well, but always getting a knock on full gaming. This game quickly Victorious Summers, and guess what? The finish is also confirmed. Fury getting another finish on Iris and the finish as well. A knock finish, and thank you very much, says. Was it? I mean, it's Victorious Summers saying that thank you very much to none other than Why Not Esports. A day for Why Not of improvement, but you did want to see a little bit of an opportunity, maybe just maybe a few more points, increasing that total, increasing the standings. But looks like it won't happen right now. Always, he's been knocked out by this lovely molly by Spray God and Mafia getting down Spray God, and now Mafia was Spray God and Spray God goes down. He has been finished. But guess what? It is Wild Fang right here getting the finish of none other than always. Team after team are coming into this compound. It is very much interesting. But who will finish on top, Raider?
It's a very important question that you asked, but One Blade Wild Fangs is that particular team who's going to finish on top in that particular fight with Victorious Summers. But the bigger question is, now that OnePlus Godrian wants to come up with a third party, what kind of retaliation will Wild Fangs bring? White Tiger, Kana, both of them are still surviving. White Tiger goes down, Kana goes down, and yes, with just 4 frags, Team Wild Fang also bid farewell to the lobby. Actually, 2 frags only. Bad spot, bad situation for Wild Fang as they're stuck on the bottom in terms of the leaderboard. The performance is not really elevating, and this particular third party with 4 frags will give OnePlus Godrian a very good momentum buff. We'll definitely have to see how that happens. And are they going to be there in the LAN venue? I guess you guys have to check that out for yourselves by purchasing the tickets live right now on Ken, and the action will be there from November 7 to 16. Initially the CS2 action, and then of course from 14 to 16 you get to see the BGMI Giants going head to head for the trophy for the prize pool of 50 lakh rupees.
I mean, my oh my, the LAN stage is just heating up. The top 8 teams have an opportunity, and if like they have an opportunity, and if they make it, you have an opportunity to watch them as well. So I don't know what you're waiting for. Like, if y'all are waiting for anybody to tell y'all, go download the app, get Kin on your phone, buy the tickets, come with your friends and maybe family and experience the power of the community of BGMI and Indian esports as well. But right now, getting back into Blitz, a team that has been very much consistent today. They have not had the best games, but they're making sure that, hey, we are here. But now they have spotted somebody. This slow and steady fragger has been spotted, but will they go for the target? Will they, you know what? We know from our hand shots are coming in from Blitz already. But will they be able to convert these shots into a knock and a finish, Raider? Only time will tell. On the other hand, Goten just looting more and more. As you go deeper into the game, as you go into stage after stage, you should make sure that you have enough of loot. You have enough of util to make sure that, hey, if you're in a situation, you can put down smokes and give yourself cover.
It's very important, no doubt in that. Definitely have to see how fruitful Remnant X Park is going to be. Has got the church angle, which is basically the position which gives you an advantage of being the all-seeing eye. You can see every single rotation in such play zones. Have got the height advantage, but Mad Kings, unfortunately, their IGL will not be the part of action anymore. It feels like that Shadow will be hunted down. He has been knocked out. Revival is something which is a bit difficult, as I can see Apollo and Pro are a bit far away, but Marco's Esports Dreams is going to shut the dream down for Ico Soul, as one knockout is there already there. And I believe with that knock, they will try to push in. But 1+ Godsend, I talked about this moments ago, that after shutting down Wildfang, the third party gave them the momentum burst. And that's exactly what they're trying to cherish by pushing in up on Mad Kings. They have pushed in. Question is, can they finish them off?
And they finish them off. That's a very interesting question. But right now, as we see Mad King's Shadow is down, they have to someday figure out how to make sure they can revive him. On the other hand, a team who's far away, who is already wounded, that is Aiku's Soul. The two players left. Can they get some magic? Some magic can maybe get some placement points. Maybe some finishes by being a third party and just or capitalizing on any knocks that are around them. Because that's the best way they can go ahead right now. Get some points and make sure that, look, day 2 has not been ideal. We've got another 2 more days, we can go forward with it. But guess what? Shadow cannot be revived and Delta gets that finish. And make that 5 finishes now for God's Reign. This team, we were talking about them. The rotations coming in, figuring what is happening. But now, with the likes of Aquanauts back again, the team of 4 are just bursting forward. And Blitz, Nocto King's rotation, getting some shots, and as well some damage on Delta. Zora just trying, Zora V, trying to make sure that they can put a dent into God's Reign, but they just can't.
It's not easy to take a team down which kind of is the table topper and has got that momentum as well. Yes, the last 2 matches were not that good, but if you see with this third party that they've pulled off, they've got the frags, they've got the manpower, they've got the compound control as well. I think at this point they're just looking forward for a better result. Remnant X Park, they have spotted Mad Kings and even Blitz, they landed some shots onto them. But I think Remnant X Park is the one who is going to have a piece of cheese. Yeah, there you go. Praise God. The most lethal weapon, as I always say, for Team Remnant X Park will strike once again. And the strike was good enough to take down not just Striker, but Pro as well. And finally, the last finishing touch will be given from NONX's most lethal, and that's Knight. I remember the previous Miramar where Knight was the last man standing, pulled off a 1v2 against Troy Tamil Esports. Against Ico Team Tamilas, my bad. So that is the precise play coming in. From all the teams, the best weapons, the most lethal individuals, the most effective ones are performing. That's why this Miramar is going to be a one beautiful match to watch.
And 2 teams on the top right now, facing off against each other. It's none other than Cincinnati Kids and God's Reign. And now Fierce knocking down Makul. But guess what? Aqua gets the finish on Ash. Blitz finishes off Neo. Justin goes down as well. And Veron finishes Aqua. And I believe that is the end for God's Reign as well. But now, oh my, this now it's for an opportunity for there being space for somebody to take that top spot. But will that happen today? On the other hand, Thunder slowly and steadily bursting forward, realizing that his teammate is knocked and has no point reviving. But guess what? Thunder with so low HP is taken down by Trace from Remnant X Park. And that's that for the story of Ico Soul in this game.
Bit of a backlash, but then again, if you see, expectations were there that maybe these 2 members could have secured some good points. Never mind. Cincinnati Kids is performing. After the first 2 games, Cincinnati Kids also had their own dip in the 3rd game that they played today. But the 4th matchup, it seems like that Team Blitz is going to have a tough time fighting against Ash, Veron and Flock from Team Cincinnati Kids. And yeah, there you go. One more from Cincinnati Kids has been taken down. Flock is out there still fighting back. Bigger question is, are they going to survive or Flock is just going to move back into the play zone? the later part will happen. Revenant X-Spark came back with a third party. Autobots are Reeve, stuck in the shack, got spotted wide open as an open book by Gods, and he went through every single chapter of Areeb. Took him down, and he's a sitting duck at this point. There is nobody who's going to save him. As the other guy from Autobots is deeper into the play zone, pretty close to Team Tamilas, and they're going to have an easy fight up against him. And I think with this finish feed, Areeb is out. Marcos versus FS. Have to see what's the result of this fight.
Exactly. This is going to be another fight for teams to just proven, but FS only have 2 players, whereas Marcos have 3 and 1 player is not. Bro, getting and finishing Dragon. Autobots just slowly bursting forward, getting those finishes that we have seen from them in the past. 6 today in this game itself. One point to note is WELT Esports, a team that we know have always made sure to be in the zone, and right now they are in the zone as well. They're one of the teams who have gotten the southern part of the zone, and just, you know what, they've just made sure that they have all the area and awareness. And Dreams low on HP, he's just rushed in, but his team, the cavalry is coming in, and this will be a fight. Therefore, Whitefall gets a knock on God, and Eggy gets the finish on him as well. Meanwhile, Poco is down, and Ralph is knocked as well. Raider, it feels like we are coming to the final embers of this game. Gamla Boy taken down, Ralph finished as well. This is unbelievable because Pro is taken away by the play zone. Dreams.
A super important match for Revenant X-Spark as well. Yeah, as you rightly called it out, a very important fight for Revenant X-Spark. 9 beautiful frags. Fierce has to be back in the action, but Revenant X-Spark, one of the best games they have played so far in the entire action of CEGC, but with the nade, unfortunately Fierce will not make the cut. Eggy is also caught in a wide open spree where all his teammates are down to the dust. He is also going to get taken down by Viper. Oh, Eggy got taken down by his own nade. Oh, actually, nade that he tossed was pretty close, and the damage from Viper was super duper high. He was down to like thin wire. That's exactly why he got taken down. And now Cotton and his teammates have their eyes set on yet another team. Zin could be taken down. One good billet, and that's exactly what happened. Brilliant play. Cotton still not finding that opening, but he is still doing the damage for the team. 7 teams surviving, out of which 3 are the players of Team Revenant X-Spark. I think this could be the match where Revenant X-Spark can make that winner chicken dinner possible and find themselves back into the picture. WELT. Proton, he was super far away from the team, and Proton got taken on, but the other 3, Gokul to be precise, Sham and Maxioso, they went ahead to play a passive game, and now they are fighting back in the top 7. Classic WELT strategy.
Classic WELT strategy. A spray coming in. Sahil. Will Gokul get the final bullet? A final bit of damage on Sahil. Sahil has healed himself up, but Trace knocks down Knight from Nox's. Revenant X-Spark are going for every single team, and another knock on Viper. Revenant X-Spark, hello? But now Anonymous slowing down Punk, but the finish comes on to Noxus. All the players from Noxus have been taken down and out. This is a game that is looking like one for Revenant X-Spark. The IGL Punk, after all the haystayers of day 1, he is now slowly and steadily building up his team. He's got the players, he's got the firepower, he's got the opportunity, but the only team that can be a small thorn, a prick that could result in them losing and bleeding out is WELT. This team we have known, they always make it into the top 5 of any game. At max, they make sure that they are in the zone, and once again, slowly, they have made into the zone. Maxi also with the nade, a little bit of smoke, a bit of cover, and sooner or later we'll see some sprays, but Flock getting his man as well. 6 finishes for CK Raider. This looks one, which till now I cannot guess who will get the winner of a chicken dinner.
Revenant X-Spark, after hearing the audio cues where Blitz, last man standing, got taken down, they have charged in towards last man standing. Oh my god, good damage. Trace is knocked out, but the revival will come through. Still 20 more seconds. I think the revivals are possible. 14 frags, top 2, 3v3 fight. Oh my god, a beautiful Miramar indeed. Down the ridge, Team WELT is out there, but from the top ridge, have to come into the circle. Situations for Revenant X-Spark are also not looking that easy to deal with. Maxioso, Sham, Gokul, 3 individuals who are very good with the aim game. It's definitely going to be difficult for Remnant Spark to pull something magical out here. Sprays are going in, but there's a damage confirmed. The IGL strikes. Unfortunately, the other two weapons that the IGL had are not going to work in that harmony, and Remnant Spark fails to get the winner chicken dinner. A very low scoring finish winner chicken dinner for WELT Esports, but indeed, this winner chicken dinner will put a dent on the leap, the jump, the drastic advantage for Remnant Spark, which could have been possibly there if they would have got the winner chicken dinner. Despite of the fact that Remnant Spark had that height advantage, the best advantage that WELT Esports had was playing on the lower ridges, and the circle was also with them. That's exactly why they were able to secure this winner chicken dinner, because they had the better ground, they had the better read on their opponents. No doubt, Remnant Spark played phenomenally, but at the end, it's WELT.
At the end, it's Welt, and this team, generally speaking, today and yesterday, they have been that team that has always gone into the top 5, but they haven't been able to convert a lot of chicken dinners. Even today, they had a situation they could have got a chicken dinner, but they missed out. Their fights not work in their favor. I remind you about Proton as well. If you just think about it, this team started from the south and made sure to be in every zone. Made sure that, hey, we are not taking any damage. Our one teammate is on the far right of the map, but that doesn't matter to us. We can still win a game, and that's what they prove. It's these underdogs who are there, who are now proving for a matter of fact that, hey, look, we might be here, but we are not here going to let you all go by so easily. We are here to prove a point that we are going to make it to the LAN. We are going to make it to the top 8 and be in a place that, hey, look, in this LAN, we are going to be there.
Not just be there, but eventually dominate. That is the kind of presence that these teams are making. Pretty fun game, to be honest, because in every single rotation, in every single decision that teams made from the very start, where Proton dropped super far away from his teammate, to Ayogi getting taken down from IQ Soul by the opponents from AUTOBOTZ, and then AUTOBOTZ surviving all the way towards the top circles, fighting back up against their opponents, to then next Spark finding themselves back in the picture while holding the church region, where initially they went ham on MADKINGs, then I believe it was Marcos, after that NONX, and slowly but slowly they started to decimate everybody else in the lobby. But it was the most passive team of the lobby who took down the most aggressive team of the lobby. That's how BGMI works, because if you don't have the zone placement, if you don't have the correct read on your opponents, even when you get the first pick, remember, Punk got the first pick on Maxioso, but his teammates were not at the good spot, got entries, got both in the Lamborghini, trying to find a good spot for the team to park down the Lamborghini and then fight back from its cover. It never really happened. The plan was there. Plan was super solid. It was concrete, but the plan never really got executed in the way it was supposed to be, because Welt was already ready with the counter attack.
Yeah, they were ready, but Punk had a flank, and the flank was just waiting. He was waiting, but his teammates just rushed in a bit too fast. And while realizing this, they're like, you know what, you're coming towards us. Our crosshair is just going to be aiming at you all. They didn't even think about Punk until the very end. And by the time Punk got a knock, it was like, okay, focus on you, and you're gone. And guess what? In the 1v1 duel, Punk just lost out. But now, if we take a look at this team, they have played really well. To be honest, today's game was decent enough for Revenant Xbox. This game, especially, I believe this would help them build up momentum, because it's a new team, a new IGL, new players. They're figuring their feeting. They're trying to understand what can one do, what are the rotations that are working. Right now, they realize that, hey, we take a compound, we are good in this situation with the team they're rushing onto us. So will they try to make this a part of their strategy? They're like, you know what, we'll take a compound. We know people will be coming towards us, and then we'll try to get the finishes in like close quarters. Rather than going for far away duels, we'll play up close.
Pretty interesting that you pointed that out, because again, with the roster changes, obviously strategies and the tactics of a certain team changes. The biggest example, I would say, positive example of it is versus Esports. Yes, their 8 matches are done. To be specific, every single team, 24 teams, 8 matches are pretty much over, as the number 2 of semi-final is done. Vasista has a new individual known as Simp, who used to play from Hero Extreme Godlike, had to play a role of support because of the fact that they already had Edmino. For a certain period, they had S-Power as well to frag out. They had Jonathan already. But now that Simp is in Vasista Esports, he has to play the role of Assaulter, as he really wanted to play that role. And he is proving himself quite lethal. But yes, there's yet another lethal weapon. I talked about him when he got the first frag. Remnant Spark's most lethal weapon, Trace God, strikes again, and at the right time, where the 50% of the journey of semi-final is over. At that 50% marker, Trace God got 8 finishes, and along with that, MVP ranking has been boosted up. Finish contribution is still 57.14%, which is absolutely lovely to see, because even if when you get 8 finishes and finish contribution is shy of 60. That means the other teammates also performed, specifically talking about Punk, and I believe the other member Fierce also performed quite well. Gotten, yeah, his hands never really opened up. He gave the damage, but the finishes, that was running super low for Gotten. It happens, guys, happens to everyone. But I believe overall a complete package from WNX Park, and that we'll get to see in the match standing, that even when they didn't thought they had the winner with a chicken dinner, they had the match standing under their banner with the #1 position. With this 20-pointer jump, they'll be up in the leaderboard.
And yep, 14 points in the name for WELT, a very passive game. If you notice, just 4 finishes to their name. CK on the other hand, showing a lot more aggression. 6 finishes, AUTOBOTZ with 7. I mean, AUTOBOTZ, this team is just not slowing down. They are just going for picks after picks after picks, finishes after finishes. And yeah, but now coming to the overall setting, after 8 games for each team, after day 2, in number 1 is God's Reign with 94, getting 10 points from this game and keep that cushion alive, keep that cushion of touching, like trying to touch like within day 3. If they reach, like it stated yesterday, if they reach around like 130, 140, I feel like it's sorted, because the team in 8th, NONX, are just with 58. You double that, you go to 116.
See, as per the history, if you have 16 matches to play and if you get somewhere around 140 points, I believe you are in top 8. There's no question in that. I think that's the plan for teams like OnePlus God's Reign and versus Esports at this moment, so that they can reach north of 140 points. And if you talk about the second page, the page where things are looking close but not close enough, WNX Park made a jump as they were down to 25 points, and at around somewhere around 19-20 position, they have jumped quite a bit, taking the 13th spot with 45 points altogether. Yes, the winner chicken dinner in this page is there with Versatile, who got a winner chicken dinner today itself. 54 points for them, but continuity yet to be maintained. One good match is not going to justify your qualification. On the other corner, Why Not once again drops down to the bottom. One Blade Wild Fangs, again, bit of a problem for them. K9, I don't know what's happening to them. Team Tamilas, again, the LAN is happening in Tamil Nadu, Chennai. Really want to see Team Tamilas performing in that particular LAN event, but for that performance to come through, they have to perform honestly on the board.
And right now, the top fraggers after day 2, in first place is Delta PG with 27 finishes to his name. On second place is Simp, the assaulter, the new assaulter for Vashisha, has been decent. You cannot doubt him that when he stated that, hey, trust in me that I can get you the frags. He is showing up. He is making sure that, hey, look, 39% of the total kills is by him. The finishes are by him. For Vashisha, and clearly they wanted some firepower after the performance in Showdown. It wasn't ideal. It wasn't the best. They needed somebody to just come and pick up, build up the morale. With Scary George, he was the emerging player, if you remember, long back during the tournament. But now he's got an opportunity, Simp, to just prove his mark. It feels like in football when a player just goes to another team on loan and how he performs himself, and then he stays there. Simp is already proving his match. And guess what? It's just like the first tournament since his return, or like since his addition, he has been on top-notch spot. He's been on top-notch form. But only time will tell if this form will continue in the remaining 2 days as well, Raider.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be very interesting to see how the next 2 days are going to pan out and who are the top 8 teams. All of that will be panning out in the next 2 days. But for today, all the 6 matches are done. The journey so far for the 8 matches are pretty much over. OnePlus God's Reign takes the top spot, and on the bottom, we have Why Not Esports. Things will change in the next following days, so stay tuned for that. And yes, guys, this was it for day number 2 semi-finale action in the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025. Stay tuned. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time. Bye-bye. Peace out.
dreaming about me.
दिल बोले बोल
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
like damn. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Stick with me, I got a plan. Like damn. Throwing bands and it's making them. Damn, try to get in my van. Laptop, try to get in my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Damn, try to get in my van. Laptop, try to get my. Get low for me, baby, no hands. Goddamn, like damn. In the ends, I'm feeling like bam. Throwing bands and it's making them dance. Like, do you know who I am? Stick with me, I got a plan. Throwing bands and it's making them. Like damn, stick with me,